On the sea and the unparalleled beauty of Mediterranean Europe in Sicily and Calabria this fall. I'm heading to Europe again. I'm going with the best tour operator in Italy, Conservative Tours, 5544, including airfare. The dining events we enjoy in Italy are the stuff of legend. Bustling Palermo, the Quattro Conte, stunning Monreale, the Palace of the Normans. Call 888-733-9494 or go to conservativetours.com. We'll even enjoy the Godfather tour and visit the locales from the movie. The crown jewel of Sicily has to be Taormina. I'll see you on the Esplanade, Mount Etna, the Valley of the Temples. This is Sicily, ancient, charming, picturesque, and always a country within a country. I'll see you in Savoca.
For more expert appliance shopping advice, here's National Appliance Warehouse's own appliance guru.
Hello, let's talk premium. These are the top-of-the-line appliances that dream kitchens are made of. If you're planning an investment like this in your home, where you buy is as important as what you buy. At National Appliance Warehouse, we're committed to delivering the superior buying experience you deserve. Our showroom features beautifully displayed premium appliances of every major brand, including highly sought-after Monogram appliances. Our team of gurus is well-versed at guiding you as you navigate the same appliances you'd find in the most magnificent homes and the kitchens of cooking enthusiasts. And the National Appliance Warehouse team has the expertise to properly deliver and install your stunning new appliances.
Spring into savings now at National Appliance Warehouse. Elevate everything and save on Monogram appliances featuring sophisticated luxury and understated durability. You'll love expertly engineered and purposefully designed Monogram appliances. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom in tax-free Wilmington today.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly, and it's 100% free to you if you are on Medicaid. Call 267-692-3782 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782 to get started today. You get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782, or go to freedomcare.com.
Freedom Care, we're here for you.
Jim Cipriotti at Retire Ready Financial Group doesn't need Google to know you're worried about retirement. Between inflation, rising taxes, and the uncertainty about Social Security, he understands. That's why he offers a complimentary retirement second opinion. It's a no-obligation meeting for you to talk about your concerns about retirement. You want to know if you're going to be okay? Let's find out. 610-894-7415 or go online, retirereadyfg.com.
Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, NPN number 2083768.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT-HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
It is a movement to ban something that I am thrilled about. For those of you who know me, and I know you know me well, I've been talking about this for years. The movement to ban something dangerous, I believe, unhealthy at the least, lurking in your food. Things like your Fruit Loops. Yes, the movement to ban food dyes gains ground across the United States of America. Say goodbye. So in all seriousness, this is an example of when this administration, when you think about President Trump, RFK Jr., getting up on that stage during the campaign trail and just talking about it, shining a light on it, right? We say the best disinfectant is that sunlight. That's what this administration is in many instances doing. Even Trump's very successful border policy, which makes us all safer, which is hugely popular. And we'll talk about all the successes. Yes, I will back into the situation with that app that the officials in the Trump administration were apparently communicating on. I'll back into that. but you'll see how I do that because I want to take you through some of the history. But as far as this goes with the food bans, or excuse me, the food dyes, it looks like we have 36 color additives, 9 synthetic dyes that are used right now in the food you eat, in the beverages you drink. And in many cases, there are a lot of studies that say these are not necessarily the healthiest thing, especially for young children or children developing at all. So in this one, the FDA, I know that we are talking about all of these government restrictions and will the government ban it? In California, they've already banned a lot of these food dyes. But I will tell you this, isn't this great at the state level that the latest state, I believe, is West Virginia? And so in the last 90, I'll say the last 3 months at least, 20 states, Oklahoma, West Virginia, New York even, introducing different bills. This is at the state level, cracking down on these artificial dyes and other food additives. Isn't that great?
Yes. Get them out of here. Why do we need them in America when we don't have them in Europe? It makes no sense to me. Like we're poisoning people for... And there's a great point made on Kale and Company. I think it was yesterday, and maybe it was you that made it. Or maybe it was Nick. Like why are companies doubling up production to make unhealthy food and shoving it on Americans? It makes no sense to me.
Isn't it weird that, and to your point, Dan Borowski, so Oklahoma, Utah, Tennessee, Florida, New York, Texas, Arizona, all these states all over the place are popping up saying exactly what we've been saying, what Dan Borowski just said.
Yeah.
Isn't it interesting that years ago, the debate was taxing sugary drinks here in Philadelphia? Remember that whole scam? And they said, oh, it's for the children. Then they revealed, well, maybe 40% of it might be going to the children and the rest, we don't know. But isn't it funny that sugar is the least of the things that are wrong in those drinks? It's the dyes.
Punch for the children.
For the children. So in this one, the FDA, our government, has approved 36 color additives, as I said, 9 synthetic dyes used in the foods we eat and the beverages we drink. So here are the really bad, dangerous ones or alleged dangerous ones. Red dye number 3, and that was approved way back in 1907. And now I guess they have banned that one banned it in January, just in January of this year. We've had it since 1907 over concerns of cancer risks. And so in Pennsylvania, we also have bills introduced and in our legislature as well to address this. But these are products oftentimes with kids, little kids, things like cereals and snacks. So candy, breakfast cereals, and soda, bright, vibrant hues, eye-catching. You think about that Easter basket.
You want to hear from the man himself how it's actually going to be done, Don?
Yes.
Take a listen.
We told them that we wanted the dyes out of the food. The science on the dyes is so overwhelming. They're making products now in this country that have the dyes in them, like Fruit Loops, for example. And you buy the same product in Canada and it doesn't have the dyes. You buy the same product in Europe and it doesn't have the dyes. So there are a lot of ingredients, and one of the things that we're doing is we've launched a review of the GRAS standards, and we're going to get rid of the GRAS standards for most products. The GRAS standards is a standard that was adopted in 1958. It was adopted because when FDA was created to regulate food, there were foods that were generally recognized as safe, GRAS, generally recognized as safe, like flour, like dairy, like eggs. And they didn't want to make companies test those products, so they created that designation. But that designation was expanded by an industry that began taking advantage of it so that any new chemical that they want to add to our food is generally recognized as safe and gets no review.
So that's
why
a sin.
we have 10.
That's a sin. And so for the government, and here's the other thing as far as DOJ goes, I'm kind of done with the FDA. If you're in a job, can you imagine me? And I don't have a science degree. I'm not a lawyer. I'm not a doctor. But just imagine your own Dawn, and I'm in charge of looking at this, and they say, well, basically, that's safe, Dawn. You don't have to test that. Can you even imagine that? And so, by their standard, which is so low, that's absurd. And so, on one hand, do we want huge regulation? No. But on the other hand, then what do we need you for? If you couldn't protect our kids from cancer-causing stuff, from this nasty stuff, what are you there for? What have you been doing? So I have a real problem with that. I also have a problem with these huge companies that to me, don't have integrity. I don't care what your company is. If you have chemicals that you're putting in food and you don't think to yourself, hey, we're marketing to children, then, and there's something wrong with you. There's really something evil and wrong with you. And whether you're polluting kids, whether you're polluting the air, polluting the water, I just want that kind of transparency. That's it. I don't even think at the end of the day, if we just put the results out there and sort of seriously like Game of Thrones, shame. You know what I mean? Just announce this stuff. Do all the lab testing. If the government just provided the lab testing on what a company is doing in a product, and on the other hand, they could, do the testing and say, look at this company. Wow, this is so healthy. Look at what they did. And you would get like, ding, you would get, I don't know, what would the happy positive thing be? Would they get like cha-ching, a little tax break, or just a good little seal? Yeah, like something like that, and get like a government seal. But then the other one's shame, shame. You're a sinner. Go back. Be best, is the first lady. Be best, or you'll be in big trouble. Be best.
Shame.
Now, yes, shame. I think these
Shame.
people who, for years and years,
Shame.
and also Congress members. See, we should ask all of them. Did you ever think about this? Did you ever ask anybody in the FDA? And how were you so uncurious? And all these people make a ton of money and they get rich off of all of us. This is such a basic thing. Think about all the things we're learning in this administration. We're learning all about these NGOs, these basically loopholes. That's really what this is about, whether it's the chemicals and the pollutants in our foods, in our water, in our air, right? It's basically, if you think about all the loopholes and then who knew. I think this administration shows us so much. What about all the people getting government clearance? All the people who are on these lists apparently, and nobody revokes their government clearance. How many years do they have this? It's a very valuable entity. So just accountability, transparency, I want that on everything.
Yeah.
Speaking of which, do you see what's going on?
Oh.
Look up at the screen so we have, I think that's Tom Cotton. We have an intel hearing and fallout from what we've been talking about on Kale and Company. I didn't want to lead with
see if
it
I can grab that.
because we've been talking about it a lot. These are the kind of long-winded intros to this. But indeed, it is a serious situation. And I have a little feeling that, if you look at what's going on, I think Mike Waltz is probably going to offer his resignation probably by Friday to President Trump, and President Trump will probably accept it. That's what I think is going to happen with this. If you're just joining us, the story broke. This is the Atlantic, which is the Atlantic. I know the Atlantic. But here's the truth, that these top officials in our government, the top ranking is an individual on the staff of Vice President J.D. Vance. They were involved in a group-type chat that is, yes, it is a secure chat. Journalists use this a lot. But somebody, looks like Mike Waltz, accidentally, inadvertently invited, of all people, the editor-in-chief of The Atlantic, who's been all over media and trying to make himself look like he's like Mr. Superstar, top biggity big journalist. He does look good in this one, but the people who look bad, the Trump administration. Not that, thank God, anybody was injured in this, and this has to do with the plan to take out some of the Houthis that we've been talking about. So in the Middle East, and it's not just hours. It's not just hours, it's days. And so it's very concerning. So there are demands for Mike Waltz to National Security Director, advisor, to resign. And we're hearing that from within the administration, which tells me that this is what President Trump does. He kind of puts things out there. If you get all the texts, right, if you're signed up for all of that back from Trump 47, you're always getting these texts. Hey, taking a poll, taking your pulse, and that's what it's all about today. So Trump wants to get a feeler on this one, and one of them is, should Mike Waltz resign to, so that he doesn't give a bad look to the great things President Trump is doing? I'm paraphrasing, but that's basically the talking point. That tells me Mike Waltz is probably going to offer his resignation. So we'll talk more about it. Do I have to? Can I get into something really quick though?
Yeah. Let's do it.
I know that we will, because we have Michael Bustler coming at 11 or 10:30, I should say. We have. I have to watch the breaks really carefully, but I just want to get through this, okay? That Trump yesterday. This is a huge announcement, and that's what I want to talk about with Michael Bustler. Is talking about this proud moment for President Trump. He announces, in fact, that his Trump tariff tactics are working. Here's tangible evidence of it, okay? And this really is a vindication, if you will, because it's a huge Hyundai investment, $21 billion. This is a South Korean conglomerate, Hyundai, yesterday announcing it's nearly $21 billion in investment money. And so this involves them avoiding tariffs by building a new steel plant in Louisiana, which is part of the investment, set to hire more than 1,400 employees. So these are manufacturing jobs, producing next-generation steel that'll be used by Hyundai's 2 U.S. auto plants to manufacture electric vehicles. It's a win-win-win. But the headlines were stolen by this unfortunate situation that everybody's been talking about, even House Speaker Mike Johnson weighed in yesterday after the Atlantic's Jeffrey Goldberg revealed, after the fact, which was appropriate, that national security officials, as well as cabinet secretaries Pete Hegseth, inadvertently included him in this sort of group chat about the United States' plan to launch airstrikes against the Houthis in Yemen. So do you want to play Mike Johnson real quick? Do you have that one? Or we can play a different one. Yeah, you do have it.
No, I don't have it ready yet. One second.
Okay, never mind. That's okay. I'll pivot on that one. Let's talk about the fact that this is a huge, huge win for Trump as far as Hyundai and that announcement. And so it's irksome that they have basically what appears to be a clumsy, awkward mistake by somebody to somehow include, of all people, Goldberg in this group chat or group text. Again, it's encrypted, but it's not classified. It has to do with national security. And we've talked for years. I was trying to think of the who's.
That is ready now, sorry.
Okay, go ahead. Mike Johnson.
Administration, as I understand, I just was with the president in the Oval Office just now. The administration is addressing what happened. Apparently an inadvertent phone number made it onto that thread. They're going to track that down and make sure that it doesn't happen again. What you did see, though, I think, was top-level officials doing their job, doing it well, and executing on a plan with precision. That mission was a success. No one was jeopardized because of it. We're grateful for that, but they will certainly, I'm sure, make sure that doesn't happen again.
Is it irresponsible?
I'm not going
This is important.
I'm not going to characterize what happened. Clearly, I think the administration has acknowledged it was a mistake, and they'll tighten up and make sure it doesn't happen again.
And I'm sure they will, but what does that mean? So that puts Mike Waltz on the hot seat because he's reportedly the person who invited, for some bizarre reason, Goldberg of all people. It appears that he maybe had Goldberg in his phone somehow and went to the wrong guy with the same initials. That's one of the pieces of speculation we're seeing. So this morning, Mike Waltz is among those, as well as Tulsi Gabbard, also on the hot seat, taking questions from an intel committee this morning as Congress members want to know. Because we've seen in the past, we've seen people go to jail over, not Hillary Clinton, who, by the way, is busy going, you've got to be kidding me. And I reposted her thing saying, really, let's think of, she's the bimbo eruptions. She's the bleach in the basement. The servers remember that her campaign was, in fact, a long time later had to pay, $116,000 plus as they were fined for creating that phony Steele dossier, which is a sin. Man, she got away with so much, Benghazi, so she should just shut it, right, as far as Hillary Clinton goes. And then I know that there are some who over, the past couple of days have been comparing this situation to that of Jake Sullivan. I'll just remind you that Jake Sullivan, who of course was in the post that now Mike Waltz is in, National Security Advisor to the U.S., he was the guy, it was his job. Remember, think about Afghanistan, what a disaster that was. But think about how many died, including our beloved American service members. But also, he was the guy, and Dan had pulled this clip, who just days, I think it was 7-8 days before October 7th, before those horrible, deadly attacks, said basically, oh, it's pretty safe here in the Middle East.
And what we said is we want to depressurize, de-escalate, and ultimately integrate the Middle East region. The war in Yemen is in its 19th month of truce. For now, the Iranian attacks against U.S. forces have stopped. Our presence in Iraq is stable. I emphasize for now because all of that can change. And the Middle East region is quieter today than it has been in 2 decades.
Quieter today, I guess the quiet before the deadly storm, quieter today, and within a week, we had that horrifying Hamas terror attack, brutalizing innocent civilians, mommies and daddies and grandparents. You know it, a bloody, unprovoked attack with innocent victims, babies, slaughtered and beheaded, women raped. And by the way, we hope we have at least 24 hostages that are still alive, 59 hostages total. That's still going on. That's Jake Sullivan. So I don't want to hear anybody talk about, oh, well, Jake Sullivan, he was in the same side. No, Jake Sullivan and that horrific policy cost lives. Okay? Not just Afghanistan, but the horrific October 7th never would have happened with Trump, as we well know. So we'll take a quick break. We have to break here. And the bloviating continues on Capitol Hill. We will get you everything you need as far as the answers once Mike Waltz steps up. Tulsi Gabbard, they've got some splaining to do. This is their administration. And of course, this is the administration of law and order and putting our military service members' lives first and foremost, their safety. And so this is a critical issue and a critical moment for this administration to pivot, to deal with this effectively and immediately and with transparency. Dawn Stensland here, 855-839-1210.
Hi, it's John Ashow, the Car Czar from Colonial Hyundai. It's our grand reopening sales event, and we're pulling out all the stops all month long during this event. Start your savings at Colonial with invoice pricing. You pay what we pay, no markups, plus an additional savings of up to $3,000 in rebates. And you can top it all off with incredible finance offers like 0% financing for 60 months. Save stacks of cash by stacking on the savings all month long during our grand reopening sales event. Our brand new state-of-the-art dealership is built for savings, built for service. We have over 300 vehicles in stock, Tucsons, Santa Fe's, Konas, and more. Pay invoice on every vehicle in stock only at Colonial Hyundai. Plus, every new Hyundai comes with 3-year complimentary maintenance and America's best warranty, a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain, and Hyundai Assurance. Shop us online 24/7 at colonialhyundai.com. Colonial Hyundai, the faster, easier, better way to buy a Hyundai.
In stock vehicles only. Trade bonus over KBB fair value. Tax and tags additional. Offers cannot be combined. See dealer for full details.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Ever feel like there aren't enough hours in the day? If you get busy or miss your favorite show, don't worry. With Rewind, available exclusively on the free Odyssey app, you can stream your favorite shows on demand. You know your day is better with us. Get the news that matters to you from the local voices you trust. No matter what you're up to, give it a try. To get started, download the free Odyssey app and search for your station. That's AUDACY.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out collection letters, garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance, and you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it even harder to get out of debt. Don't let tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in taxpayer assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. Let them fight on your behalf, helping to put your tax problems to rest. Call the tax professionals at Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Free speech lives here. With Dom Giordano, weekdays noon till 3 on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
Many people in the intelligence community use Signal. They have communication all the time. Is that not correct?
Lawrence, that is correct. In fact, I bet a bunch of those senators that you see at the hearing today are using Signal as well to speak to each other or to speak to their aides. And it is my understanding that the Biden administration authorized Signal as a means of communication that was consistent with presidential record-keeping requirements for its administration, and that continued into the Trump administration. It's simply another messaging app like the iMessage app on your iPhone or email servers that every administration has set up, in which senior administration officials can communicate with each other.
So this is Arkansas Senator Tom Cotton as he's speaking this morning to Lawrence Jones on Fox and Friends. That was ahead of today's hearing that is before the Intel Committee, where there are, top intelligence officials facing Congress for back-to-back hearings, testifying about the threats facing the United States and what the government is doing to counter them. So this was a pre-existing, pre-scheduled meeting, but I will tell you as well, the hearing comes a day after the Atlantic magazine reported what we've been talking about since 6 o'clock this morning. Kale and Company started the conversation, so we just want to update you. The hearing is just getting underway. A lot of bloviating, nothing good yet. Obviously, our team watching it, Dan's watching it very carefully. But as far as this goes, the story is that, in fact, there's no crime here. So perhaps they're trying to get that out of the way to say, wait a minute, this particular encrypted app was deemed safe for some individuals to be able to have these conversations. That will be scrutinized heavily, but that does not explain how, in fact, an unintended citizen, if you will, an unintended individual was somehow, days before the attack, was actually welcomed invited into the chat. And that's the claim by Goldberg. He says he was invited in, and there was kind of some mild chatter, but then 2 hours prior to the actual airstrikes, that's when the conversation got really juicy. He thought it was a hoax. We've been airing this all morning, so I'm just paraphrasing. The editor, not just a journalist, the editor of The Atlantic, very biased lefty organization, by the way, and publication. But he thinks it's a hoax until 2 hours later, the airstrikes begin. Then he realized, holy moly. So as a longtime reporter, journalist, I will tell you, officials goof up all the time on things, whether it's this or missteps. And so you have a choice. For me personally, if I wanted to build a relationship with somebody, and I've done this in the past in my career, and there's nothing wrong with it, I might call somebody or text them and say, hey, do you realize you included me on this? And what happens is you have a sidebar conversation where, first of all, you gain that person's trust, because the first thing they're going to say to you, let's say they're in law enforcement or any kind of government, they're going to say, please, God, don't report this because you will harm the integrity of what we're doing, the investigation, etc. And so you would never do that. Goldberg did not report it until after it happened. But then you gain that person's trust, and then you make a deal, basic art of the deal. And so by not reporting this, which is embarrassing, they're going to give you something even bigger. And then, by the way, Goldberg could put it in his book years later.
Just a flavor.
No harm, no foul.
Just a flavor of what's happening there in the hearing on Capitol Hill, Dawn. 15 seconds, take a listen.
I think this is one more example of the kind of sloppy, careless, incompetent behavior, particularly towards classified information, that this is not a one-off or a first-time error.
Says Senator Mark Warner there.
So that's his. So the Democrats are ripping into this, and they're gleeful that they have a mistake, and it appears to be a mistake. You heard the House Speaker say it's a mistake. So moving forward, we'll have Tulsi Gabbard's comments. We'll have, in fact, Mike Waltz himself. He has some splaining to do. He's reportedly the guy who did the deed and invited the wrong person into it. So we'll get into all of it. We've talked a lot about it. We're going to switch gears at this point. And momentarily coming up, we do want to talk about the huge economic news. Money, money, money with our friend, Dr. Michael Busler, local. And he's the best, as you know, and I know you love him. So you'll hear from him, and this is some good news. And I think it's great news for the economy. I think what happened yesterday with Trump's announcement as far as the Hyundai deal and huge $21 billion investment. So we'll look to all of that. Can I talk about a little magic? Yeah, family-owned Kitchen Magic, making dream kitchens come true to life for more than 45 years now with endless options, the colors, the styles, the expert guidance. Kitchen Magic has brought more than 60,000 beautiful American-made kitchens to life with all new cabinetry, refacing, countertops, the all-important storage solutions. Here's the best part I've got for you right now, and you're going to love Kitchen Magic. You can enjoy 40% off installation when you visit kitchenmagic.com. So kitchenmagic.com, 40% off installation. What are you waiting for? kitchenmagic.com. Schedule your free in-home design consultation. Do this. Kitchen Magic, where magic happens every day. kitchenmagic.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
At Scott Auto Group, you're welcomed as their guest. Whether shopping for a new car or need vehicle service, Scott Auto Group makes it easy. You'll feel the difference. That's the meaning behind their sailboat logo. Your experience is always smooth sailing. Visit Scott Honda in Westchester and Vineland, New Jersey, Scott Kia in Springfield, and the new Scott Kia of Limerick. Scott has fantastic used cars too at Scott Select Dealership and collision repair at Scott Collision. You'll be seeing a lot more sailboats on the road. Visit ScottAutogroup.com.
Have you been thinking about doing a Roth conversion, but the upfront taxes are holding you back? Welcome to Rothright. We can show you how to significantly reduce taxes on a conversion, potentially saving hundreds of thousands, even millions in taxes over your lifetime. A Roth conversion will give you tax-free income, eliminate required minimum distributions, and leave a tax-free estate to your heirs. Sign up for a free educational seminar now. Call 855-415-ROTH. That's 855-415-ROTH. Rothright is not a financial advisory firm. Consult with a tax professional before making any financial decisions.
I'm Jalen Hurst here for Window Nation. If you're a fan of saving money, listen up.
Buy 2 windows, get 2 free with no payments and no interest for 24 months. Now through March 31st at Window Nation. Schedule a free consult at 866-90Nation or visit windownation.com and tell him you heard about it on 1210 WPHT.
Don't pay more than you have to for new windows. Call 866-90Nation or visit windownation.com.
Important Medicare news. Doge chief Elon Musk says all government spending is up for review, and the House plans to cut $800 million in health care costs. These cuts could hit Medicare and Medicaid. Now, Rob Finnerty is on Newsmax tonight, revealing the real Medicare crisis. Over 65 million people depend on Medicare, and Rob Finnerty says hardworking Americans that paid for it should get their full Medicare coverage. This week in his series Medicare in Crisis, Rob Finnerty looks at Medicare and why it faces bankruptcy. Big changes are ahead for Medicare. You need to watch Rob Finnerty tonight. Find Newsmax on all major cable systems or download the free Newsmax app on your phone now. Millions are switching to Newsmax because we're fighting for you.
If you're drowning in IRS debt and can't afford to pay, then you need to take advantage of special IRS tax programs that are available and free yourself from IRS collection efforts once and for all. Due to the financial hardship consumers are facing throughout the country, the Internal Revenue Service has made it easier to settle delinquent tax problems. An open phone line has been established by Community Tax for consumers to call and see if they qualify. Take down this number or store it in your cell phone, but call the Community Tax Helpline at 800-536-9607. If you owe back taxes to the IRS and cannot afford to pay them back, or even if you have years of unfiled tax returns, there's no need to fear anymore. But you have to call the Community Tax Helpline today at 800-536-9607 for the help that you need. Don't take on the IRS alone. They can attack your wages, savings, pension, home, and even your Social Security check. Call 800-536-9607 for your free consultation and to see if you qualify. That's 800-536-9607.
What's better than saving? Save with certainty when you open a First Harvest Credit Union 7-month certificate online and earn 3.75% annual percentage yield. Visit firstharvestcu.com/online exclusives to learn more about this online-only offer and our other savings options, like a First Harvest Growth Savings and Growth Checking accounts. Lock in higher earnings today. First Harvest Credit Union, empowering members to do more for 85 years. Membership restrictions apply. Insured by NCUA.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Got to talk about the money. Big announcement yesterday and some news releases from the Trump administration about the tariffs. And is this the strategy all along? Does this vindicate Trump, the big Hyundai announcement? And then just thinking about the Fed's decision so far to hold the rates, wanted to really check in with our favorite professor of finance from Stockton University, Dr. Michael Busler. I know he's been a favorite of yours for many years. And nobody really, in my humble opinion, explains this in just such a, I'll say, idiot-proof way, for those of us that are not the experts. But Dr. Michael Busler, thanks for being here this morning.
Always my pleasure to be here, Dawn, and thank you for the kind words.
Absolutely. So what do you see in this administration? Yesterday, some big news with Hyundai, almost $21 billion investment. We've got Doge going on. We've got, the budget news, the Fed. As Michael Busler wakes up and looks at the world of finance and where we are in our nation, we still have a deficit. What do you see?
I see us going in the right direction. Let's start with the deficit, and the public debt. So because the federal government has run a deficit in 59 of the last 63 years, all but 4 years, we have this huge public debt, $36 trillion in debt. Now, people say, well, what's the problem with that? And there's two problems. One, the interest charges on the public debt are now approaching $1 trillion a year. That's more than we spend on the defense budget. And the problem is when we ran these deficits each year, there's no program in place to ever repay any of that money. In other words, we run a deficit, we sell a 10 or 20-year bond, pay interest every year, the bond matures, you have to pay it back. We don't have the money to pay it back, so we sell new bonds to pay back the old bonds and roll over the debt. That's why the public debt keeps growing. Part of the problem with that is much of this debt was taken out when Treasury bonds were 1-2%. Now they're over 4%. So just refinancing some of the old debt will drive up interest charges. And as I say, they're now approaching $1 trillion a year. We have to do something about that immediately. The second problem is with the federal government pulling that much capital out of markets, there could be and there will lead to a capital shortage. So there's not enough capital left for business and even consumers. So we need to get this problem resolved immediately. The first thing you do when you're stuck in a deep hole is to stop digging. So the first thing to do is to get the budget balanced as quickly as possible. That's a very tough chore. Why? This year the federal government will take in about $5 trillion in tax revenue, yet they'll spend $7 trillion. So that's a $2 trillion deficit. So President Trump got into office and he said, look, we have to resolve this now. Presidents in the past who have all said this, and there's half a dozen presidents since Reagan who have said that we have to get government spending down, yet it doesn't go down. The main reason is they come in, they take a look at it and say, well, let's try to cut a little here, let's try to cut a little there. We'll have a bipartisan commission. Nothing ever happens. Trump comes in and he says, look, in some of these departments, instead of trying to cut a little bit out of it, let's just cut the whole thing out, cut it all the way down to zero, and then justify what should be spent. That way, we'll get government spending down very quickly and come as close as we can to balancing the budget, which is very important because this public debt is so huge.
And so, so $5 trillion incoming, $7 trillion in spending. It's for all of us that have to do this at our kitchen, do the family budget, and you have to make the cuts. So we have two new things going on. One of them is the idea of tariffs. And then the other one that's going on is this idea of DOGE, the Department of Government Efficiency, which I think we talked about this before. It's actually nothing new. If we look it up, Obama was somebody who hailed this and basically talked about it, but could not do the actions that we're seeing now.
Exactly. So Trump finds the smartest person he could find, who's the most technological savvy, and said, look, take a look at every department, and if you can modernize the department and using technology and all the technical people that Musk has working with him, if you can modernize the department and get the same output, so the government's doing the same thing, and do it with half the amount of people. So he brought Musk in, and recall when Musk bought Twitter, he reduced the workforce by 75%, added more technology, and it works fine. So Trump said to Musk, come in and do the same thing. Now, a lot of people are complaining about that. Mostly the people who are complaining are the ones that benefited by this government spending and all the government inefficiency. So that's the first thing. We're going to try to get government spending down. Now, the second thing you mentioned was tariffs. So President Trump comes into office and, he's a free market kind of guy. I'm a free market person too. I don't like to see tariffs on anything. So he comes into office and he said, well, the view was we'll keep tariffs low. The U.S. will charge 2.5% tariff on everything brought in. And that seemed okay. The problem was every other country didn't do that. China charged a 25% tariff. The European Union puts a 10% tariff, and then they have this value-added tax, which even adds more to it. India, Harley-Davidson sells a lot of motorcycles in India. India put a 100% tariff on Harley-Davidson motorcycles. In order for them to survive, they had to go to India and build a plant there. So President Trump says, I'd rather not have any tariffs, but if we're going to have them, I want them to be reciprocal. If we're charging 2.5, you charge 2.5. If you're charging 10, we're going to charge 10. So I just want the tariffs to be fair. Secondly, many vital products like aluminum and steel aren't produced in the U.S. anymore because it's so much cheaper to produce it somewhere else. As a result, our steel mills are pretty much going out of business. U.S. Steel is on the verge of bankruptcy. They tried to sell it, but the Biden administration wouldn't let let that go through. So President Trump says we need a vital steel and aluminum industry. The only way to do that is to place a tariff on imported steel and aluminum, which will raise the price. Then the American steel will be cheaper to produce, and we'll start revitalizing our plants. That'll draw capital from investors who see profit in U.S. steel, and our steel industry will be better. Now, people say to me, okay, that makes sense, but won't the public be paying more for steel and aluminum than they were before the tariffs? And the answer is yes. They will be paying a little bit more. It will tend to be somewhat inflationary. However, it's so important to get those industries back here, because if you go into a war or something, you need aluminum and steel. So it's so important to get those industries back here that the steel will have to be a little more expensive. Then he says, I'll offset any potential increase in price by significantly lowering the price of energy. And he's taken action already to make it easier for oil companies to drill. The permitting process is easier. He's going to approve the Keystone Pipeline, which was all set to go, and Biden stopped it. So Trump says we'll vastly increase the supply of energy. When you increase the supply of anything, the price goes down. Energy accounts directly for about 7% of the consumer price index, and indirectly almost 30%, because manufacturers will be paying less for fuel, so that'll put downward pressure on their prices too. So the tariffs may lead to a little bit of inflation in the short run, but in the long run, we'll have better industries here. And with other countries, he's trying to get to tariff equality. Mm-hmm. So whatever we charge, they charge the same thing. It will open up foreign markets to our manufacturers, particularly in the agricultural sector. Those markets have been closed to our farmers because there's quotas put on and high tariffs.
Just real quick here, two headlines that have just come in. One just a few minutes ago, USA Today headline, a recession may be coming. It's not too late to prepare. And the Wall Street Journal earlier this morning, Trump plays recession roulette with the American economy. Your reaction, Dr. Michael Busler, to those two headlines of major American publications?
So what they're saying is, look, if you reduce government spending anywhere near the amount you say you're going to reduce it, that's going to reduce demand in the economy, and that could lead to a recession. Secondly, if this tariffs lead to much higher prices, then people are going to have to cut back on what they buy, and that too could lead to a recession. So that's their view. Personally, I don't think so. Cutting all this government spending, it's really excess demand, and I think it will put downward pressure on price rather than downward pressure on output. Also, even if the tariffs go into effect, and a lot of these won't go into effect, this is a negotiating tactic where President Trump, as a business person, wants to create a sense of urgency and bring people to the table, so he threatens these tariffs. A lot won't go into effect, but even the ones that do will put some upward pressure on price, and that could bring more inflation. But again, I think bringing energy costs down will offset that. And although the economy is slowing, I don't see a recession this year.
Hope you're right, Dr. Michael Busler. Thank you so much. As always, hope you come back soon. Dr. Michael Busler, Professor of Finance at Stockton University. Thank you.
Thanks.
Yeah, hope he's right. We have some Social Security Doge news, and we're monitoring. Dan's been monitoring very carefully, so we have some fireworks upcoming, if you will, from that Intel meeting. A lot of tough questions for the Trump administration. They've got some splaining to do. You'll hear about it right around the corner.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group, and I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney, and the truth is I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney or if I look like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. At Wesley, we've helped over 40,000 families cancel their timeshare without me being an attorney. And I want to share with you how we do it. Just give my office a call, and you will not talk to an attorney. And I guarantee if we take you as a client, we'll get you out of your timeshare, or you'll pay nothing.
Call now for your free information kit. 800-714-9090. 800-714-9090. 800-714-9090.
See Joe Conklin's comedy show at St. Matt's on Fayette Street in Conshohocken, Saturday, April 26th, supporting Plymouth Whitemarsh High School baseball.
It was fun, 100%. Every time it's spectacular. Joe Conklin's awesome, hysterical.
Super funny. I love the horns. Oh my God.
Really enjoy it.
That's Joe Conklin's comedy show at St. Matt's on Fayette Street in Conshohocken, Saturday, April 26th, supporting Plymouth Whitemarsh High School baseball. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com.
JoeConklin.com! Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy. Pretty much hands off, They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief. The best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. Optima Tax Relief. Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
For more than 75 years, University of Maryland Global Campus has given you the opportunity to build your next success. Choose from more than 135 degree and certificate programs in career-relevant fields like business, healthcare, data analytics, cybersecurity, and more. Plus, we offer 100% online and hybrid courses, personalized advising, and lifetime career services. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Are you a small business owner who needs immediate cash flow? At Swish Funding, we have flexible funding options from $25,000 to $2 million. For the best rates and terms for your business, just one application to Swish Funding gives you access to our entire network of funders, with cash in your account in as little as 24 hours. To qualify, you must be in business for at least 1 year with monthly revenue of $50,000. Apply at swishradio.com and use code RADIO. Swishradio.com, code RADIO.
Keeping free speech alive. Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
Major breaking news during this Intel hearing. Tough questions on the hot seat, but I would say a good look for these Trump officials who must answer questions in this open public hearing. And on the hot seat, you have Tulsi Gabbard. You have top Trump intelligence officials answering for what has happened in the fallout. Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, taking questions, as well as CIA Director John Ratcliffe. Listen to this exchange. And this is Senator Warner putting the heat on the Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard.
This was not only sloppy, it not only violated all procedures, but if this information had gotten out, American lives could have been lost.
But they weren't.
The Houthis had this information, could reposition their defensive systems. So I want to get a little more information about this. Director Gabbard, did you participate in the group chat with Secretary of Defense and other Trump senior officials discussing the Yemen war plans?
Senator, I don't want to get into the specifics.
Ma'am, were you on? You're not going to be willing to address. So you're not. Are you denying? Matt, will you answer my question, ma'am? You were not TG on this group chat.
I'm not going to get into the specifics.
So you refuse to acknowledge whether you were on this group chat.
Senator, I'm not going to get into the specifics.
Why are you going to get into the specifics? Is it because it's all classified?
Because this is currently under review by the National Security
Because it's
Council.
all classified? If it's not classified, share the text now.
As the White House previously
Is it classified or non-classified information on this text?
I can confirm.
Director Radcliffe, were you on the group chat?
Senator, I was on a signal messaging group.
So you were the John Ratcliffe on that chat?
I was.
Thank you. Thank you.
Can I provide some context, Senator, to that?
Yes, but I've got a series of questions.
Well, but I think it's important because at the outset you made a couple of comments about signal messaging using encrypted apps. So that we're clear, one of the first things that happened when I was confirmed as CIA director was signal was loaded onto my computer at the CIA, as it is for most CIA officers. One of the things that I was briefed on very early, Senator, was by the CIA records management folks about the use of signal as a permissible work use. It is. That is a practice that preceded the current administration to the Biden administration.
Director Ratcliffe, I've got a series of questions. If you're making the statement, the signal is a secure channel.
No, can I answer that? It is.
I've got a series of
end-to-end decryption. So to finish,
I understand.
Just keep talking.
It is permissible to use to communicate and coordinate for work purposes, provided, Senator, that any decisions that are made are also recorded through formal channels. Right. So those were procedures that were implemented. My staff implemented those processes, followed those processes, complied with those processes, and finally, just please. So my communications, to be clear, in a signal message group were entirely permissible and lawful and did not include classified information.
Well, we will make that determination, because if it's not classified, share the text with the committee. Let me go on. Director Gabbard, you are the security executive and set access guidelines for classified information.
Let's cut out, because I just want to give you a little bit of context here. So this is the Senate Intelligence Committee. This is an oversight hearing, so I think, that's a good thing. You've just heard the CIA Director, John Ratcliffe, and I think it was fantastic that he got a word or two in to say that signal was loaded by the CIA. This was approved under the Biden administration, so a past administration. They've approved it. It's fully encrypted, and you're allowed to coordinate things as long as you have the decisions that are recorded on some formal channels, because you don't want what happened, remember, well, many times under past administrations, but remember under, this was Fauci, the NIH, remember they were doing sneaky things, basically, I'm paraphrasing, but they were doing sneaky things to try to avoid what is required on formal channels to make sure that there's government transparency, right? That happened with the NIH, it happened with Fauci. And that's something that Hillary Clinton, she was accused of multiple times. Remember the phony Steele dossier that was created, her campaign being fined a ton of money. And remember, Comey passed on the charges against her for the whole bleached server situation, but not a good look at best, right? So this is something that the Trump administration wants to nip in the bud, in my humble opinion, all having to do with the so-called fallout from the Atlantic's report that their editor-in-chief was accidentally included in that group chat, the group communication about U.S. military strikes against the Houthis in Yemen. So that's what we're seeing here as this is ongoing. So where do you want to go? What else do you have here? Do you have?
We got a break, Dawn.
We do have to break. Darn it! All right, we have to take a quick break. We'll get to more of it, but you get the gist of it as we're getting some information here about what really happened. 855-839-1210. Around the corner, Hercules. Junior. Thank you. That's a tease, baby. We'll be right back.
My name is Barbara Panzano. I live in Hatboro, Pennsylvania. It's really important to get involved with Crash Proof sooner rather than later. You're going to make more than you ever made in the stock market. With Crash Proof, I actually made double digits in two of my accounts. One was over 20% and one was over 13%. unbelievable returns for my first year. And the best thing is, with this volatile market, it's not going to affect me. I know that I'm guaranteed my principal. The double-digit returns that I earned will never be taken away. With the tariffs and a potential trade war, it's going to be a very rough year. But I won't be experiencing any of that pain because I'm involved in crash-proof retirement. I have peace of mind, and I don't have to stay up worrying about it at night anymore.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at the Mendenhall Inn on April 22nd, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
It's Nick Cale here to introduce the all-new 2025 ADX, Piazza Acura's latest addition to their precision-crafted lineup. This premium compact SUV is a breakthrough in design, performance, and innovation with a turbocharged engine, available all-wheel drive system, and cutting-edge technology. The Acura ADX is engineered for those who demand more. Best of all, it's now available at Piazza Acura of Ardmore, Reading, and Westchester with leases as low as $389 per month. Visit piazzaacura.com for details.
This is Jonathan Cans, third-generation owner of Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. Did you know I have 4 sons? And to me, making sure that they know I earned a living honestly and ethically is paramount to who I am. This means if one of my technicians has a part or even an entire system needs to be replaced, it's because it's true and not because that technician has to hit some end-of-the-week quota. If my business practices aren't honest, how can I expect my boys to be? As Crosby, Stills, and Nash would say, teach your children well. Visit us at marvinekanze.com.
Here's Bill Spadia with President Donald Trump.
Mr. President, as you fight through the corrupt media, the corrupt criminal justice system, face all kinds of battles, how important is it for you to know that we've got your back, no matter how your enemies are coming at you?
It's important, and you've had my back from the beginning. I know all about it. That's why I'm talking to you. I turned down plenty of requests, I will tell you, but you've had my back, and I really appreciate it.
We have a great leader in Washington. Now we need one in Trenton. As governor, Bill Spadia will dig in to fix our state. He'll take on and beat the Trenton politicians who have rigged the system for themselves. This is our chance to rebuild New Jersey for all of us. Republican Bill Spadia for governor. Patriots, it's time.
Paid for by Rebuilding New Jersey PAC, 9 Bethel Road, 1044, Somers Point, New Jersey, 08244. Not authorized or made with the cooperation or prior consent of or in any consultation with or at the request or suggestion of any candidate or any person or committee acting on behalf of any candidate.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, just $189.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aids.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
When you haven't found love, it can feel like everyone else has. It's in every movie, every song, and all the PDA. Looking for love sucks. Thankfully, California Psychics can give you the guidance you need to find the one. We guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. And new customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com and experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
If you tuned into the 13-hour radiothon we had for the Travis Manion Foundation, by the way, we raised $115,000, $953. That's the total that we raised for the Travis Manion Foundation.
Oh, that's terrific. Is that a new record?
It is a new record. It is a new record for 1210 WPHT. We go up every year. Since we started this 8 years ago, it's far and beyond the amount that we've raised in the past. So thank you to everybody who donated. Thank you to everybody who listened. It was a great day.
Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensling Show on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
This How do you fight it? This notion I think I could kick most of their ass. I do think that if they want to do that. I know I can run them, but I don't know if we're going to fall into that place where we want to. Okay, we challenge you to a WWE fight here, type of thing.
The fight for manhood. We're saving manhood in America today. You've heard me talk a lot about this with really the war on what it is to be a woman, but especially what it is to be a man or not to be a man, to basically neuter men. That has been a movement that I've been talking about for years with regard to the media and even our government, even our schools. I shared this story with you as we get to our next guest, because we need Hercules, or the son of Hercules.
Ooh, son of Hercules.
Remember Nutty Professor with Hercules, fabulous Hercules. Nutty, it's like
Hercules.
I know, I love Eddie Murphy and other manly men.
But Don, Kevin Sorbo himself, fantastic conservative commenter, and man, he's all over Twitter.
Yes.
And yeah.
Trying to save masculinity.
I love it.
Right?
And now the son joins the fight as well?
Yes, Braden Sorbo. And we're talking about the author of Embrace Masculinity, Lifting Men Up in a World That Pushes Them Down. Braden, welcome to the Dawn Stensland Show. I must tell you, I'll never forget the day my kids told me that one of their friends at a different school, a kid who they played sports with, apologized in school, was forced to apologize in school for being male. And I said to my sons, who were in middle school at the time, you will never apologize for being male. Never, ever on my watch. So I love that you're writing this book, that you're following in your dad's footsteps to really fight this good fight, because it's horrible what has been done. Thanks for being here today, Braden.
Thanks so much for having me.
Absolutely. So take me through it. First of all, Embrace Masculinity, Lifting Men Up in a World That Pushes Them Down. When did this begin for you? Because we, of course, know your famous father, Kevin Sorbo, Hercules, as they say, Hercules, when I guess your dad really made a living, if you will, as an actor of being that manly man. So for you, when did you begin, at what age, notice that that there was this, I don't know, something different going on with regard to men in America and how you're viewed and treated?
I would say probably my senior year of high school. I was 17, turning 18, and I sort of looked around and I went, "Holy crap! What is going on out here?" So it wasn't this immediate kind of change within myself. I guess it was more of a gradual increase, and by the time I turned 21 is when I finally felt adequate to start tackling these issues. I mean, I'd had a social media platform that had been growing ever since my high school senior year, but it wasn't until, like I said, 2021 when I started to actually tackle these men's issues to my audience of about 2 million followers, which I was blessed to have.
Yeah.
And it's been a great journey since. I mean, I started writing the book about a year and a half ago, and now it's done and it's finally coming out. And in it, we discuss, I mean, pretty much everything that society can throw at us. I talk from the pharmaceutical industry to the dating world, with pornography and apps like Tinder, with social media, with the importance of fraternity, having good brothers that you can have around, the importance of having a mentor, someone who's older than you, who's been through the trials and tribulations of life, who can kind of walk you through these steps and help you grow. And so it's been a blessing. Unfortunately, I wish that this book didn't have to be written, but here we are.
Yeah, and so, all of these terms that were hurled upon society and all of us, like toxic masculinity. So are you trying to just create some new terms in your book, or what's your focus here? As you obviously, you have a great audience, a great following, as you've said, millions of followers, and the next generation, if you will. But what kind of things, when you hear the term toxic masculinity, and it's still out there, what comes to mind?
Toxic masculinity is kind of an oxymoron, because masculinity itself isn't toxic. A lack of masculinity is. And so society has told men that their natural inclinations, which are to protect and to provide and to be responsible for more than just themselves, they've told them that those inclinations are wrong. And so for us men, we begin to replace them. And a lack of masculinity is shown in dominance and oppression and controlling, manipulative behaviors, kind of things like that. And so what we're noticing is a lot of young men are almost refusing to grow up. I call them the Peter Pan, Neverland lost boys. They're over on the island and they're remaining infants, essentially, because it's easier than kind of fighting back against this oppressive system, which is exactly what the system wants, because it's, you know, it's not a matter of if there's going to be a good guy or whatever leading the charge or whatever. It's if that person in charge is going to be a good or a bad ruler. And in the case of times recently, at least most of the time, it's been a bad leader. And a bad leader doesn't necessarily want people to rise up against him, people to fight back. And so he suppresses them, giving them bread and circuses or just flat out destroying them. And we're seeing that with men today, where they're, instead of being raised to lead the next generation, to lead their families, their communities, their churches, their country, they're told that everything that they would believe is wrong, and they're suppressing it and being unable to kind of take care of those around them.
Yeah, and so a couple of things come to mind as I want to ask you about. First of all, I started out with talking about, boys in school. I think there's a real problem right now in education. And so the leadership and the policy of this administration, of President Trump, really matters. He was just here in Philadelphia, where I'm broadcasting from. You probably saw it with the NCAA. I mean, just a booming standing ovation. My own son, who's just in high school right now at jiu-jitsu last night, like, they can't get enough of it. But I want you to talk about, if you would, Braden, talk about the education world as far as schools. And then I wanted to ask a question about the dating world and meeting people, and how there's this divide with young, teenage girls and college-age young women, and they seem to be skewing more liberal, but young men your age and, early to, you're 23, may be skewing more conservative, and how that impacts you.
Yeah, so when it comes to the schooling and the education dilemma, I mean, I was a homeschool kid. My mom pulled me out of public school at second grade, and I went through that homeschool ringer until graduation. But it is the only method that I see for, unfortunately, dealing with little boys especially, but just children in general. I mean, I plan on homeschooling all of my kids. The problem with the school system is just the problem with society in general. I mean, mainstream narrative is what is affected by the media. And so, as you know, with my dad's show Hercules, that had a great impact on a lot of people. It was a morally upright and just show. And we don't have things like that anymore. I mean, the media is full of soft and sometimes hardcore, pornographic scenes in movies and degrading content and things that are overall devaluing to one's kind of soul. And so it is showing itself in the school system. I mean, people always wonder why there's so many atrocities like shootings happening in schools, and it's because they took religion out. They took Christianity out, and it's going to be replaced with Darwinism. And so if a kid spends his entire life being told that life doesn't matter, that there is no inherent value, and that it's survival of the fittest, he's going to act accordingly. And that's a terrible, terrible thing. But it's something that could be easily avoided. And thank God that President Trump is taking some steps to kind of remedy that with banning men in women's sports and defunding the Department of Education. I mean, these things are not necessary to the betterment of our history and our survivability as humankind. It's a good direction that I see us going now.
And as far as faith, do you want to make faith cool again for especially men, but young people? I mean, I see all the, Mark Wahlberg, he's somebody who says, stay prayed up, and they imitate him. But, to make praying or faith cool again, is that something that you believe in?
110%, without a doubt. We're seeing this massive revival actually within the United States to faith, specifically among young men. It used to be that women were overwhelmingly in the church, but the past decade or so, young men have been returning to Christianity, more so Catholic and Orthodoxy than regular Protestantism, but nonetheless Christianity. I mean, I was raised non-denominational Protestant my whole life, and even I'm switching over because I'm seeing this almost lack of responsibility or lack of caring about deepening one's faith within the Protestant denominations. And so we're getting this kind of revival to order and tradition and the importance of those things, because guys inherently realize, I mean, we are ordered creatures. Guys are if you ever tell your husband a problem because you want to just tell him a problem and have an ear to listen, and he just starts explaining what the problem could be fixed with, that's just how guys are. We want to solve things. And so we have this kind of return to tradition and order within Christianity that's bringing men back in droves. And it's a wonderful thing because that is going to be the most effective stage in turning this battle.
And so when you think about President Trump right now, I've got to ask the political question that we have a new day in America as far as making America great again. So is this a movement to make America manly again? And is Trump at the top of the ticket, if you will, in a political sphere, making it acceptable or cool to be any kind of man you want to be, whether that's manly or whether you want to cook, whatever you want to do? What do you see there with politics, Trump, and today's man?
With politics, I think it's a wonderful thing. I would wholeheartedly agree that it's bringing back kind of this almost unchivalrous businessman approach where it's, I'm going to take care of the people that are within my country first. Those are who matter first and foremost, as they should, and that's how it's going to be. And so, yes, it is kind of this return to this. Honestly, it's not even really a return. It's more of this new groundbreaking because politics has been so cut and dry with snakes and people being so fake and putting on these personas that having someone like President Trump is refreshing.
Yeah. And so final question here, Braden, the book, I just can't wait to get it. It's Embrace Masculinity, Lifting Men Up in a World That Pushes Them Down. But is this book also about lifting up and celebrating girls and women and what it is to be female? Because I imagine that it does in many ways. The way I see this, and like I said, my youngest son, a teenager in high school, part of this whole thing, there's a bigger, broader picture that has been just to, I think, take apart the traditional values, the American family. And so by taking down what it is to be a manly man or what it is to be a woman, at the end of the day, there's an agenda to take it all down. So is that something that you deal with or talk about in your book?
Yes, I cover every single topic imaginable. The book is, I like to call it a handbook or a guide for men in America. And at that same, on that same token, it is also a checklist for women. If you're ever talking to a guy or dating someone, you can see, does he meet the criteria mentioned in this book? Doesn't have to meet every single thing. No one's going to be perfect, but it is a good point of reference, so to speak.
Right. Well, listen, we hope you come back. What a great book. Braden Sorbo. Just, I imagine your dad and your mom are just bursting with pride over the book that it's finally out there and just your role in society now.
Yes, thank you. And for anyone who wants to get themselves a copy, they can go to Sorbo Studios, my last name, studios.com, and I'm signing copies there. And it's pre-sale right now, so they ship out next month.
Awesome. Braden Sorbo, thank you so much for joining me this morning.
Thank you.
Thanks, Braden. So that was great. We will get back to the breaking news of the day because, of course, that testimony, Trump administration under the hot seat, under the lights, if you will, taking a lot of questions, being very transparent, which I think is wise. Get this done with so that you can move on. And obviously in this fast-paced news cycle, I would imagine by tonight we'll be talking about something different. Your thoughts, 855-839-1210. Be right back.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 five-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
See Joe Conklin with the City Rhythm Orchestra and Philly Sports Put to Music at the Keswick Theater, Saturday, April 5th.
I couldn't imagine how good it would be with the orchestra. Phenomenal.
All his voices are fabulous. He sings, his daughter sings. She was absolutely wonderful, too.
Proceeds go to the 5 Abington Fire Companies to replace protection gear permanently damaged in the recent SPS fire. That's Conklin and City Rhythm at the Keswick in Glenside, Saturday, April 5th. And help the Abington firefighters. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Listen, I know sometimes you worry about coming to see me because you don't want to invest in real estate, because you don't want to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants. I'm going to teach you a way that you don't have to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants, or even own any real estate and invest in real estate at the same time. You want to learn this, so go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com and take a complimentary class this Thursday, and I promise you, no toilets, no trash, no tenants.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Just like our offensive line protects our star quarterback, plumbers protect the health of the nation, and Philadelphia Plumbers Union Local 690 is no different. In hospitals, commercial, industrial, and residential, with the best trained plumbers in the world, you can be sure your project is done on time and on budget, no matter how big or small. So when your business needs to build new or expand existing facilities, you can count on the members of Plumbers Union Local 690. Visit plumbers690.org.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
So Tulsi Gabbard, the breaking news, you've got Kash Patel, you've got Tulsi Gabbard, and maybe you think, oh no, this is trouble. No, I would say to you, this is good. You have everybody coming forth, transparency. That's what Trump promised, that you would get everything, that it would be immediate. That's what Trump has been all about. So this is very consistent as they're before this, House Intel Committee they're taking incoming fire and tough questions. This is the Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, CIA Director John Ratcliffe, as well as Kash Patel, obviously Kash with heads the FBI, among others. So I know that we have some back and forth. We had a protest. They had to drag some people out of there. And Dan has been monitoring everything.
Yeah, Senator Heinrich, this is hot off the press. This just happened, laying into Gabbard and others and trying to figure out who considered this information unclassified. Take a listen.
Thank you, Chairman. Director Ratcliffe, I want to start with you. Who determined that the content of this discussion on Signal was not classified?
Senator, I guess I'm not.
Well, for example,
I can speak to my personal knowledge. There was no classified
agent mentioned as part of this story. Normally, that would be classified information. So I guess what I'm asking is, did you just determine it was not classified, or was there any declassification after the fact?
So to be clear, so everyone understands the process, as we talked about, Signal is a permissible use.
I understand
has been used
that.
at the CIA, has been approved by the White House for senior officials.
And appropriate for many conversations.
And recommended by CISA for high-level officials who would be targeted by foreign adversaries to use end-to-end encrypted apps whenever possible, like Signal. In this case, what the National Security Advisor did was to request through a Signal message that there be coordination. So you mentioned the name of a CIA active officer, correct? So
I didn't mention the name.
We're really getting into the weeds on this one. The bottom line on this one, let me just give you some headlines here. Bottom line on this one, Ratcliffe with the CIA. What you're determining is this Signal app that is encrypted. They're allowed to do it. It's not some illicit situation or an illegal server buried in a basement. That's not what this is. These were individuals who clearly believed, because when they were just newly hired, right, on well after January 20th, within the last month or so, they were told that they were allowed to communicate and plan things on this Signal app. So number one, what the claim here is, and what they're all consistently saying is, this was perfectly legal. There's no criminality. So they want to get that out of the way. This was not a breach of any kind of national security. Now, you do have Goldberg, who was the one who was included in this chat from The Atlantic, and he's pushing back. He's been going on all the TV shows, the liberal ones, and he's saying, no, I'm not releasing the information. Oh boy, this was classified. This is bad. This put military service members in harm's way. That's what he has been saying. So I will be curious to see, are they going to get him under oath and get him on a committee hearing and question him or whatever? And they have not, clearly the senators have not seen on the record all of the back and forth on this. So there's that.
You want Jasmine Crockett's take on the whole situation?
No,
Dawn?
I don't. I really want, I want to get to the bottom of what's like Tulsi Gabbard, what they're saying. So that's the real crux of this. Trump just did an NBC, because I'm in my news mode here. Trump just did an NBC phoner where he said that Mike Waltz, who, as you know, was a minute ago, he was a colonel. What does he have? 4 Bronze Stars, served in the Middle East. I mean, this is a guy who's a military, has served our country quite honorably. The media won't call him Colonel Waltz, but that's what he is, a military veteran, military hero by all accounts. And he's the national security advisor. Trump is standing behind him saying, he's my guy. Mike Waltz is a good man, and standing behind him. That's, for the record, that's what's going on. Tulsi Gabbard is not releasing a lot of information. She's being careful, but she is saying that no national security, because she's national intelligence. What Tulsi is saying is, no, there's no breach here, because they want to get off the table any criminality. People have gone to jail for this, right? I've covered this in my career. People have gone to jail for things like this. They need to get that off the table. That's what they're trying to do right now. And so that's the biggest question here. So I know I got to take a break, but we'll come right back. We'll highlight some of what's going on back and forth. And so do we have any of Tulsi?
Yeah, we do.
She's
we
being
played
very
some earlier.
careful, very deliberate.
Yeah, we played this earlier, but we'll play it again. Dawn, here's what she said about the classified material.
All classified?
Because this is currently under review by the National Security
Because
Council.
it's all classified? If it's not classified, share the text now.
You know what, Dan? Can we take a clip of it right now, this back and forth?
Where was that decision
I
made?
gave direction to our team at ODNI to focus on the most extreme and critical national security threats
Your
that we
direction
face.
include no comments on climate change?
Senator, as I said, I focused on the most extreme and direct national security threats.
That's not a response to my question.
That we face.
Did you instruct that there be no finding in terms of climate change in this report?
I don't recall giving that instruction.
Final questions in a few short seconds that I have left. You all concede, and it's in the report repeatedly, about the cyber danger from China, from Russia, from Iran. Why then is the administration deconstructing CISA? 130 people fired. The General Hawk talked about the importance of public-private cooperation. That section of CISA seems to have been disestablished. What possible policy reason is there for undermining CISA's relationship to the states with regard to elections and to the private sector with regard to cybersecurity when the cybersecurity threat is only growing? Anybody want to tackle that?
I won't speak for all of my colleagues here, but I don't believe any of us have any insight into those specific staffing decisions that have been made.
Well, let me ask you this question. You've all found, the report has found explicitly growing cyber threats, including to elections, from Russia, China, Iran. Do you believe that it's in the national interest to diminish our capacity to deal with those cyber issues? Yes or no?
President Trump is focused on effects and making sure that the people that we have and the resources that we have are focused on our national security. He and his team recognize that more people doesn't necessarily always mean better effects. Those are some of the things that are driving the changes that we're seeing across the administration, is getting all of our agencies back and focused on their core mission.
General Hawk, do you agree that?
Senator King, your time has
Time is
expired.
up. Thank you.
And so that was an
Senator
important.
Rounds.
We'll continue on, but the bottom line on this, and you can see that during this hearing, they're pivoting to other important issues, which also tells you a whole lot, that there's other important business of the day. Even though the media, we might focus on one little thing, there are other much bigger issues than this one. Just another highlight for you that during this very hearing, just started, by the way, within the past hour or so, after the 10 a.m. hour, but Republican Senator James Risch, the chairman of this particular, the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, had said that he had had a long conversation with Secretary of State Marco Rubio about how could this happen, that a reporter was inadvertently, added to some kind of a signal group chat where you have these top intelligence officials, these biggity bigs within the Trump administration, right? And supposedly Rubio had included this, and that they were maybe perhaps the senator inferred from Rubio that they were indeed sharing classified plans for military action, or were they? And so there's a back and forth going on about this. Was it classified information or was it not? Was it criminal or are they in this gray area? That's really the crux of this thing, but they've now moved on, as you're hearing, and that's important. I think that's a good thing, actually, so other news coming out of it. But Gabbard, you heard her, as well as Ratcliffe, say they will be open to audits of their communications and they will release things, but they're being conscious of an active investigation. This is a breaking news story literally happening as I'm speaking. So we just wanted to bring you up to date on this, as well as other news of the day. There's a ton that's breaking now. I don't have a comment from Mike Waltz in particular. All right. So he's not at the hearing, nor do I hear that they're calling in the so-called journalist from The Atlantic. Will he be speaking, or will he release information? I doubt it, because they're already saying, no, we're being transparent. We will give you this information, but we don't want it released publicly. And that happens all the time, just to let you know. So we got that going on. All right, we got to take a quick break. There's so much. My goodness. Breaking news day. So we got it all for you. We have some fun stories as well. And we want to get into the weeds a little bit about making America healthy again. And Dan found some great details for you that I think you want to stick around for. So much developing today. Got to talk about your wheels. My friends at Piazza Premium Automobiles. Yeah, they're featuring the latest luxury vehicles from today's top brands. Mercedes-Benz, Jaguar, Land Rover, BMW, Porsche, Alfa Romeo, Maserati, and more. And yes, these models with sleek new designs, innovative features, and powered by the very latest in technology. They have thousands right now. They have thousands of new as well as certified pre-owned vehicles, and they're available across their Pennsylvania, Delaware, and New Jersey dealerships. Piazza Premium Automobiles always stands out. Piazza. Visit PiazzaPremiumAutos.com, Piazza. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Weather sponsored by Natural Lawn of America.
It will be a pleasant day across the Delaware Valley with partly sunny skies, a bit breezy with a high temperature above average near 60. A weak storm system moves through tonight, bringing clouds with a chance for a few showers, mainly south and east of Philadelphia, low around 40. And breezy and cooler on Wednesday, partly sunny with a high 53.
Natural Lawn of America. From organic fertilizer to safer weed and insect controls, Natural Lawn makes sure your lawn thrives naturally, season after season. Choose Natural Lawn and get free seeding every year. Call 800-FREE-SEED now. Let us help you find your dream home. A home loan with American Heritage Credit Union has rates lower than the national average. Our team will guide you through every step, from pre-approval to getting your keys. With the MyCU Home Connection program, you'll have access to exclusive benefits, including a $500 lender credit, cash rewards, and discounts when you buy or sell a home. Visit AmericanHeritageCU.org/home connection to learn more. Insured by NCUA. Not a member? Join today. Equal housing opportunity. NMLS 433838.
I'm Jalen Hurst here for Window Nation. If you're a fan of saving money, Listen up.
Buy 2 windows, get 2 free with no payments and no interest for 24 months. Now through March 31st at Window Nation. Schedule a free consult at 866-90NATION or visit windownation.com and tell them you heard about it on 1210 WPHT.
Don't pay more than you have to for new windows. Call 866-90NATION or visit windownation.com.
Virtua Health, real patients, real doctors, real complex cases. Take one.
Open heart surgery, tear in my aorta.
The most complex cases come to us at Virtua Health.
I'm sure I wouldn't have been here without you.
Being a 45-year-old, not being able to walk up 1 flight of stairs, I had no idea I was in heart failure.
Virtua is a premier heart failure center in South Jersey.
They changed my life. It's truly a blessing.
Want to follow our stories? Go to virtua.org. Virtua Health, here for good.
Important Medicare news. Doge chief Elon Musk says all government spending is up for review, and the House plans to cut $800 million in healthcare costs. These cuts could hit Medicare and Medicaid. Now, Rob Finnerty is on Newsmax tonight, revealing the real Medicare crisis. Over 65 million people depend on Medicare, and Rob Finnerty says hardworking Americans that paid for it should get their full Medicare coverage. This week in his series Medicare in Crisis, Rob Finnerty looks at Medicare and why it faces bankruptcy. Big changes are ahead for Medicare. You need to watch Rob Finnerty tonight. Find Newsmax on all major cable systems or download the free Newsmax app on your phone now. Millions are switching to Newsmax because we're fighting for you.
Welcome to Staples.
I hear Staples prints it all for any business.
You bet, and we'll beat any print quote.
So if I had a pizza place...
Staples can print signs, menus, pizza boxes.
A landscaping business?
Oh, we can print yard signs, t-shirts, brochures.
How about a pizza/landscaping business? I'll call it Dough and Mo.
I like it.
Right now at Staples, get up to $250 off your print purchase. Ends 4/5, exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for offer details. Price match guarantee valid in store and staples.com/print. Visit staples.com/price match for details.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, just $189.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aids.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
When you haven't found love, it can feel like everyone else has. It's in every movie, every song, and all the PDA. Looking for love sucks. Thankfully, California Psychics can give you the guidance you need to find the one. We guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. And new customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com and experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? Yikes. When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Here's how to get the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Plans start at just $20 a month, and that's not a short-term promo. Our US-based experts will get you switched and saving in about 20 minutes. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing.
From your kitchen table to our airwaves, the Dawn Stenzelin Show on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
So the latest here is that during this hearing that started around 10-ish with really long intros and a lot of bloviating, so they didn't really get into the good stuff. You haven't missed a thing. Dan is all over this. But this is the director, the CIA director, John Ratcliffe, really pushing back and saying, hey, guys, I have no idea how Goldberg got on this group chat of the Signal group messaging. They're not answering that key question, but listen to the answer given by both the CIA director, Ratcliffe, as well as the director of national intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard.
And obviously, my colleagues and I feel very strongly about the war planning meeting over unclassified phones. Obviously reckless, obviously dangerous. Both the mishandling of classified information and the deliberate destruction of federal records are potential crimes that ought to be investigated immediately. And I want to make clear that I'm of the view that there ought to be resignation, starting with the National Security Advisor and the Secretary of Defense.
Pete Hegseth.
Director Radcliffe and Director Gabbard, have you participated in any other group chats with senior Trump administration officials in which classified information was shared using phones that weren't cleared for such information? Question for the two of you.
Senator, thank you for the question. I haven't, your question was, have I participated in any other group chats sharing classified information? To be clear, I haven't participated in any signal group messaging that relates to any classified information at all.
Okay.
And now Tulsi.
Director Gabbard.
Senator, I have the same answer. I have not participated in any signal group chat or any other chat on another app that contained any classified information.
Yeah, and I
okay,
just
so I'm
think
going to
it's
clip it there
important
because both have said they absolutely will fully comply with any audit of all of their communications, whatever is appropriate. And as well, the CIA director, that's Radcliffe, he is saying this was not appropriate to add Goldberg. So they're trying to be as transparent as possible. Whatever the truth here is, this is all going to come out. And I think that's a good thing that it's public. I want to move on really quick as we continue to monitor this live breaking situation. But I do want to get to what happened as far as talking about our economy and just a piece of, because this affects each and every one of us. And this is Trump at his cabinet meeting yesterday. Again, transparency. We didn't see this much transparency that we've seen in the past 24 hours in the past administration. I would say, my gosh, in what, 6 months, a year? So this was Trump yesterday, big cabinet meeting, and he's talking about, and this is all amid that Hyundai $21 billion investment. Listen in.
You could say a few words.
Thank you, President. As far as we are hearing a lot about fraud, waste, and abuse, a lot of waste and
A very, very good cabinet meeting.
That's okay. Here it is.
We're on our way to some tremendous numbers. I think, first of all, many companies are now moving into the United States. They're coming back. Some of them left us from many years ago, decades ago, and they're all coming back. We have probably identified maybe $4 trillion worth of companies moving back or going to move back. And many of them have announced it's going to be tremendous jobs, high-paying jobs too. And you probably know the chip business, not because of the CHIPS Act, which was a disaster. You gave billions of dollars to companies that already have many billions of dollars. They said thank you very much. It was no incentive for them to use it. But what is good is the tariffs will make it so that they want to come back. That's why they're coming back. I think they're coming back because of the election that took place on November 5th and because of the fact that they have to come back because the tariffs are forcing them to come back. And remember, there are no tariffs if you build here, and that's a big factor. So we have record numbers. Howard was just telling me the numbers that we're talking about are crazy, beyond anybody's wildest expectation. So they'll be doing a lot of building, all sorts of businesses, including the basics of automobiles. We have, as you know, Honda is coming in with a massive plant to Indiana, but there are many plants that are happening, and literally some are started already. General Motors is already redoing plants that were half abandoned, or they have plants that weren't being fully utilized. They're going to be they and others are going to be making parts and other things in those plants so that it's one-stop shopping finally. It's ridiculous. You had to go to Mexico. You had to go to Canada. A car went all over the place. It was like, I don't know how that would have worked, but that's the way it sort of ended up. We had a deal, and we have a deal, which is fine, but people took advantage of the deal. They cheated. And when you cheat, the deals are unfortunate. But now what's happening is the numbers are beyond our wildest expectations.
So this is great news, and you're not seeing it in the headlines. That's what Dr. Michael Busler and I had talked about. The headlines, USA Today, all these, Wall Street Journal. What do they put on their headline? Recession. And yet we hear something very different in real time from President Trump with what's happening. And remember last week, Federal Reserve met, talked about the possibility of the interest rate cuts. For now, it's on pause. So rates 4.25%, 4.5% range, but it looks like the Fed is leaning toward, that's the word, cutting these rates, expecting these 2 cuts at some point moving forward later this year. So we'll look forward to that. So much to talk about. I do want to get into really quick. We've got Doge news, Social Security, some numbers on that as far as how many people over 120 years old were getting Social Security, apparently. We have a little bit of tidbit of news I think you want to hear on that one. So much as we move forward, so stay right there. The Dawn Show will continue. I got to talk about my guys, Marvin E. Kansi. You met Jonathan Kansi. It was so great to have him here at Odyssey World Headquarters. We had our huge event on Friday, of course, and raised a record amount of money as we support our service members. I love the story of Jonathan Kansi that he's told me personally before when he's in my house, because my guys, they come, we talk, they do the work with HVAC, but about his grandfather, a real war hero, quite frankly. These are my guys. I trust them. They come into my home. It's spring right now. That's why they were just back again, because you got to make sure that your home is just right and safe, energy efficient. That's all paramount. And so you got to get my guys. Marvin E. Kansi Heating and Air Conditioning. Marvin E. Kansi, third generation owned, military veteran founded company. Great people, highly trained. And these technicians, I can tell you, first and foremost, fully background checked. And also, these technicians are true technicians. These are not commissioned salespeople in disguise, because sometimes, unfortunately, that happens. You always want to ask those questions. But let's say you live in an older suburban home. Consider a ductless unit from Mitsubishi Electric. Heating and air conditioning, Mitsubishi Electric, a great solution for a home lacking the ductwork, and could provide up to $2,000 in tax savings, I might add. Just contact my guys, Marvin E. Kansi Heating and Air Conditioning, MarvinEKanze.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
We did it.
I never had a doubt.
Thank you for supporting WPHT's 8th annual Radiothon.
God bless the Zioni Army, the 1210 WPHT audience. God bless the Travis Mountain Foundation. God bless all the people that serve our country and our veterans, and thank you.
Your donations will help veterans and families of the fallen and inspire our next generation of leaders. You can still donate online at 1210WPHT.com. Presented by Edelman's Coins, Philadelphia's local bullion dealer. And thanks to our sponsors, Window Nation, for all of your window and door needs. Visit windownation.com. Hoffman's Exterminating, providing quality service with personalized care for over 35 years. Oliver Heating and Cooling. Call Oliver for all of your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs.
Enhance your home's curb appeal with new doors and windows from Emmons Roofing and Siding.
Our high-quality products offer style, security, and energy efficiency.
And you can choose from a wide selection of styles and finishes from major brands like Anderson or Provia.
Call Emmons today at 856-885-6677 or visit us online at callemmons.com.
From top to bottom,
to inside and out,
at Emmons, we have you covered.
Tune in to Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Phil Cannella and Joanne Small. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210.
Hey, navigation, take me to TurnersvilleJeep.com.
March Mania is running wild at TurnersvilleJeep.com, and they're offering super low lease payments on select models. TurnersvilleJeep.com is home to over 200 Jeeps and Rams in stock and ready for immediate delivery. TurnersvilleJeep.com has a huge selection of certified pre-owned vehicles with a 7-year, 100,000-mile powertrain warranty. Online 24/7 at TurnersvilleJeep.com.
Keswick Theater welcomes The Rascals on April 18th, Almost Queen on May 10th, and Harry Chapin's Greatest Stories live on May 17th. Tickets are on sale at KeswickTheater.com. That's KeswickTheater.com.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly, and it's 100% free to you if you are on Medicaid. Call 267-692-3782 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782 to get started today. You get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782, or go to freedomcare.com.
From Pottstown to Vincenttown, we know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
And the Information Committee should get that information. Director Patel, my time's about out, and I'm going to use my 12 seconds up the chairman came. Director Patel, has the FBI launched any investigation of this?
Senator, I was just briefed about it late last night, this morning. I don't have an update.
I would like to get an answer by the end of the day.
Okay, there you go. By the way, FBI Director Kash Patel, CNN kind of eating crow. They were reporting, they're going to cut these 1,000 jobs, FBI with the ATF. Well, now they're kind of backpedaling because it looks like what they're going to do is take the 1,000 ATF agents and they're going to bring them over to the FBI, but they don't lose their job. That's what I'm seeing, as Kash Patel has said. That was fake news that was reported over the weekend by CNN. So I just wanted to update that one. As far as Social Security, the bottom line on that one, Elon Musk talking more about Social Security and how many people over 120 years old were actually found on the mailing lists, and so you're receiving or on the list for Social Security checks, and so they've taken off all of those people. It's a ton of people, millions of people, and this is part of DOGE, so we have that going on.
Tom Homan actually spoke to that and how it relates to the border here. It's about 30 seconds, Dawn. Take a listen.
Well, I'll tell you this, illegal aliens use American Social Security numbers together with identity theft. We're looking to protect Social Security. We're looking out to protect United States citizens' identity and their benefits from Social Security. I've done this for a long time. Illegal aliens many times use Social Security numbers, U.S. citizens. It causes a lot of problems. Just identity theft. Even my own family. One of my closest relatives had his ID stolen, his Social Security number stolen. So we're going to look out for the American people. We're going to protect Social Security.
So that's another one, not making huge headlines. We're just trying to cover so much news happening today. And the point here is that the stuff, like millions of people on different roles, whether it's a mailing list, getting Social Security, and they're dead and they've been dead for a while, or your identity being stolen, and that's Pam Bondi. Every day I go through this, and I was doing this on Kale and Company. Your head spins when you look at all that they're doing to try to crack down on the fraud, right? And make government more efficient. You don't see it reported as much as I would like to hear more about that. I'm not saying, hey, be tough on these folks. They deserve the tough questions. But I'm just saying we don't hear a lot of the good news as well within what this administration has been able to achieve. And my gosh, President Trump was signed in. What was that? Yeah, January 20th. What's today? March 25th. These people are in a brand new job. They hit the ground running. And I think they are working. I feel like they're working for us. I hope you feel that way as well. Elon Musk, along with his many talents of, running a big company, trying to rescue astronauts, or really completing that mission, rescuing astronauts on SpaceX. But he has another talent that we have to talk about moving forward as well. We'll get to that one. My gosh, is there any other sound audio-wise, Dan, that you wanted to get to? Because we have been so fast-paced today.
Yeah, so I want to go back to near the start of the hearing. Interesting, because we were talking Kash Patel, FBI director, asked about the border by Tom Cotton, and this actually breaks out. Take a listen.
Committed against the American people.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Vice Chairman.
The witness will suspend.
The greatest threat to global security is Israel, and the whole world knows it. Stop funding Israel! Stop funding Israel! Stop funding Israel! Stop funding Israel!
So that protester was a Code Pink lunatic.
Tom Cotton's voice.
saying the greatest threat to world peace is funding Israel. I will observe, for the benefit of the audience here on television, that Code Pink is funded by Communist China as well, which simply illustrates. Speak up now if you want to be removed as well, whoever's saying that.
Good for you, Tom. Good. By the way, these nut jobs, they are disrupting an official proceeding.
Would like to join them, speak now, please, so we don't have any more disruptions.
Disrupting an official proceeding, by the way.
As I was saying,
isn't that what the
Communist
some of them
China
spent years in prison for?
which interrupts a hearing like this about Israel, simply illustrate Director Gabbard's point that China, Russia, Iran, North Korea, and other American adversaries are working in concert to a greater degree than they ever have before. Director Patel.
So there you go. Good for you taking that moment, seizing. That's what you call carpe diem, or at least, well, carpe diem is, obviously seize the day. He's seizing the moment. Good for you. Senator Cotton is so good in these interviews. So we'll get to the bottom of it. They're trying to be transparent, and we'll see at the end of the day, what Trump decides to do. As of right now, he's standing with Waltz, again, a war hero, served in the military, and highly decorated, by the way. So,
do you want more of the muckety-muck? Because Senator Mark Kelly delves into it with Tulsi, says there wasn't classified information, and asks both if there, kind of point by point, was there, weapon system discussed? Was there X discussed? And it was pretty interesting audio.
Okay.
You want it?
Sure.
All right, here you go.
Ms. Gabbard and Mr. Ratcliffe, you each testified that there was no information operational in nature, no classified information. So I want to ask each of you just a series of, just respond yes or no. I'll start with Ms. Gabbard. In the signal chain that we have been talking about, was there any mention of a target in Yemen?
I don't remember mention of specific targets.
Any generic target?
I believe there was discussion around targets in general.
Mr. Ratcliffe.
I think that's consistent with my recollection. Again, I don't have access to that.
Was there any mention, Ms. Gabbard, of a weapon or weapons system?
Okay, so the bottom line on this one, we're going to get the
specific weapons.
We're going to get the information. We're going to get at some point whether they give it immediately or whether, because what they do is they do this all publicly. Then they go behind closed doors and they can share a little more, right, with security clearances and off the record, not for publication. So we're going to get to the bottom of this. I don't see charges happening, and that's really, there's not a criminality. That's, I think, what is the bottom line here is they're going to say this was a discussion about maybe some plans, and they're going to say it's a gray area. That's good. That's the claim here. You can see that that's what is coming. Another piece of what happened here really quick is the fact that Senator John Cornyn, who's a Republican from Texas, he started questioning on Russia's threats to Ukraine. So they got into everything because you have all these officials there talking about that. But at one point, he says the U.S. and Western encroachment has increased the risks of unintended escalation between Russia and NATO. Do you agree with that statement? And Secretary Gabbard, Director Gabbard, says she agrees. And so Senator Cornyn then suggesting that the perceptions of U.S. leadership receding on any security matters in Europe could lead to, quote, nuclear proliferation. So that was another development. I'm just looking for
Ukraine and the United Kingdom. The Budapest Memorandum documented a commitment by Russia and the United States to protect the territorial integrity of Ukraine in exchange for them giving up their nuclear weapons. Did I correctly summarize the content of the Budapest Memorandum back in 1994?
Yes, Senator, you did, and Ukraine willingly gave up its weapons for the protection of others.
Thank you very much.
So I've talked about that before. They're acknowledging that one. as they go through all of that. So, oh man, it's a whirlwind, and the breaking news continues. And on top of it, Elon Musk, my cousin Dave, actually can do this. He actually can do what Elon Musk can do because he was in, I don't know, where were they? That he was balancing like all the forks and the spoons. Did you guys play spoons when you were kids? You'd all sit at the table and you could like rub and you'd balance the spoon on your nose. And my cousin Dave would make like stuff where he'd balance with the forks and the knives and the spoons and make like objects. Did you guys ever do that? See, this is what's wrong with America today. You kids are on video games. You don't know how to balance a spoon on your nose. But it was kind of cute where Elon Musk, and it just shows you what he's like. His brain never stops. What? What are you laughing
He's
at?
a starship out of forks, and he's sharing it at a dinner. Trump's sitting right there he's like a child. And we're showing on the video, youtube.com/@12WPHT, him playing with it. And then Caroline Levitt comes up, and he's showing her. And she's like, what the hell are you doing, Elon?
I love it.
It's a very relatable moment.
This is like my family, though. That's like my brother and my cousin Dave.
Does Dom
They
play
can
with
do
spoons,
that.
you think?
Dom Giordano.
No, I don't remember any spoons.
How about at the seven fishes dinner?
Oh,
You're not
that's right. Yeah.
Little balancing of the forks.
That might be an event. We could put that on there. So, Dawn, what I'm most interested in is Wall Street Journal really going after J.D. Vance. Yeah. Aside from all the nuances of this, it was a pretty good discussion. I'm more on what they decided to do to bomb them. But Vance was making points that are more consistent in some ways with Trump, and they're attacking him. We're also going to talk with the Bucks County DA about these incidents around Tesla.
Wonderful. Jen Shorn coming up. Yeah, I know there's a big pro-Tesla rally coming up this weekend that our friend Sarah told us about. Wow. Just a breaking news story day. Dom Giordano has it all covered. Can't miss a minute of it.
Henry.
Thanks. Dom Giordano's next.
Harry, if you watch any more of those stupid financial shows, I'm filing for divorce.
How am I going to keep up with our retirement accounts?
At JML Financial Group, we want you watching your grandkids playing soccer and sunsets in Hawaii, not the latest rumor of a market crash. Surprisingly, with proper income planning, the stock market shouldn't even be a concern. The money came in every 2 weeks while you worked. It should be the same in your retirement years. Let us show you how. Call JML Financial Group today at 856-925-6674. That's 856-925-6674. Or at jmlfinancialgroup.com. So, when your neighbor's sunbathing in the front yard,
Harry, you're an idiot. Get away from the window.
keep your eyes focused where they should be, on enjoying your retirement. Securities and investment advisory services offered through Brokers International Financial Services, LLC, member SIPC. Brokers International Financial Services, LLC is not an affiliated company.
I'm Jalen Hurst here for Window Nation. If you're a fan of saving money, listen up.
Buy 2 windows, get 2 free with no payments and no interest for 24 months. Now through March 31st at Window Nation. Schedule a free consult at 866-90NATION or visit windownation.com and tell them you heard about it on 1210 WPHT.
Don't pay more than you have to for new windows. Call 866-90NATION or visit windownation.com.
This is a special notice to all U.S. taxpayers with back taxes to the IRS. Billions in tax relief is now being made available to struggling taxpayers, giving thousands, even tens of thousands of dollars in savings away to those who qualify. If you're facing wage garnishment, threatening letters, audits, liens, levies, or already in a payment plan, you can now expedite the resolution to your tax problem, end collections, and even qualify to reduce a large portion of what you owe. Stop IRS Debt has established a relief hotline for you to call to check what savings and options you qualify for. Dial 800-759-3413. With many people facing job loss and rising cost of living, these special IRS initiatives are designed to aid delinquent taxpayers with the relief that they need to get a fresh start. For a free consultation to see what savings you qualify for, call 800-759-3413. 800-759-3413. 800-759-3413.
Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
All right, it is Dom time. Welcome in, and it's unavoidable, and trying to, minute by minute as it goes by, get you the exact what the heck happened here with Signal, Wall Street Journal, J.D. Vance, and of all days, I have to go before the Senate on the broader issue of intelligence and worldwide threats. This played right into particularly Mark Warner and others in the questioning of Tulsi Gabbard and John Ratcliffe, the CIA director. Now, just a little insight on Mike Waltz. You've heard him on my show, maybe double figures times over the years, and he is a guy who projects a tremendous amount of competency. I observed him a lot when I did the spin room. Remember when it was here in Philadelphia? I interviewed him there, but, you know, I was watching him interact with people on both sides and all, and he just is a very competent individual. So how in the world did the Atlantic guy, of all people, ultimate neocon, among other things, how in the world did he get on this group thread, this group chat, call it what you will? How's that possible? The best theory out there is there's apparently, you know, I don't know why he would be having the initials. He would have Goldberg in his list of contacts, that they would be that much in touch, people speculating about that. But apparently there is a USTR Jameson Greer, okay? Not Greer from Harrison Ford, Admiral Greer, but a Jameson Greer who is same initials and would effectively have been on that list, potentially, that thread. Radcliffe, I'm a little unclear, the CIA director, if he saw Goldberg's name on there or not, or this is a common occurrence with Signal to be going down that path and he wouldn't notice it. His testimony was a bit unclear on that. We're not even clear, did they not tell President Trump, or did they keep it from him because, you know, they were hoping this wouldn't break in some way, shape, or form? I can't answer if they told Trump or didn't tell Trump. They should have told Trump, though. You would think that would be the way to go. All right, so Scott Jennings put a lot of this in perspective last night. He didn't have the foresight of today's testimony to go down this path. What's fascinating, though, and I'm sure you've heard this enough, or maybe you've seen it in the news, J.D. Vance's position, according to what we know, was no. Why does America always have to come in and clean all this up? Why can't the Europeans do it? We only have 3% of our shipping going through there. The Europeans have an enormous amount going through there. So why in the world would we go down that path? And the Wall Street Journal, showing their tendencies, they're calling everybody in the world isolationist. I mean, you can make the case that J.D. Vance, Vice President Vance, was more in tune with what Trump wants or what Trump says. My own view is this group had gotten away with it, the Houthis, these pirates, terrorists, at the behest of Iran, and they should be unmercifully bombed until we stop them. You know, and this idea they don't care about it, they're going to care about it if they get hit even more. Now, the argument today is that no classified intelligence came out of this. That's what Tulsi Gabbard said several times. Now, they're still going on. And would you call it war plans? Well, yeah, I would. You know, I'm going to tell you what I think on this based upon what we know at this moment. They were talking about hitting them and when they would hit them, etc. So it is a big screw up. I would predict President Trump is not going to get rid of Mike Waltz. He's not going to give in to the mob, because then the mob with what other victims? They really want Hegseth here, it seems like to me, ultimately. Waltz is just the first domino along those lines. All right, but here is Scott Jennings, and this is, let's see. This is Jennings talking last night based upon what we knew at that point about several facts and how they play out with this. Henry, I can't. Oh, yeah, here it is. About Signal. One second. This device Signal and what we knew. Here's what Scott Jennings said on CNN last night.
All right. Moments ago, Caitlin Collins was reporting on her show, Scott, that there is shock inside the White House that this chat was texted to Jeffrey Goldberg. Are you shocked?
Well, sure. I mean, it's a shocking thing, and they've admitted that it was a mistake and admitted that it's authentic. So they're owning up to it. I think they're still, based on what I've heard tonight, trying to figure out how it happened. I'm not sure the National Security Advisor Walls even knows Goldberg. In fact, I don't believe he knows him and has never met him. I did learn a few things in some of my conversations, if you're interested. One is that the Signal program was preloaded on a number of devices and agency computers in this circuit when they got there.
That's true.
In their view, it was already in use. Number two, in some of the messages, they talk about needing to go to the high side computers, which is the classified system. So they clearly
Also
were
true.
knowing there was a line on what you could discuss in a chat like this versus classified system. Number three, there is a dispute over whether the term war plans is being exaggerated. And number four, look, I love the policy. It's well executed. You've got a thoughtful policy discussion going on, and we did what the Biden administration would not do, stop these people from harassing our shipping lanes and our boats and our Navy. So good on the Trump administration for reversing a bad policy.
So a wild triumph. And I will note that Pete Hegseth does not agree with you that it's all authentic. He went in and attacked Jeffrey Goldberg and said,
All right, it is authentic. The White House has said it is now, so we can stop that. You know what I mean? And this guy Goldberg, yes, hoaxes here, there, everywhere, all kinds of things. That's what he lives for. Of all guys to be on this, go figure. So will Trump do anything on this? No, I don't think he's going to give in to this, nor should he do that. Waltz is top-notch. I'm kind of surprised, though, on this, that this was able to happen and he wasn't able to catch it. I'm not going to be a conspiracy monger and say, well, that's because he was set up or whatever. We don't know any of that. I think it's more a mistake. But Pete Hegseth, trust me, is the ultimate target here, even though he was not the one that set this up. And Vance, I think you could argue, was more in step with President Trump in what he was saying to do here than the others. But in the end, this is a use of military force that we have to do. This is outrageous. This is a very sensitive spot. And yes, what about the Europeans? That's what Vance was saying. I get that. I think that's a very good point. And ordinarily Trump would say that, but this may trump that, so to speak. So a couple of things I don't like. I don't like, of course, on the left, trying to say this was the same thing as Hillary Clinton. In fact, Hillary Clinton doing that. I don't like it on the right of some people. Jesse last night did this, just completely dismissing it and saying it's completely nothing. That's not going to work. That's not a winning strategy. That's not going to work here. All right. So, saying it was a mistake, they're correcting it and moving forward on that. Okay. That's where we ought to be on this. All right. So the phone lines are 855-839-1210. AT&T and Verizon Wireless, all you have to do is just push pound 1210. We got a lot of stuff, too, in Bucks County. We have a guy named, is it a guy? Not sure if this is a male or female name. Larry Dahlberg says the Bucks County Courier-Times is not a fan of Donald Trump. Lower Makefield police allege he took his anger out on the president's supporters in his neighborhood. In the weeks before the 2024 election, and again since the inauguration, police say that Dahlberg scattered nails and screws right near the cars of people he believed were pro-Trump. In other words, he overheard a woman, apparently, in a supermarket that did this, and he allegedly then makes sure, or tries to make sure, she runs over screws and nails. I mean, this is what we're up against. Hard to believe. And I have an update. What a judge out in Bucks County. If you don't every day check out the Delaware Valley Journal, well, then why? The Delaware Valley Journal today has a story in which the judge called out Diane Marseglia, that commissioner, and Jim Harv de Grasse Harvey, for trying to sneak something by the taxpayers, constituents, and law enforcement by suing oil companies with the Bucks County commissioners. This judge is amazing out there in Bucks County. Why are the others not covering this? Because they don't want to cover it. This group of commissioners, I know they're not up for re-election for a bit here. They really, really have to be one of the major people to center on, without a doubt. All right, 855-839-1210, you get a line. Side question today. We've been noticing this closing of several local landmarks. I'll see if the Eagle was as Philadelphia as anybody. Everybody's Philadelphia would know that. So the Giant Organ, the Macy's closing / Wanamaker's, a big deal. That happened just over the weekend. The Pika's restaurant, which is a staple, a huge staple of Delaware County, Pika's is closing or slowing down. They may still have one location, smaller one, but Pika's is legendary. That's one of the 5 biggest Delco landmarks that you could find. So hit us with a landmark of the region, of the area that you miss, that is either gone or it's diminished in some way, shape, or form. It could be something, it might have dated back quite a bit or more recent vintage. I'm going to take off the board the Rizzo statue. We know about that one. It's being held in captivity somewhere, and that was a giant statue right in Center City. So, Henry, what's yours?
Yeah, I'm going to keep it basic here. I'm going to go with the Spectrum. It seems that neither of our winter sports teams have won anything since
the curse.
Yeah, since the place was demolished, and it doesn't look like they're going to win any time soon either. So, yeah, I'll yearn for an era that I was not a part of in saying the Spectrum.
It was a lousy building, but I get your point there. Just like saying the vet. All right. You got to wow us with that. It could be, doesn't have to be in the city of Philadelphia. It can be across the region, can be anywhere. Hit us with that landmark that you miss. Make the case. It's all in the call. Not quite a landmark, but I would say the Palestra, even though the Palestra is there. But since the Big Five was killed, what it used to be.
Killed?
Yeah, it was. It's not the Big Five anymore.
I'd argue it's even more the Big Five now.
No, it's not. It's a sad. Villanova killed it by going national. I mean, the Big Five back in the day was big. This is secondary, it seems like to me, to a lot of the leagues are in and whatever. You don't have the fierceness. I mean, this was beyond. This was a major thing just to.
Well, I'd argue it's back because Villanova's finished dead last in the Big Five 2 years running now.
Well, yeah, I would argue it's lost. Well, it's a Big Six, I guess, too, anyhow. I would argue it was the thing. It was the zenith of playing college basketball in Philadelphia. When Villanova did so well in the NCAA tournament, that's obviously bigger, national champ. But it was before that, too. Raul Massimino. Okay, we could argue over that one. You might have one that's debatable. It's diminished. It's not the landmark anymore, or it's even gone, shut down, whatever it might be. You can hit us with that. Also, how does this turn out? Well, what's going to turn out from Jasmine Crockett? Today says this wouldn't have happened if there had been a black woman in the room. Oh, yeah, we have the tape. Stunning stuff, right? Wouldn't have happened if there were a black woman in the room. She's the face of the Democrat Party, arguably. All right, so this is big stuff for a while. The president, I don't think, is going to get rid of Mike Waltz. He's certainly not going to get rid of Pete Hegseth. I think Hegseth is more the target. But you have the Wall Street Journal showing their ability to call everybody an isolationist. They're going after Vance. I think Vance made a great argument. Would the president really want this? Doesn't he want the Europeans to do it? And then he said in the chat, I'll sign off on it if that's what the team wants. So 855-839-1210. That's how you get on board. AT&T and Verizon Wireless. All that you have to do, you just push pound 1210.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10.
They booed Santa Claus.
Booed Santa Claus. We have cheesesteaks. Rocky ran up the steps, and that's it. Kale and Company doesn't exist. Dawn Stensland's Emmys on television are not a thing. It's just about Santa, Rocky, and cheesesteaks. We worship New York, and Philadelphia's an armpit. Philadelphia's known for 3 things. Come on, Clay. Expect more out of you. By the way, the audio. Never interview somebody on a plane. Yeah, sounds terrible.
Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Hi, it's John DeMasi, host of Health Watch, a live call-in show airing every Sunday morning at 8 a.m. on WPHT. What would you do to protect yourself this cold and flu season? Well, medical hydration therapy at Innovative Medical Associates could help to boost your immune system. That's because vitamin C and other key nutrients are delivered intravenously, right to your cells. Medical hydration therapy may even lessen symptoms should you become ill with a virus or suffer with long COVID or post-COVID conditions. Dr. Molly Fantasia at Innovative Medical Associates prescribes a personalized treatment plan for every patient.
We are a medical facility. We treat our IV protocols or our hydration protocols as a medical modality.
Learn more about the benefits of medical hydration therapy at innovativemedicalassociates.com. And be sure to join Dr. Molly and me on Sunday mornings at 8 and again at 4 for Health Watch on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Get ready to hit it out of the park every time you fire up the grill this spring with Hatfield. Swing into action with Hatfield's variety of marinated pork, ground pork and sausage, ham, bacon, and your favorite Hatfield Phillies Franks. With over 24 distinct flavors that can be ready in minutes, Hatfield pork is food you'll feel good about serving. From home or at the ballpark, find your flavor with Hatfield, the official pork provider of the Phillies. Visit simplyhatfield.com for recipes and put pork on your pork.
Does your home feel outdated, cramped, or not quite right anymore? Love your home again with a Tillman Builders remodel. I'm Eric Tillman, and my team and family will be with you every step of the way. Whether you dream of a new kitchen, primary suite addition, or a stunning exterior facelift, we offer a smooth and worry-free process. We guarantee your home remodel will be on time and on budget. At Tillman Builders, we value kindness, accountability, and respect for you and your home. Let Tillman Builders bring your vision to life. Visit tbremodel.com to get started today.
With so much uncertainty in the world today, you may find yourself wondering, is now even the right time to retire?
And so many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping get people to, through, and beyond retirement for over 25 years. And each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, Saturday mornings at 9 and Sunday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hey, Royers Ford, remember to tell your smart speaker to play 1210 WPHT.
Okay, it is Dom time, 855-839-1210. So I gave you where we are at this point. There were a lot of other things that came up today that ordinarily would make news before the Senate Intelligence Committee, but I'd say 80% of it seemed to me to be about the battle over this situation and how this happened. Of all guys, Goldberg, I give you the theory of somebody whose name is close to it, how that might have happened. But again, sacrificing Waltz is not going to calm the waters here. They're after Hegseth, who in some senses, since it's military, was in charge of the meeting. That's the way that it goes. So that would not still anything here. Here is, we'll hold off. It's a little bit longer with Tulsi Gabbard, and we're still in dispute about classified information here. At the end, it doesn't seem by anything in the testimony, anything else, that this was classified information. But they were discussing time, place, etc. in going after the Houthis. I mean, Pete Hegseth can call that not war plans. Come on, Pete. These are war plans here. So, we got to clarify the things that are. And having Goldberg on there could have resulted in something that's really bad. I think the first thing would be, and they should have been on this already, and here's a criticism. They should have locked, how did this happen? What's your best guess on how this has happened, since this happened not last night, but recently? and then move on from there. If they don't want to disclose because that might give an advantage to somebody, okay. But I'm not sure if they know how it happened yet. And that's something, I gave you the one theory. The one guy who could have been on there has the same initials. Now, why Jeffrey Goldberg would be somebody that Waltz has close contact with, I don't know. There was a denial today that he even knows him. So there are still a lot of unanswered things. They should have gone to Trump. Maybe they did. Maybe they're giving him deniability to tell him this. But in the end, at least now, I don't see anybody being ousted here. But Democrats will continue with this and use this as an excuse to say, well, this is the same thing as Hillary Clinton. They've even tried to say, well, this is worse. It's not. With Hillary, it was an extensive amount, and then it was the destruction of said evidence that was the biggest question, the criminal activity of all. This is not good. There's no explaining away and just running away from it, though. All right, let's go to Joe in Columbus. Joe is in on Talk Radio 1210. Hello, Joe.
Good morning, Dom. Dom, I think when this is all said and done, this most recent ordeal, we as Republicans are going to be able to say we admitted fault, guilt, mistake, culpability twice. You, the Democrats, have yet to ever do that.
Mm-hmm.
We, they're going to all of a sudden admit to Hillary Clinton having culpability in Benghazi when they kept their mouth shut for years and years over it.
Benghazi, and when we bring it up, they always say, well, don't you guys ever get tired of that? It's because it was never settled, continues to be unsettled. What should be what should be, based upon what we know now, though, what should happen to the people involved, if anything?
Well, you got to give them a shot as to see they were hired based on their capabilities.
Right.
All of a sudden, because of this one mistake, should Reagan have been impeached over the Contra affair? No.
Right.
So, we're human. Give them a shot. But they're basically admitting that something went wrong here, whether it was a handover app or not. They're being the big guy in the room, where the Democrats have never done that. They always circled the wagons and found a way to put a spin on things.
Well, that's why I'd like to hear their best guess. I told you, the one woman on Twitter who's inside this a little bit, Joe, says that one guy who would have been legitimately sometimes on the thread, same exact initials. But again, why is Goldberg's name popping up with Waltz?
And here's my question to Mr. Goldberg. Why didn't you notify the administration and say, hey, guys, I think you messed up here? But instead he runs to the pulpit like Chuck Schumer, like the playground tattletale.
Well, of course, that's what's going to happen here. It's a scoop for him, and it gives him a chance to attack and cause all kinds of damage. Sure, exactly.
But it also made a target for any subversive activities.
Right.
Somebody can knock on his door tonight and say, put a gun to his head. What do you know? Tell us. And he could be compromised.
All true. And based upon what we know, Joe, I wanted to ask, whose side are you more on with? The bombing's the right policy in the end, but, I like J.D. Vance in this, saying this is inconsistent. It's a good discussion. He's not a knee-jerk. He goes along with it in the end because, all right, maybe that's what the president wants. But he tries to make a great point here. The Europeans ought to be doing this, not us.
Well, how about working in conjunction with the Europeans?
Yeah, okay. Sure.
Picking out your. I mean, they've been good at picking out their targets, Dom. You got to admit that. Pinpointing them without any collateral damage.
Right, but what I'm saying is I'm not going to go after Vance here. I think Vance is trying to be consistent with Trump's policy here, and I hope that this doesn't get him into trouble. That's how it's being spun. Now we know Vance doesn't really follow what Trump says.
Right. Well, we can't write the Europeans off. You give them a chance, but don't let them be part of our failure either.
Right. Joe, what's your landmark?
Mine, it goes a little outside the area, Dom, but it broke my dad's heart. It kind of broke my heart, too. The old Yankee Stadium being torn down and outlasting its days.
All right, Joe, I know. We'll let you have that sentimental. I know you're closer to that than here, so we'll
got a few listeners up there.
Yeah, we'll go with that, Joe. All right, so 855-839-1210, AT&T and Verizon Wireless all you have to do is just push pound 1210. Now, it's clear. Here's John Radcliffe, the head of the CIA. This is Cut 15, telling us that one of the first things that happened was when he was installed at the CIA, that signal, he was shown it, told about it, et cetera, was placed on his computer. In other words, it's a carryover from the Biden years. Here's what Radcliffe said.
So that we're clear, one of the first things that happened when I was confirmed as CIA director was signal was loaded onto my computer at the CIA, as it is for most CIA officers. One of the things that I was briefed on very early, Senator, was by the CIA records management folks about the use of signal as a permissible work use. It is. That is a practice that preceded the current administration to the Biden administration.
Director Radcliffe.
Okay, so again, that's a truism too about signal. Now, Pete Ducey said he's told this morning they're going to continue to use this. I don't know about this, if this is the best methodology. I guess they'll be more careful. It seems like mistakes can happen with this. The argument, though, Tulsi Gabbard, she's the chief intelligence person here. There was no classified information shared. Pete's wrong on saying there's no war plans. There were war plans, by my definition, by any sane definition. And, of course, a guy like Goldberg on there, again, did they not tell President Trump this was coming down? Did they think he would avoid this? They got to know that's not going to happen. But I don't see Trump caving on this one and firing anybody, particularly Mike Waltz. Mike Waltz is invaluable, screwed up here in some way, shape, or form. Hard to fully know how, but that's the case. All right, let's go to Michael in Wilmington. And, Michael, you're on Talk Radio 1210. Hi, Michael.
Thanks, Tom, for having me. Great. Love your program.
Well, thank you, Michael.
There's a kind of an obvious point, which I haven't yet heard anyone directly say. Goldberg, clearly, this was not the first time he received communications from that signal group. This was a legacy application in place by Biden. No one added his name. Just like if you have a group text with someone, email, like even when you call caller ID, your number's on the system. So nobody added Goldberg and said, hey, let's get the guy Goldberg.
No, but I do think, Michael, they've admitted they put the initials in. Now, to your point, it still might be valid. His initials. And could have been thinking they're putting this other guy's initials in.
Yeah, but it's not. You can't just email someone's initials, right? I can't just call you like DG, call you. The specific address is on there, just like an email address or like a phone number. It's not like, oh, it's DG. It'll reach Don Giordano, right? Because it's DG. That's nonsense. What I think Kash Patel should be investigating is how many prior communications from Signal has Gold received in the past during the Biden administration. It's a legacy application.
Okay.
Clearly, Goldberg was on that list, and it just wasn't deleted. When the Trump people came in, they should have said, let's review all of the names or all the contacts on here. And who's this guy here? Oh, that's actually someone with the Atlantic. That's the communist magazine with the Democrats.
Yeah, but wait a minute, though. I don't know that this is the first time they've used Signal. A, and B, I would have thought that'd be one of the first things Patel, whoever is purview, to your point, would have done that already. And instead, today, we still don't have a good theory from them. You're making a better one, which would help.
Yeah, I think the first question would be: is this the first time Goldberg ever was communication? And if the answer is no, yeah, okay, let's get a record. Like you can go email search by someone's name, it'll pull up all the prior communications. I'm sure Signal has that capability. Say, show me all of the prior communications sent to this guy Goldberg. When did that start? When was the first time it occurred? And what were the substance of those? Are those classified? And who initiated those within the Biden administration? It defies logic that someone would have added Goldberg's name on since Trump was inaugurated.
All right, thank you. Do you have a landmark that we're missing?
I did nothing to add on the list.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you, Michael. Though. Thanks for the contribution. Appreciate it very much.
Thank you, man. Enjoy.
Thank you. 855-839-1210. You get on board. AT&T and Verizon Wireless. All you have to do is just push pound 1210. Coming up, more of your calls. I see some good landmarks here. Oh, yeah. It is one that's diminished or no longer there. That's what we're looking for. The obvious one, the last two, Pika's the last couple of days, and also the Eagle, Meet Me at the Eagle / the Organ, playing the Eagles fight song, apparently, over at Macy's / Wanamaker's. Those two caught our attention as big-time landmarks that are gone. Is J.D. Vance the one that's right here? See, you have to help me. I have torn instincts here. On the one hand, I get it. We should have bombed these people a long time ago, bombed them to hell based upon Biden. And it's only 3%, Vance said, of our shipping that goes through there. The Europeans, they're the ones that ought to be doing this. But then the argument is, how long are we going to let this go on with these people? And Vance, after making the better argument, conceded to the others because that's the president's wish. I mean, that's the part that's getting him into trouble, even though I think he's right. Is Trump aware that this is being inconsistent with what he said about Europe? You want a guy like that to say, hey, Mr. President, this is inconsistent with what we've been saying on Europe. I want Vance. The Wall Street Journal showing their true hand, calling everybody today an isolationist. An isolationist Vance. An isolationist this other guy in the meeting and all. They're the ones showing their hand, and they're going after Vance. I think Vance is the most thoughtful one in this whole discussion, as far as I can tell, based upon the information I have. And again, when you see the discussion, it's very good as far as options, what to do, etc. And Hegseth acknowledges and says, yeah, I got you, JD, or Vice President. Yeah, I'm tired of this, these freeloading Europeans, but what are we going to do? We have to act here. Again, this might be better in front of Trump on something like this, or if they consider it a more minor matter to be bombing them. And they've struck back. They're firing stuff at our aircraft carriers. And then, again, this gets at the Iran question. What are we going to do about Iran? And we got the Trump policy. We don't want to get into unnecessary wars, etc. But you have to have this shipping on. We're not going to let a bunch of pirates in Yemen be firing drones all over the place, right? Some point coming up, I'll give you this testimony of the Bucks County commissioners. Remember Diane Marsegui? I'll play her coming up, facing off with Scott Presler over in Bucks County. Now, a judge yesterday confronting them on how they hid from the public that they were going to sue oil companies. Why are they suing oil companies? Because they're out of control. And because people in Bucks County have lost their minds electing these people. We have a chance to rectify that. The DA of Bucks County will be here at 2:30 today. Is Bucks County really going to elect a Larry Krasner Light and Joe Conman to be their DA? And we're going to ask her about this situation of what's going on. There are two of them out there, at least, that are very public. One going after Trump supporters by putting all kinds of screws and nails around their cars. The other, the woman and the kids vandalizing a Tesla in broad daylight in a parking lot in Bucks County. We'll also talk about it in general of what's going on there. This stuff, though, on an ordinary day, I would have led with this. This national story is so much bigger, but this Judge Court, I think his name is, should be commended, gone after all three of these commissioners, including Gene DiGirolamo, the alleged Republican. When you hear what they did to cover up, they were going to sue oil companies. My God, what is wrong with the suburbs? Why are they voting for people? It's a murderer's row. Look at the gaggle of these progressives in Delaware County. Look at the people who let the guy break out of the prison. Nonsense in Chester County. And this over here in Bucks County. Philadelphia is horrible, but they're not so much worse than these people. 855-839-1210. Let me talk first, though, about the good stuff, because we are headed to Sicily. That's right. It said you just don't visit Sicily. You fall head over heels in love with this ancient crossroads of civilization. The Greeks, the Romans, the Arabs, the Normans, the Spaniards, the Germans, they've all left their cultural mark. Now we'd like to have you join me and Ro as we head for the sun, the sea, and the unparalleled beauty of Mediterranean Europe in Sicily and Calabria this fall. A lot of folks have already gotten the information. A number know they're coming with us. When you go in a group like this, Conservative Tours is our guide. They know that people want to feel comfortable. You can express whatever you want here. We had great talks, a lot of fun. I remember so many conversations in restaurants, bars, and just on boats, Venice. This time, though, all this good stuff, only $55.44, including airfare. The dining events, we'll get Giuseppe or one of the guys back on. They are legendary. Their feast, bustling Palermo, the Quattrocante, Montreal, the Palace of the Normans. Call 888-733-9494 or go to conservativetours.com. The bonus, the Godfather tour part of this. Yeah, it's all included. Visit the locales from the movies. The crown jewel of Sicily is Taormina. I'll see you there, Mount Etna, the Valley of the Temples. It's all Sicily. Savoca. Ancient, charming, picturesque, a country within a country. Just call now, 888-733-9494.
We did it.
I never had a doubt.
Thank you for supporting WPHT's 8th Annual Radiothon.
God bless the Zioni Army, the 1210 WPHT audience. God bless the Travis Mountain Foundation. God bless all the people that serve our country and our veterans, and thank you.
Your donations will help veterans and families of the fallen and inspire our next generation of leaders. You can still donate online at 1210WPHT.com. Presented by Edelman's Coins, Philadelphia's local bullion dealer. And thanks to our sponsors, AMC Heating, Plumbing, and Air Conditioning. Now hiring experienced technicians. Veterans encouraged to apply. Visit AMCOnTheWeb.com. Tillman Builders. Love your home again with a Tillman Builders renovation. Stockwell Elastomerics, where careers are made and ownership is earned.
Every success you've had began with a great opportunity. Now there's another one. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we provide no-cost digital resources in place of textbooks and most courses. And that's not all. You'll receive your accredited online education at an affordable tuition with a choice from more than 135 degree and certificate programs. With online and hybrid courses, get everything you need to succeed again. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, just $189.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aids.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
For a limited time at Verizon, you can get our best price ever for a single line. Just $45 per month when you bring your phone, which is less than you spend on Too Tired to Cook takeout every week. Get one line on Unlimited Welcome for $45 per month with AutoPay plus taxes and fees. Visit your local Verizon store by April 2nd to save. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on Unlimited Welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Additional terms apply.
Spring into savings at Bucks County Estate Traders. It's our Buy More, Save More event. 15% off every item. And when you buy 3 or more, get 25% off one item. Conditions apply. From timeless antiques to designer furniture, rugs, art, and more, refresh your space and save big. Don't miss our spring cleaning promotion. Out with the old, in with the extraordinary. Visit Bucks County Estate Traders in-store or online at shopbcet.com. That's shopbcet.com, where your next treasure is waiting.
Important Medicare news. Doge chief Elon Musk says all government spending is up for review, and the House plans to cut $800 million in health care costs. These cuts could hit Medicare and Medicaid. Now, Rob Finnerty is on Newsmax tonight, revealing the real Medicare crisis. Over 65 million people depend on Medicare, and Rob Finnerty says hardworking Americans that paid for it should get their full Medicare coverage. This week in his series Medicare in Crisis, Rob Finnerty looks at Medicare and why it faces bankruptcy. Big changes are ahead for Medicare. You need to watch Rob Finnerty tonight. Find Newsmax on all major cable systems or download the free Newsmax app on your phone now. Millions are switching to Newsmax because we're fighting for you.
Talk Radio 1210 WPHT from the Piazza Auto Group studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations.
All right, Tom Giordano's show. Welcome in. Crossing Broad now. They seem to be a little bit stunned by it. Nick Sirianni and Cooper DeJean are going to be featured players at a big Christian convention at Wells Fargo Center. I think it's one of those Christian/wealth things. And Crossing Broad seems to be a little bit skeptical about how this has happened. So we'll have to get them. I mean, I think this is an intriguing story. Whenever I see athletes, particularly after they've won or whatever, praising God, there sometimes seem to be awkward moments with this stuff. The media is wise. They're usually giving ground on this. But Cooper DeJean, who I didn't know, and particularly Nick Sirianni, who did say some things along those lines, either after the NFC Championship or after the Super Bowl. I think it may have been after the Super Bowl. So this mixture of sports and religion, it's quite a platform, is an interesting one, and it's coming to the Wells Fargo Center. I'll keep you tuned in to see if we can get somebody that's talking about it, because already I see people saying, they're not exactly negative, but they're a bit questioning. All right, 855-839-1210. Got a lot of great ones on board. Hit us with an all-time landmark that's diminished, gone away a bit, even outside the box. It still may be there. It's kind of faded. It's down. It used to be high numbers. I'll give you one that will survive for another 100 years. Great piece in the Inquirer today. Yeah, Joe DiStefano writes the business section. In the Inquirer, Wawa, where they say the goal, they know how hectic and chaotic things are. It's to be the best 3 to 5 minutes of your day. That's how long they guesstimate you're going to be in Wawa, 3 to 5 minutes. And they talk about being a sea of calm in the middle of chaos and all this stuff. They really are incredibly well run. I don't know how well they're doing branching out nationally. Part of me says, Wawa, don't go national. Stay here. We just want you in our area. Just beat the hell out of Sheetz. What a rotten place those stores are. Oh, God. They're like going into a fun house. It's overdone. It's garish. We did a whole thing from Sheetz when we used to broadcast from Harrisburg, just going in there. And it's not Wawa. It doesn't have the same. The Wawa pizza, lay off the pizza, although it seems like they sell an awful lot. I need somebody. Henry, ever get a Wawa pizza?
I have not had the pleasure, no.
I can't see that. There's something with all the pizza places. Why in the world would you end up in Wawa?
Something cheap, something quick?
Yeah, but hoagies and stuff. Eat something else. Go to a pizza place when you want pizza. Support the locals.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone.
I agree with that. If I want something quick, I'll just get a slice from somewhere.
Yeah, that's my only objection to Wawa. I can't think of too many other things. They know customers, and that's their mantra. 3 to 5 minutes are in here. Make it their best 3 to 5 minutes. All right, Jonathan knows something about Signal, I think, in Jersey. All right, Jonathan, thanks for calling in. Hi.
Hey, Dom, 2 points. One, the way Signal works is it's end-to-end encryption. So you send a thing to somebody, they verify it's them through their phone number, and they get a key so they can read everything. So the idea that somehow somebody can get into this without being invited is ridiculous, or somehow this is a fall over from a previous administration. That's just not how the app works.
Wait a minute, though. Why couldn't it be? I hear what you're saying. Why couldn't it be he was in there and the initials were being – go ahead.
I'm going to answer that question. He's a politician, and they're journalists. Anybody journalist worth their weight in salt who's going to be honest, and there's a few that are honest who are independent journalists, have already stated – how they get background information from members of Congress and people in the government is they use Signal, because it deletes it after a certain period of time, and it gives their source and other people the ability to not be able to be like, oh, this is how I got the information. So a lot of times when they're talking on background or somebody's leaking something, whether approved or not, they use Signal. That's why a lot of people in Washington, D.C., journalists and politicians, have it on their phone.
Okay, now to that point, though, I don't know what certitude, but man, something's up if Waltz is on background with Jeffrey Goldberg. That's, to me, a stretch.
Well, I mean, there are a lot of people who are politicians who talk to people who are not necessarily friendly to them in the media on background. It happens all the time.
But Jonathan, I would tell you this, all right, by my judgment, and I don't use Signal, but people I talk with on background or might, I get your point. You might be surprised. I'm not going to reveal any sources, a bit on the other side, but this would be, I can't imagine that. And, my best judgment is that somehow or another there's a mix-up. Your point may be that he had his initials in there somewhere with something, and it really was the other guy, the military guy they wanted on this chat, and he put in that, and we got Jeffrey Goldberg.
Right. Now, the second thing is I had a clearance in the U.S. military. I handled classified documents. And quite frankly, I'm sick of every politician who is elected or appointed in this country, regardless of political party, can violate the law and the Espionage Act. And if I did it as a Marine, even did anything close to what anybody has done, whether it's Hillary Clinton, whether it's this, I would be prosecuted and hung out to dry.
Look, I agree with you. We both know the lower you are on the thing.
The law does not distinguish between intent. It is intentionally written to do not distinguish intent. If you mishandle or misuse classified documents,
okay, wait a minute, John. I hate to keep her resting. Now, Tulsi Gabbard is on record here. We can play it for you. Just an hour ago, 30 minutes ago, saying there was nothing classified here.
But in and of that very conversation, in and of itself, should not have happened on that app.
I'm in agreement, but I'm not sure legally. Go ahead.
That's the point that's going to have to be hashed out. But that is something that should be handled in a skiff or on a secure line, because anything that has to do with times, dates, movements is considered classified or secured information. So when I was getting deployed, I never was allowed to tell anybody, hey, I'm getting deployed on the 5th. I'm going on the 6th or whatever, because.
Jonathan, are you there? Yeah, let me make the point that you're making here. She said not classified, but if it's true, and I believe it is, I think they've acknowledged this, that they talked about time, place, methodology with bombing the Houthis. If that's not classified information, that would be strange.
Right. That's an excellent point, and that's what bugs me, because anything that has to do with ship movements or timing is sensitive, and then there's also talks about documents being shared. So I would like to know what hammers out there, because again, I don't care what political party you are.
I got you.
If it was, I would be hung out to dry.
All right, thank you, John, and a great call. All right, so I have to say, so far with callers and anything I'm getting social media, people are wanting to get to the bottom of this. Not going to go with the left that Trump ought to be throwing people overboard and we're going to fire all these people. But to his point, we need more clarity on this to make a determination here. And they ought to be doing a better job of figuring out how this guy got on this secure stream. And it seems to be the consensus that they did say they were going to bomb the Houthis, the time they were going to bomb them, etc. Is that a classified information? It would seem to be classified to me, but Tulsi Gabbard said no classified information was shared. That was her testimony today before the Senate. So there's still a lot out there, and the sooner it gets clarified, the better it is to move past this. I still don't think President Trump is going to get rid of Mike Waltz. He's an American patriot extraordinaire, and it always has struck me as an incredibly capable guy. So what's the explanation on how this happened? All right, phone lines are 855-839-1210. That's how you get in. Jump on board. Hit us with that all-time landmark that you miss. Engineer extraordinaire Dave Scalish will be in studio with us at 1 o'clock, not due to yesterday's technical, that blinking light. Henry, good putting that up on Twitter. That was fun. And we'll be talking about one that he has that is one of the all-timers. I was only there once. I could not believe it. I never broadcast from there. I wish that I did, though. It was as one of the kind as you get out in Delaware County. All right, 855-839-1210.
When choosing a lawn care service, doesn't it make sense to hire a company that provides better results and is safer for your family and pets? Choose Natural Lawn of America. At Natural Lawn, they believe in growing greener, healthier lawns without the harsh chemicals. They use environmentally friendly products to keep your lawn lush and green while protecting the safety of your family and pets. From organic fertilizers to safer weed and insect controls, they make sure your lawn thrives naturally season after season. Join the growing number of homeowners switching to Natural Lawn's safer services and start enjoying a beautiful, eco-friendly lawn you can be proud of. Schedule Natural Lawn's full-service program today and get free seeding every year. If you want a greener, healthier lawn plus free seeding, call Natural Lawn at 800-FREE-SEED. That's 800-FREE-SEED. Your lawn deserves the best, so call the best. Choose Natural Lawn of America. Greener grass, fewer weeds, guaranteed.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. I've been talking about myself for all these years. Now it's time for you to hear from one of our great clients.
Investor Schooling lives up to the promises. Larry's a great teacher, teaches about the whole new approach to thinking about money. Taking to heart many of the things that he's taught me, and my financial life has improved.
Come to Investor Schooling, and you could be just like Charlie and change your financial life. Go to investorschooling.com. We will see you Thursday.
Window Nation is proud to stand with WPHT's Radiothon in support of the Travis Manion Foundation and our nation's veterans. Right now, upgrade your home with brand new energy-efficient windows installed in just one day. For a limited time, buy 2 windows, get 2 free, plus 0 down, no payments, and no interest until 2027. Use those savings to make a difference. Support our veterans, support the Travis Manion Foundation, and invest in your home with Window Nation. Call today or visit windownation.com.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly, and it's 100% free to you if you are on Medicaid. Call 267-692-3782 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782 to get started today. You get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782, or go to freedomcare.com.
If you're drowning in IRS debt and can't afford to pay, then you need to take advantage of special IRS tax programs that are available and free yourself from IRS collection efforts once and for all. Due to the financial hardship consumers are facing throughout the country, the Internal Revenue Service has made it easier to settle delinquent tax problems. An open phone line has been established by Community Tax for consumers to call and see if they qualify. Take down this number or store it in your cell phone, but call the Community Tax Helpline at 800-536-9607. If you owe back taxes to the IRS and cannot afford to pay them back, or even if you have years of unfiled tax returns, there's no need to fear anymore. But you have to call the Community Tax Helpline today at 800-536-9607 for the help that you need. Don't take on the IRS alone. They can attack your wages, savings, pension, home, and even your Social Security check. Call 800-536-9607 for your free consultation and to see if you qualify. That's 800-536-9607.
Free speech lives here with Don Stensland, 10 till noon on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
All right, Fisher-Pine, Leslie, I'm not sure of the pronunciation. I remember when this place closed in Ocean City. Oh, my God. People were Voltacos or Voltaco, something like that, in Ocean City. Pasta place. I'm looking at their blue awnings, and I remember the craziness. For us at the shore, I'm hoping it comes back and reopens. Shoebies. Oh, what a killer in Wildwood. We always had 1 or 2 dinners. The salad was like a whole dinner. On nights we didn't feel like going out there. Oh, when it goes away. We've tried other places. Get out of here. You got to be kidding me. Leslie, you got to call in on that one. I remember the lines. Of people. Just amazing. All right, let's go to Rob in Fox Chase. Rob, you're on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Rob.
Hey, Dom. I think the best thing to come out of this entire thing would be how J.D. Vance has really solidified himself. For me, at least, this is a completely avoidable situation if they really would have heeded J.D. Vance's advice, which is, the Europeans, which is what Donald Trump's philosophy is, need to pull up their big boy pants and they need to handle this in that sea. That's where a lot of their shipments come in from. They have all the technology and equipment they need. The Houthis are not some well-sophisticated world-class army that need to be dealt with. They could have did the same thing that we have our forces do.
All right, but Rob, I'm in agreement with you. The bottom line, though, is why do these other guys intuit Trump wants them to bomb them?
I think Trump definitely listens to his European allies, and I think Trump kind of heeds to a little bit of pressure and says, we can handle this for you, and
okay,
make sure. I think it's a scratch your back for another scratch your back that might be coming down the line. I also think he's trying to, with the tariffs and everything else, we can handle this for you.
Here's my point, though. I see. Wall Street Journal going after Vance. I think he's the one giving Trump the best information. I think the others are afraid of Trump and just guessing at what to do. And Vance, I think to your point, is showing he's really got the chops here.
He's setting himself apart, but at the same time being on the same page as Trump. I don't know, that doesn't really make sense, but he's sticking that. He kind of told Trump you're not being consistent here, and that's big boy pants to do that as a vice president.
And that's exactly what more people have to do. I'm not saying publicly embarrass Trump, but they got to tell Trump what the right way to go is, even if Trump may have said something else. Everybody, I don't care who you are, Rob, and you seem to be on this page. I know Roe is that with me. She'll tell me when I'm wrong. That's what you need.
Absolutely. You can't make better decisions with somebody in the room always telling you that you're right. And I also think that J.D. Vance is of the mindset that he wants this job one day. And so he's looking ahead and what he might have to deal with in the future. And he doesn't like his hands being caught in this mess.
Yeah, I'm glad you see this nuance here. This is the bigger story to me. What we see, Vance said the right thing, but when the consensus was the other way, he's a team player. He went down with the consensus, because, they have a good point, too. He played it perfectly here.
He did. He really solidified himself for me. I'm very excited for what the future has for J.D. Vance. I hope that other conservatives see exactly what his position was in this, because it can really get lost in all this mess in the hearings and everything.
You read my mind. That's where I'm putting my spurs down. This is where I'm going. I'm focusing in on this. And the Wall Street Journal attacking him shows you what they're all about.
Well, he's a complete. Well, if anything, the Wall Street Journal is liking that Trump kind of was inconsistent and decided to put some bombs in the air. And, exactly that's why they're going to go after Vance, because he's kind of holding the cards holding President Trump's own cards to his chest.
Yeah, exactly. Hit us, Rob. What is your point, your landmark?
Yeah, it may not be local, but Pizza Hut has been really, really diminished. I remember being picked up as a kid by my dad and being taken to that pizza buffet, and the waiter or waitress bringing that super hot pan pizza to your table, and it was just it was an experience as a kid.
Great call. No, it's been diminished. I don't know where I would go for a Pizza Hut around here.
It's gone anymore. It's an experience, a sit down pizza experience that was wiped away, and I hope it comes back someday.
Rob, great call. Put the Pizza Hut in there, Henry. That's a contender, even though it's only diminished. All right, the great engineer, Dave Scalish, will be with us next. And boy, does he have a landmark to share, a Delaware County landmark for us that'll take you back as only he can talk about it. And we'll take more on this. You agree with Rob? I do. I think J.D. Vance was right on here. Trump should listen to guys like that. It's not a yes man, team player, but telling you what you need to hear. All right, 855-839-1210.
It's time to get focused on improving the lives of our beloved pets by feeding them the most nutritious pet food on the planet. With 2 decades of experience, the Dogs and Cats Rules stores can guide you in the right direction to meet your pet's needs. Fads come and go, but there's no substitute for premium meat inclusive food for your pets. If you changed your pet's food lately and they're starting to look like a shaggy dog, smelly ears and biting their feet all the time, you need to come into one of our 7 very convenient locations or visit dogsandcatsrule.pet.
Hey, navigation? Take me to Kia of CherryHill.com.
Kia of CherryHill.com is offering super low lease payments on Telluride, Carnival, Sportage, Sorrento, and the all-new K4. Kia of CherryHill.com is home to over 300 new Kias available for immediate delivery. Kia of CherryHill.com has a huge selection of certified pre-owned vehicles with a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain warranty. Available 24/7 at Kia of CherryHill.com.
The world is your jackpot at Borgata Hotel, Casino and Spa during the $1 million Worldly Winnings drawing. Play and earn entries now through April for your chance at over $1 million in prizes, including 10 $25,000 dream vacation packages. Drawings every Saturday with grand prize drawings March 29th and April 26th. The world is your jackpot at Borgata Hotel, Casino and Spa. $1 million Worldly Winnings only at Borgata. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Virtua Health, real patients, real doctors, real complex cases. Take one.
Open heart surgery, tear in my aorta.
The most complex cases come to us at Virtua Health.
I'm sure I wouldn't have been here without you.
Being a 45-year-old, not being able to walk up one flight of stairs, I had no idea I was in heart failure.
Virtua is a premier heart failure center in South Jersey.
They changed my life. It's truly a blessing.
Want to follow our stories? Go to virtua.org. Virtua Health, here for good.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
Faculty and staff at the Community College of Philadelphia threaten to go on strike if they don't have a new contract by tomorrow morning. Mayor Parker unveils her $2 billion plan to renovate 30,000 affordable homes. A Bucks County mom has started a nonprofit to help children get through the trauma of losing loved ones.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more. Homeowners, improve your family's comfort with a Bradford White water heater and enjoy all the hot water your household needs all day, every day. With Bradford White, you get more than just a water heater. You get our commitment to quality and reliability that you can trust. How you heat your water matters, so don't compromise when it comes to your home or your hot water. Bradford White water heaters are built to be the best because your home deserves it. Visit BradfordWhite.com to learn more and find an installation pro near you.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? Yikes. When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Here's how to get the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Plans start at just $20 a month, and that's not a short-term promo. Our US-based experts will get you switched and saving in about 20 minutes. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing.
Welcome to Staples.
I hear Staples prints it all for any business?
You bet, and we'll beat any print quote.
So if I had a pizza place...
Staples can print signs, menus, pizza boxes.
A landscaping business?
Oh, we can print yard signs, t-shirts, brochures.
How about a pizza/landscaping business? I'll call it Dough and Mo.
I like it.
Right now at Staples, get up to $250 off your print purchase. Ends 4/5, exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for offer details. Price match guarantee valid in store and staples.com/print. Visit staples.com/price match for details.
Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
All right, it is Dom time. A lot more breaking. Look, I'm happy with several parts. The silver linings is great call from Rob. J.D. Vance in this makes you proud. The discussion was thoughtful. A lot of good stuff in there. I just think there's several things they have to tighten up now to explain this and move on. All right, but we got a great side question today. these all-time landmarks. Oh, Shoobies, no. Okay. I think I had another one here too. What was my other one? Oh, Hornet Hardnuts. Okay. I think somebody was calling in with that. I'll take Ann's call. Stay there, Ann. You can tell us yours. I've always kidded with Dan about that one. But Dave Scalish, Maven engineer extraordinaire. Dave is the guy who, in an eye blink, put us on from Gitmo. He had to bounce stuff off satellites with a half-second delay. I, of course, had to be able to handle that at Gitmo with Colonel Scott Rudder under the table holding two wires together because we couldn't stretch him, with wiring at Gitmo that went back to the late 40s, early 50s, you can imagine. And maniac prisoners playing soccer all around us. All right? But Dave Scalish did that. He's an engineer extraordinary. He and Tommy McDonald, the guy who, I wish you were there, Henry, to see it at Mulligan's, the entire area, that power outage 2 years ago. Mm-hmm. Tommy McDonald had a miner's hat on and hooked us up to his car battery.
Oh, what a guy.
Yes, exactly.
The show goes on.
And I have the two main mayors in there with me. I'm saying, shouldn't you guys be doing something? They're saying, nothing we can do. What the hell? We're staying here at Mulligan's, which, by the way, will be back again this year. I'll be giving you dates and information. If you said every year, you got to put that on your calendar. Do it. You got to be there. It is the summer White House. Thank you, Johnny Z. Let's go to Dave Scalish, though, with his landmark. Hey, Dave, are you out at the tower or where?
Yes. Dom, thank you for bringing me onto your show. It's an honor. Thank you.
Oh, I mean that, though. Some of the engineering, you and Tommy McDonald, we could be wiring the signal like they did at the White House, and the enemy would even never know it.
Oh, yeah, Tommy is our hero and lifeline. He certainly was that day in Wildwood, that's for sure.
Oh, yeah, and you were with Gitmo, Dave, so you were bouncing it off satellites and all.
Actually, that was really called a three-line Comrex. We would bond regular telephone lines to that uplink, and Grace Blazer was there to work with me on that. Yeah. And it was a group effort, and Colonel Tom Rudder was instrumental, yes, under the table holding it together.
So, Dave, you are our go-to on all things, and we were talking about Pika's. I don't think you knew about Pika's closing. One of the top, I would say, one of the top 5 Delco landmarks. Don't give us the number one that you and I shared. I was only there once. It is a landmark. It's in my top 5 for the whole area. It was that Bazaar. Hint. What are some of the other? What are the biggest landmarks in Delco? You growing up, would you say?
Well, for me, everybody's got their own Delco version of the landmark. For me, the Bazaar, if my father would say when I was little, he says, heaven's whatever you want it to be. So if heaven could be anything to me, it would be the Bazaar.
Bazaar of all nations.
That, it would be the Bazaar of all nations. If that, it would be the Penn Fruit Supermarket. Or Gaudio's, which was next to the Bazaar. That was like the garden center.
Yes.
And they had this wonderful Christmas display every oh my word. And of course next to it is Putt Putt Golf. That's still there.
Ah, okay.
But anyway, yeah, Bazaar. That was happening, and you walk in. Let me draw the picture for you mentally. But you walk in. Actually, the smells is what it is. The first thing that hits you is the smell of the heavenly sticky buns.
Oh, yes.
You know, that just a beautiful, it just hung in the air. And like, even when they weren't making sticky buns, you could still smell them. Anyway, it was the Bernie's pretzels. And then the stores, they had this great hobby shop. You could buy your airplane glue, sniff it, and then build your models at home. And then, you could get a haircut at the Bazaar.
I know. Dave, wait a minute. What kind of you have a great head of hair? Would you be getting your hair cut at the Bazaar though? Come on.
Oh no.
Yeah.
No, but it's like you're doing your stroll. You see.
Oh yeah.
It's a Saturday night. You're with your mom and dad.
Right.
You're going past the hobby shop, the toy store, the hardware store, the beef and beer place, and then of course there's the haircut place. You know, they had 3 barbers in there cutting away. And that was a Saturday night. And the one time, Al Alberts and his wife Stella were there. You thought they were Hollywood superstars.
Al Alberts. Yeah, Dan is
it was like
amazed that people
1968.
used to sit there and watch the guy play the organ or the piano, the organ, I guess, and then Al Albert's showcase.
Yeah, there was Al Alberts, and I think I'm almost certain they all made their appearance. Sally Starr,
Oh, yeah.
Chief Halftown, Pixan. The hardware store down the ways had the player piano, which I have a YouTube video for that, which is fantastic. But that hardware store was the only place I could get a flush valve repair parts for my mother's 1950 style American Standard toilet. They're the only ones that had it.
Oh, my God. Yeah, the Bazaar. Now, Dave, that's near the Golden Mile, right?
That is. Yeah, I guess they consider that the Golden Mile, right at the, Baltimore Pike is very hilly there. So, yeah, that's right. It's like almost like I guess I'd say the top of the hill, and then it kind of goes down from there. In fact, behind the Bazaar used to be an insane asylum called Burnbrae, which was there for decades. In fact, some of the pylons in front of the driveway there for where the homes are is left over from the Burnbrae insane asylum. That was right behind where the Bazaar was.
Unbelievable, yeah. Dave, every time you and again, I was only there once, but exactly. And then when I got in the radio, I don't know, I think it was still operational, but I never got a chance to broadcast from there. It is.
Yeah, you would have loved it. Your listeners, that's right. That part of Delaware County, that's your wheelhouse, Dom.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Absolutely. Well, Dave, thank you. Thanks as always. Every time we talk about this, it's one of the, and it closed just because of what? Did something come along that knocked it, just didn't work anymore?
Oh, yeah, they have. I think that, now there's a Home Depot, an Acme. There was an Acme on the property on the other side. But, really, I think what happened was the property became too valuable to support that kind of a business. Some people call the Bazaar like a flea market. It was more than that. I would say it was probably the area's first real mall. But the real estate dollar got too big.
Yeah, that's why I mentioned the Golden Mile. Dave, thank you, as always.
Thank you, Dom.
All right.
Appreciate you.
Thanks, Dave. You same here. Dave Scalish, nobody better. Between he and Tommy McDonald, some of the stuff. Dave is calmer. Tommy McDonald, if there's like a brawl going on and you need to stay on the air, then you're going with Tommy McDonald. I've seen him in battlefield conditions. That's my.
He knows good content when he hears it.
Oh man! And when the lights went out though at Mulligan's there, first they had me on a cell phone. No, the thing was beeping, so we had some energy somehow or another. Then I was on a cell phone, and then we had to get miners' hats, and we were attached to a car battery. And he just did it like not even thinking about it, where the rest of the world is shut down.
It was second nature to him.
Oh, yeah, it's just amazing, the stuff. All right, so we're talking about what we've seen today in the hearing now. Whoopi Goldberg, of course, has weighed in, so to speak. And these landmarks that are no longer there, let me go to Leslie because she's got another one too. Leslie in Bryn Mawr. Leslie, that place at the shore, what was the magic of that? I remember when it shut down, people were just crying, calling in crying.
Aloha.
Aloha.
Voltacos.
Voltacos.
It was family run, 70 years. Probably one of the best cheesesteaks you could get anywhere. And they had great hoagies. And then, of course, they had like lasagna and ziti and every meatballs, just really tiny little spot. No eating inside. It was takeout only. And just the best food at the shore. Bar none.
Yeah.
It was great.
Well, we thought the same about Chuby's, and, something happens, and you just can't believe it. It's one of the kind. So, Leslie, you told Henry here now you think this was an absolute disaster today, the hearing. Why?
Well, I was looking at it from the perspective, if I was if this was a Biden administration group of people sitting there giving the answers that were given today, as a Republican, I'd be saying, these guys are awful.
Okay.
So as a Republican watching Trump's guys sit there, I had the same, like, these guys were awful. It was it did not look good at all. And I thought Tulsi looked exceptionally bad.
In what way? I look, I'm a fan of Radcliffe. He's pretty cagey. I don't think he didn't want to throw anybody under the bus. He had little or nothing to do with this. But with Tulsi, what is it? Insisting this wasn't classified, you think?
No, well, if you're going to insist that it's not classified and then not give out any information, that's not a good look.
Right.
And then I also didn't think she did well when she couldn't answer questions. I don't recall that. That's the worst answer you can give. You're
right.
Dodging.
Well, look, the target here, I don't know if you agree, the target to me is Hegseth. They want to go after him. Waltz is small potatoes along this line. The remedy here is to tell us their best theory, at least, on how this guy got into that. And then from there, we can make a better assessment.
Well, did he break into the communication or was he on the?
They put him on.
He was on the chain.
Yeah, either was on. I told you the one theory that I'm sticking with for now is the fact he has the same initials as this Army guy who legitimately could have been on there, and they might have thought that, but we don't understand how Waltz had his initials so closely kept. This back and forth. Goldberg doesn't seem like a guy he would be talking to me.
No, yeah, I would agree with that. But, Washington makes for strange bedfellows. We all know that. So even though they're the enemy, it's better to know what your enemy's up to.
Yeah,
so
but here's
Walt
the thing.
Having that relationship.
Right.
But being on that email chain or text chain.
Yeah.
Major screw up. Major.
Yeah, you don't put this guy on Signal, though. You might do a phone call with him because you're not really going to say very much other than to try to pick his brain. If you're giving him something, I don't understand why. So that's kind of a mystery. You know what it is, too, on this? They seem to have all said today they just accept Signal, and I'm surprised at that. A guy as cagey as Radcliffe, et cetera, just because Biden had it on the computers, you got to realize the sensitivity of this. They seem to think this was like being in the skiff or something like that. They're acting that way toward it, and it's not. It does have a bit of a downside. They seem to give the vibe to me, well, this is acceptable as long as you don't do this. But when you're discussing war plans, all due respect to Pete, when you're talking about the hours you're going to bomb and who you're going to bomb and all that, those are war plans.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So, Leslie,
and no way should they have. There has to be some back channels.
Right.
Well, now we know that going forward there will be, but there should have been that Signal never should have been used to have that kind of a discussion.
That's the bottom line. Yeah.
Yeah. Bottom line.
What's
and
the
they're all accountable.
Right.
Anybody that was on the chain is accountable.
All right. What's your diminished or missing landmark?
The iconic Bryn Mawr Main Point.
Yes, and guess who is the biggest superstar that ever came through there?
I'm going to say Jackson Browne.
I'm going to say, even though it's regrettable, Springsteen.
Well, there were so many iconic people that came through. James Taylor, Joni Mitchell, Warren Zevon. The list is really pretty long.
Springsteen made his bones there. That's what I'm saying. He did.
Well, they all did.
Yeah,
they
exactly.
all did. It was awesome.
Thank you. Leslie won't give an inch there. Come on. Don't like Springsteen. I despise the working man type of all that. But he's bigger than all the James Taylors of the world put together.
Yeah, totally.
I mean, yeah. And that's a guy that I think of coming through there. It was tiny. It was a place that she's right, legendary people came through there.
That's a place like that I never got to experience that I just yearn for. Like I don't know if there's a place like that exists around here.
What's well, I'm going to say I might be out of line. How about Brownies? No? Nobody thinks coming through that. Over in Ardmore? Is it still there?
I have no idea.
Yeah, I thought it
Look
was. No, it's not the main point, though. Yeah, the magic of this serendipity, who came through there. I have to Google. Springsteen's the biggest that I know of, but there were probably, James Taylor did go through there. Yeah, there are probably things that big that went through there. All right, it's 855-839-1210. I'll give you the girls on The View, the women on The View coming up. Tulsi arguing that this was not classified. Wow. I don't know about that. We're going to have to get into definitions here. Is this going to go away? Yeah, I think that it will. Bottom line, I don't think the president is going to fire Mike Waltz, and I don't think he should, because if he does, that will not settle this. They're after Pete Hegseth. They're really after Trump, but Pete Hegseth here. The one that comes out of this looking really good to me is J.D. Vance. The Wall Street Journal says he's the villain in this because he didn't want to bomb them. He talked about the Europeans. That's exactly the Trump position, is it not? Why should we put lives at risk? They're flying drones at us and everything else. Why should we bail them out? I admit Biden let them get to a point where it's pretty hard to sit there and not attack them. And Trump does use bombing, not boots on the ground. And Vance did say, all right, team, if that's the considered opinion, that's what we'll tell the president. But I just think the Europeans ought to do it. Phone lines are 855-839-1210.
We did it.
I never had a doubt.
Thank you for supporting WPHT's 8th annual Radiothon.
God bless the Ziomi Army, the 1210 WPHT audience. God bless the Travis Magnet Foundation. God bless all the people that serve our country and our veterans, and thank you.
Your donations will help veterans and families of the fallen and inspire our next generation of leaders. You can still donate online at 1210WPHT.com. Presented by Edelman's Coins, Philadelphia's local bullion dealer. And thanks to our sponsors, Emmons Roofing, Windows and Solar. Online at emmonsroofing.com. Bucks County Estate Traders, the finest collection of high-end and vintage furniture. Visit their huge showroom in Hatfield.
With tariffs and a potential trade war sending ripples through the stock market, it's more important now than ever before to become crash-proof.
Anthony Torelli, Clifton Heights, Pennsylvania. I think you owe it to yourself and to your family to take a look at crash-proof retirement. A lot of people are worried about the tariffs, but I know I'm not going to lose anything when the market comes down. My investments are going to be protected in the crash-proof system. This year, our portfolio grew by 15.7%. If I had left my funds with my previous advisor, that money would have returned about 8 to 9%, and we outperformed my previous advisor by 2 to 1. That's interest credit that we're not going to lose with no fees involved. If President Trump can do what he did in his previous term as president and get the economy booming again, then that would be great for Crash Proof, and it would be great for my family and my future.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at the Mendenhall Inn on April 22nd. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Need new doors and windows, but not high-pressure sales tactics?
If so, give Emmons a call today. At Emmons, we provide top-notch installation service with a focus on quality and customer satisfaction with brands like Anderson and Provia Windows and Doors.
And you can upgrade your home today with our energy-efficient options, which help save you money.
Call us today at 856-885-6677 or visit callemmons.com. From top to bottom,
to inside and out,
at Emmons, we have you covered.
See Joe Conklin's Comedy Show at St. Matt's on Fayette Street in Conshohocken, Saturday, April 26th, supporting Plymouth Whitemarsh High School baseball.
It was fun, 100% every time. It's spectacular. Joe Conklin's awesome, hysterical.
Super funny. I love the horns. Oh my God.
Really, really enjoy it.
That's Joe Conklin's Comedy Show at St. Matt's on Fayette Street in Conshohocken, Saturday, April 26th, supporting Plymouth Whitemarsh High School baseball. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
Attention, have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-355-8282. That's 800-355-8282. Again, that's 800-355-8282.
Are you concerned with AMD? Now protecting your eyes is easier thanks to New Nordic's Blueberry Eye Supplements. Available now at Amazon.com or at NewNordicUSA.com.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet? Not yet. Do it today. Okay. At 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
All right, Dom Giordano Show. 2:30 today. We're going to talk with the DA out in Bucks County. One case we have here in Lower Makefield, this Alaric Dahlberg, not a fan of Donald Trump. I told you he put, allegedly, screws and nails near the cars of people he believed were pro-Trump. He's scheduled to appear at a preliminary hearing next month on 17 charges, disorderly conduct, harassment, 10 counts of summary criminal mischief for at least 3 incidents where he allegedly did this. It came to an end after Dahlberg returned to the scene of the crime. According to the affidavit, Lower Makefield police allege that on 5 visits between late January and February 14th, Dahlberg scattered more than 100 nails. 100 nails around the same Mercedes-Benz he allegedly targeted in late October. Police reviewed McCaffrey's supermarket surveillance video and still photos, February 13th and 14th, which showed a man, later identified as Dahlberg, walking by the woman's car and throwing nails at the space where a car was parked. The store footage also allegedly showed him responsible for the earlier 2025 incidents involving the same car. A few days after the latest McCaffrey's incident, a homeowner in the 300 block of Yardley Newtown Road reported he found 11 nails scattered at the base of his driveway, an incident that was remarkably similar to one that happened months ago. The guy may have been led to it because they made a note of a large inflatable Donald Trump figure and several large Trump-Vance campaign signs on the property. He admitted his involvement in the McCaffrey's incident after he was shown video evidence. Dahlberg advised us he strongly disliked Trump and stated or posed the question, how could you support him, according to the affidavit. Allegedly told police he looked for what he called crimes of opportunity while driving through the township. When he saw a house with a Trump sign, he would throw nails and screws he kept in a cup holder out the window of his car. He alleged that screws collected from the driveways of a home in the 1400 block of Clinton Drive are consistent with the ones recovered at 2 other incidents. I thought there was something here, too. He overheard people in the supermarket, and that's where he went after the one vehicle. And then we have the mom we talked about yesterday giving the finger, and then the son on Twitter, we put this up at Dom Show 1210, vandalizing the Tesla that she was giving the finger to. All right, so we'll talk to the DA about some of this stuff. It's imagine this alleged maniac. Trump supporters, he kept cup holders and he's throwing screws and nails all over the place. You can say, well, how effective is that? Well, until you get a nail or screw in there and you got to go through it with this guy. But boy, I have coming up this Bucks County story of what they did when they were suing oil companies, these commissioners, abortion and oil companies. That's what they're dealing with. They can't run an election, though. Well, to their point, they did run an effective election. They shut our voters down. That's what they try to do. They try to beat us. You remember those days, Diane Marseglia. And what happened? Well, here's Scott Presler. This is cut 12 with Diane Marseglia, the commissioner out in Bucks County, confronting Marseglia. Do you remember this?
Good morning. Bucks County has been in the news a lot this year. Earlier, we flipped Bucks County from blue to red, and for the first time in modern history, there are more registered Republicans than Democrats here in this county. Number two, voters were disenfranchised in this county. And in fact, I want to thank Chairman Michael Whatley of the RNC and co-chair Laura Trump for suing to make sure that we had 3 additional days of early in-person voting, because voters waiting in line to do in-person, on-demand, mail-in voting were told that they couldn't vote until 5 o'clock, that the line was cut off. So thank you to the Republican Party for suing Bucks County and fighting for election integrity. And now, here before us, it's on the world stage that we have a commissioner, quote, by Diane Marsiglia, "Precedent by a court doesn't matter anymore in this country. People violate laws any time they want. And if I," meaning Diane Marsiglia, "violate this law, it's because I want a court to pay attention to it." Well, Commissioner, the court already ruled that undated and misdated mail-in ballots could not be counted. You knew that going into the meeting. And I want to congratulate the people of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. This speech I'm doing right now is going to be seen by millions across the country, the Commonwealth, and the world. And I have a message. Congratulations to President-elect Donald J. Trump, the 45th and 47th President of the United States of America.
All right, there's enough there. There's enough there. Marsiglia then does intervene and say, yeah, try it. Bring it on. Bring it on. Remember that? I'll give you more details. This judge yesterday in Bucks County, wow, just going after them up and down the line. Why would the commissioners in Bucks County be suing big oil companies? There wasn't a spill or anything, just in general. Why would abortion be the thing they were elected on? What the heck is wrong in the suburbs? But this situation here is amazing, what we're seeing play out in the hearings. Here is Whoopi and the girls on The View, their take on all these weighty matters of national intelligence.
So the question is he going to make good on this promise?
Oh, yeah.
What should happen here? Should we be saying lock them up? Well, how does it...
You know what I mean? I'd like to answer on the legal piece. Yeah. I would like to answer on the legal piece because they may have violated several provisions of the Espionage Act, which governs the handling of national defense information. And so what happened here, apparently, in my view, ran afoul of both laws that require the retention of records, and more importantly, laws related to classified information.
All right, we're going to see about that. Now, to the point of Leslie's call and others, it's fair to get to the bottom of this. I gave you some of the things we need to know, like what's their best guess how this happened. Okay? And, you know, the White House might want to explain to Americans, that might be helpful, maybe through Caroline Leavitt or someone else, how Signal worked in this case. You know, why they used Signal, how it worked at our news conference. I think that would be good. But I don't see any criminal matter here. All right? And again, these indeed, though, were war plans. And of all people, you have to understand, let me put in context. This is the guy who put the hoax out there, Trump calling our military buried in graves in France. Remember that? Losers and pathetic and all. Remember? He was involved deeply. He's the ultimate insider. He's the Morning Joe, top 3 on Morning Joe. That this guy would be the guy included is just stunning that this would happen. All right, so phone lines are 855-839-1210. You get on board. One little update, and look, we can differ on stuff. I'm seeing now federal and local lawmakers seeking a soda snack ban. I'm not in that camp. If people are legitimately on food stamps, now that's a big thing. We ought to be looking at more Doge, et cetera. The number of people that are on food stamps, it should not be. But getting soda there, you know, unless we're dealing with enormous amounts, I'm a bit wary here. You know, maybe I'm a little bit defensive with RFK Jr. coming in. He thinks this is poison. I don't think soda's poison. How do you like that? Is soda poison, Henry?
I wouldn't say that, no.
No, in proportion. So what would we say? I mean, the only soda I've had in the last umpteen months was a little bit of upset stomach before the show. Ginger ale, glass of ginger ale. It's medicinal. Ginger ale, that's it. Not diet, though. If I'm going to drink it, give me the hard stuff. But short of that, I don't drink it. But am I going around telling people? This is what they told us in Philadelphia. If RFK is going to go down this path and follow these people, I'm not on board. You want to say soda's liquid poison and all? You want to believe that? Okay, but aren't we going a little extreme here? Aren't we going overboard with this stuff?
It's not like people like wheelbarrowing like gallons and gallons of it out of the store.
I'm more angry when people on food stamps, and we've seen this, it's not made up, people that have been cashiers and others over the years, where they got something fancy. They're buying pounds of shrimp. I don't know if you can buy lobster. I've heard that you could on food stamps. Yeah, that bothers me. Somebody getting a soda and they have kids. Yeah, but it's not good for you. My God, are we going to be the nanny state here? I mean, this is the crossroads for RFK Jr. The idea of taking these guys out, pushing back on that, on board. Bothering farmers, though. And, you know, we've had people on. They want to go after farmers here, making it much more expensive. Yo, I'm not on board with that. Now, you're talking about big ag, these big companies. Are they doing something wrong? I'll listen to that. But the average farmer, come on. Organic farming, is that where we're going to push? So I'm really interested in this soda snap ban that people are jumping on. It's more that people that should not be on food stamps and or those that are buying excessive things. I don't put soda into that camp. Do you? 855-839-1210. You get on board. A lot of great calls today. Love to get you in. Maybe you think there's something we're missing here when it comes to, I think we've hit every angle on signal here. We need more information. The White House has to hit us with some more stuff. And I think that would be to their benefit to explain this a little bit more in detail. Caroline Levitt can do it. It doesn't have to be brain surgery to, tell us exactly their best guess on what happened here. And what are the odds? Oh, by the way, Jasmine Crockett not only said today that this wouldn't have happened if a black woman were in the room. Yeah. And also said she called Abbott, who's in a wheelchair. Do you have that? Okay.
I have the first one at least.
The Hot Wheels?
No, I'll get that one in a second.
Okay. She called, we'll play it after the break. Governor Abbott, Governor Hot Wheels. The guy's in a wheelchair. This woman is just the lowest common denominator, even on the progressive side. So I think she's ratcheting it up because AOC is making a comeback as the leader of the squad. This woman is cruder, crasser. This is like a Tlaib who's a little bit funnier. Anybody would have to be funnier than Tlaib. All right, 855, we'll play you that coming up, and your calls. I'm coming to you next here on Talk Radio 1210. Though first, let me remind you that we are not just visiting Sicily. We're going to Sicily big time with Conservative Tours. You'll fall head over heels in love with this ancient crossroads of civilization. The Greeks, the Romans, the Arabs, the Normans, the Spaniards, the Germans, they all left their cultural mark. And I'd like you to join me for the sun, the sea, and the unparalleled beauty of Mediterranean Europe in Sicily and Calabria this fall. When we go to Europe, we only go one way, Conservative Tours. All this, $55.44, including airfare. The dining events. I remember the last one we had in Venice, right before we came home. It'll be 2 years ago this summer, with about 60 listeners. The wine, the food, seemed like an 8-course meal. Bustling Palermo, the Quattro Conte, stunning Montreal, the Palace of the Normans, it's all there, even the Godfather tour part of it. We visit locales from all the movies. Call Conservative Tours. Ken Chase and everyone, 888-733-9494. The website, conservativetours.com. The crown jewel of Sicily we'll be visiting has to be Taormina. I'll see you on Mount Etna, the Valley of the Temples. This is Sicily, ancient, charming, picturesque, and always a country within a country. We'll be in Savoca. You have to follow us by calling 888-733-9494.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
If you tuned into the 13-hour radiothon we had for the Travis Manion Foundation, by the way, we raised $115,000, $953. That's the total that we raised for the Travis Manion Foundation.
Oh, that's terrific. Is that a new record?
It is a new record. It is a new record for 1210 WPHT. We go up every year. Since we started this 8 years ago, it's far and beyond the amount that we've raised in the past. So thank you to everybody who donated. Thank you to everybody who listened. It was a great day.
Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Will new tariffs impact small businesses? Rising costs and economic uncertainty can hurt your bottom line. But with Swish Funding, your business can stay strong. We offer fast, flexible funding solutions from $10,000 to $2 million for working capital, cash flow, and more, and as little as 24 hours with no collateral needed. If your business earns at least $50,000 per month and has been around for over a year, you could qualify today. Go to swishradio.com and use code RADIO. Swishradio.com, code RADIO.
When you haven't found love, it can feel like everyone else has. It's in every movie, every song, and all the PDA. Looking for love sucks. Thankfully, California Psychics can give you the guidance you need to find the one. We guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. And new customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com and experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Hi, this is Joe Mederchik, PNC Bank Regional President. As a bank, we pride ourselves on being boring. But the truth is we couldn't be more excited to serve the dynamic greater Philadelphia community. For nearly 160 years, we've quietly toiled away to deliver brilliant results for our equally brilliant clients. We have dedicated PNC teams throughout the local area, all ready to do the boring work to help you unlock your own brilliance. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association, member FDIC.
This March Madness, Wendy's has a $1 JBC or double stack with in-app offer and purchase. So we're throwing the biggest watch party in the country and giving you the best seats to watch all the action. But just so you know, the seats are in a Wendy's, and the action is just staring at the $1 JBC or double stack in front of you. Also, you can bring a +1, if it's a burger. When it's gotta be fresh, gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only. Participating Wendy's. Limit 1 JBC or double stack or qualifying item per offer with additional purchase. Wendy's app account registration required.
Important Medicare news. Doge chief Elon Musk says all government spending is up for review, and the House plans to cut $800 million in health care costs. These cuts could hit Medicare and Medicaid. Now, Rob Finnerty is on Newsmax tonight, revealing the real Medicare crisis. Over 65 million people depend on Medicare, and Rob Finnerty says hardworking Americans that paid for it should get their full Medicare coverage. This week in his series Medicare in Crisis, Rob Finnerty looks at Medicare and why it faces bankruptcy. Big changes are ahead for Medicare. You need to watch Rob Finnerty tonight. Find Newsmax on all major cable systems or download the free Newsmax app on your phone now. Millions are switching to Newsmax because we're fighting for you.
Now back to the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
This is Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
And this is Dom Time. Welcome in. All right, here's the latest on what we saw play out in this hearing. Jeffrey Goldberg, maybe he'll go a bridge too far. In an interview just released moments ago, he says he's considering releasing even more material from this chat, this thread that was going on. Let's see how that plays out. He claims, and again, this is why we have to get ahead of this. And I think that's what callers have been saying and I've been saying. He claims that they named an active CIA officer in the thread, which is on Signal. Again, he says a commercial app in which I'm watching and I withheld it. I didn't put the story because she's undercover, but I mean, the CIA director put that into the chat. If that's true, here's something that's occurred to me, maybe to you throughout my time today, Dom time, that they're treating this Signal app as something that is not as secure, and this is mistakes can happen. This is an example of it. That this is only something you should be talking about and naming names like this. I think in the most secure, probably the only thing when they're in the skiff, when they're in places that are, that we've seen in films, etc., then maybe you can be doing that. But as far as doing this on this Signal app that was left over from Biden, if this guy's not lying on this, now this guy may get caught up by publishing something he shouldn't. He's threatening to do that. But talking about an active CIA operative female who's undercover, I'm really surprised at Radcliffe out of everybody here. It just doesn't seem to me. So the White House is going to have to do better at the news conference this afternoon, whatever. Talking about Signal, putting it in context for the American public, and getting ahead of this, because here's what's happened. This has jumped from Waltz now to Tulsi, and particularly the CIA director today. In other words, they're putting more on the CIA director, saying that you of all people, this is the most sensitive. And if this is true, that this was on the thread, this was on the conversation, the name of a CIA operative undercover female, then I don't know how you're putting that out on Signal. My sense with Signal after this is that this is a place where you can discuss things, given the vagaries. Vance was headed off to some speech he was giving. Somebody was in the middle. Somebody was in Russia. Apparently, one person on this was doing this from Russia. I mean, this starts to get, whoa, wait a minute here, I need to see if we can get somebody on that could talk about the security of Signal. And if you're putting people on here, or they were previously on here, and that's how this guy got in there, that's a problem as far as how foolproof this is. You got to put that in context and be thinking you can't discuss all these things. An argument, I guess, is, hey, how are we supposed to do that? We all have jobs. We're all moving all over the world. We needed to discuss this with the vice president, Tulsi, and all these others. This is the mechanism we were given by Biden. This is the mechanism that apparently, by all procedures, people said, okay. It doesn't seem to be, though, people are now saying that you can do certain things on it. Tulsi Gabbard saying not classified. That's going to be under dispute when we're talking about operations, how we're doing it, the hours we're going to bomb the Houthis. Now, she may be right. Technically, that may not be classified. But it seems to me that's not something you want to be doing here. So the danger with this is we moved away from Waltz, who is the driver of this conversation, to now, because of this hearing today, Radcliffe, as the head of the CIA, they really went after him. I can't say they went after Tulsi Gabbard quite the same, the parts that I saw. So this is why we're in a particularly difficult situation here. All right, let's go to George in Roxborough and Talk Radio 1210. Hey, George, thanks for the wait. What do you have today?
First of all, Dom, I don't think the president is going to fire anybody.
I don't think so either.
I think they did. It was a mistake. It was an error. Now, things that aren't there anymore. My very favorite place was Da Vinci's on Walnut Street.
I heard good things about that.
Alfio's.
Yeah. What was the draw of Da Vinci's?
It was just like a family. There's the same people there all the time. Stu Bykowski.
There you go. Yeah.
You know, the same people. Yeah. And the parking, they didn't kill you down at that lot at the corner. And the same workers at the lot. And the owner was there at all times, Steve. And they had a great Christmas party, and we didn't have to pay the regular customers.
Okay.
I had an account there. It was just a wonderful place, and I'm sorry it closed.
Thank you, George. That's pretty good. Wow, when you have an account at a place. Yeah, I heard good things about Da Vinci's. All right, phone lines to get in now. 855-839-1210. I don't think the president's going to throw Walsh to the wolves because that clearly will not be enough. And in my judgment, the guy more now they're zoning in on is obviously in this hearing much more Radcliffe, I think, than Tulsi. Hegseth is what they're really after here, ultimately. That's what they want. And the president's not going to give it to them. Now, what's the strategy then to move past this? I think a little bit more on Signal. They have to make the case how Signal is something that was accepted. There was consensus on this to do this. Pete Ducey's saying, well, they're still going to use Signal. Man, I don't see that given what we've experienced here. Is this just the most one out of a million things? How in the world did this guy get into this conversation? And I think Kash Patel was also at the hearing. He's the one that's going to have to come up with the bottom line on how this happened. All right, jump in at 855-839-1210. You get in with Dom and Henry on Talk Radio 1210. All right, let's talk first, though. If you're looking for a natural way to boost energy, support your heart, and stay active as you age, it's time to try Rescue Orosine. This unique supplement gives your body the essentials it needs to fight fatigue, improve stamina, without relying on sugar, caffeine, or artificial boosters. It supports healthy blood pressure, overall cardiovascular function, helping you feel your best every day. Right now, Dom listeners can take advantage of a special buy one, get one free offer on Rescue Orosine. Just use the code MyEnergy when you order. Call 800-26-LIVE, 800-262-5483. Speak with a knowledgeable product consultant or visit res-q.com. Enter the code MyEnergy at checkout. Don't miss out. This exclusive deal will not last long. Go to res-q.com and use that code MyEnergy, MyEnergy. Grab Rescue Orosine with a buy one, get one free savings. Stay energized, stay heart healthy with Rescue Natural Supplements.
We did it.
I never had a doubt.
Thank you for supporting WPHT's 8th annual Radiothon.
God bless the Zioli Army, the 1210 WPHT audience. God bless the Travis Mountain Foundation. God bless all the people that serve our country and our veterans, and thank you.
Your donations will help veterans and families of the fallen and inspire our next generation of leaders. You can still donate online at 1210WPHT.com. Presented by Edelman's Coins, Philadelphia's local bullion dealer. And thanks to our sponsors, Window Nation, for all of your window and door needs. Visit windownation.com. Hoffman's Exterminating, providing quality service with personalized care for over 35 years. Oliver Heating and Cooling. Call Oliver for all of your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs.
See Joe Conklin with the City Rhythm Orchestra and Philly Sports Put to Music at the Keswick Theater, Saturday, April 5th.
I love the orchestra, the music.
It was fantastic. I saw it before. This one was absolutely marvelous.
Proceeds go to the 5 Abington Fire Companies to replace protection gear permanently damaged in the recent SPS fire. That's Conklin and City Rhythm at the Keswick in Glenside, Saturday, April 5th. And help the Abington firefighters. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business, with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Hey, it's Nick Kale. When choosing a lawn care service, doesn't it make sense to hire a company that provides better results and is safer for your family and pets? That's why I chose Natural Lawn of America, because that's my lawn care company. From organic fertilizer to safer weed and insect controls, they make sure your lawn thrives naturally season after season. Take advantage of Natural Lawn's limited time offer, free seeding every year. Call 800-FREE-SEED. Choose my lawn care company, Natural Lawn of America, greener grass, fewer weeds, guaranteed. It's Nick Kale here to introduce the all-new 2025 ADX, Piazza Acura's latest addition to their precision-crafted lineup. This premium compact SUV is a breakthrough in design, performance, and innovation with a turbocharged engine, available all-wheel drive system, and cutting-edge technology. The Acura ADX is engineered for those who demand more. Best of all, it's now available at Piazza Acura of Ardmore, Reading, and Westchester with leases as low as $389 per month. Visit PiazzaAcura.com for details.
Texting enrolls you into recurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Dan, how you doing? Haven't seen you around the gym for a while.
Yeah, I've really fallen off. Since I turned 40, I just don't get the results I used to get.
Could be lower testosterone.
Lower T?
Yeah, I went through it a while back. Once you hit 40, your body has less free testosterone. I got Nugenix Total T, and it's made a huge difference for me.
I've seen that ad on TV. Is it for real?
Oh, yeah. The key ingredient is something called Tesnor, which helps boost free and total testosterone levels to help you trim up and stay lean.
And it's made a difference for you?
Man, I feel like I'm in my 20s again. At work, in the gym, and in the bedroom.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try it for themselves?
Yeah, you just need to send them a text.
Text JUDGE to 321-321 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T, the #1 selling testosterone booster at GNC. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, to help you get back into shape fast. Absolutely free. Text JUDGE to 321-321. That's JUDGE to 321-321.
Yo, Doylestown. We know your favorite station is 1210 WPHT.
All right, Henry's got a special drum roll for this. We got a big announcement here on the Dom Giordano Show. Oh, yes. Get the Tiffany ready. President Trump, and I was just talking about this yesterday, saying, isn't it strange we have not heard this yet, but all the doging and everything else has just announced they're going to move full steam ahead to take away every dollar of federal funding for Planned Parenthood. And I'm amazed that over the course of the Trump tenure here, that we haven't heard more listeners bringing this up. And I think it's because of the blizzard of other actions that have been taking. This kind of got lost in the shuffle. Just announced, I saw on Twitter, it seems like a minute or two ago, Trump administration now moving on this. I'm looking at the particulars to see how they can go about stopping this. And it is about time. If America wants to go down this path, and this is the thing we talked about with Biden with this, there used to be an agreement, the Hyde Amendment. Yo, you want to get abortions? Okay. This is where I come down on this, and a lot of people. But you're not making me pay for it with taxpayer dollars here. And what's happened is we have morphed into this gargantuan. We had Megan Brock on yesterday talking about Planned Parenthood and all this COVID money toward various trans things in Bucks County. Right? And that's how it came up. So President Trump just announcing they're going after Planned Parenthood funding. I'll try to break down the details in the next hour. We're going to talk with the great Scott Presler, a lot that he has to report. We're going to talk with the DA over in Bucks County because of these issues around Tesla, among other things. And I'll ask her about her campaign. And I'll tell you about this Diane Marseglia again that Scott faced off with, how a judge yesterday, chapter and verse, essentially talking about just lying to the public, sneaking in these lawsuits against big oil and hiding it to engage in this. This is a real rogue operation. I'm starting to think Diane Marseglia might be the worst in the suburbs. Is she the worst elected official? Can you name somebody else that I'm missing in the suburbs? Came on the show a few times. Come on, Diane. You know you want to come back. Give Henry a call sometime. 855-839-1210. Scott Presler next. And your call. Side question today. Pika's closing. Meet me at the Eagle. Gone. A landmark that has been diminished or completely gone in the greater Philadelphia area, maybe a little bit beyond. 855-839-1210.
There's a reason that potato chips don't come in a clear bag.
There's only 8 chips in this bag.
That's why. It's only about 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's a lot like opening up your 401k at retirement. You get about 2/3 of it, and the rest goes to Uncle Sam. Jim Cipriotti at the Retire Ready Financial Group can help. His tax mapping process can help forecast what your tax bill will be in the future, and that way you can build a strategy now to potentially decrease your tax bill in retirement. In other words, more for you and less for Uncle Sam. Call today for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report, 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415. Or find them online at retirereadyfg.com and get Uncle Sam's greedy hands out of your retirement.
Hey, you've had enough.
With a complimentary tax mapping report from Jim Cipriotti. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
Does your home feel outdated, cramped, or not quite right anymore? Love your home again with a Tillman Builders remodel. I'm Eric Tillman, and my team and family will be with you every step of the way. Whether you dream of a new kitchen, primary suite addition, or a stunning exterior facelift, we offer a smooth and worry-free process. We guarantee your home remodel will be on time and on budget. At Tillman Builders, we value kindness, accountability, and respect for you and your home. Let Tillman Builders bring your vision to life. Visit tbremodel.com to get started today.
Do you want a new opportunity with great pay, benefits, and a team that cares? Stockwell Elastomerics, a 106-year-old employee-owned company in Philadelphia, the city of winners, is hiring sales engineers and motivated manufacturing workers, skilled or eager to learn, day or night shifts. Their employee stock ownership program lets you become an owner, not just an employee. At Stockwell Elastomerics, you're not just joining a workplace, you're joining a family. Apply at stockwell.com. Stockwell Elastomerics, where careers are made and ownership is earned.
Here's Bill Spadia with President Donald Trump.
Mr. President, as you fight through the corrupt media, the corrupt criminal justice system, face all kinds of battles, how important is it for you to know that we've got your back, no matter how your enemies are coming at you?
It's important, and you've had my back from the beginning. I know all about it. That's why I'm talking to you. I turned down plenty of requests, I will tell you. But you've had my back, and I really appreciate it.
We have a great leader in Washington. Now we need one in Trenton. As governor, Bill Spadia will dig in to fix our state. He'll take on and beat the Trenton politicians who have rigged the system for themselves. This is our chance to rebuild New Jersey for all of us. Republican Bill Spadia for governor. Patriots, it's time.
Paid for by Rebuilding New Jersey PAC, 9 Bethel Road, 1044, Somers Point, New Jersey, 08244. Not authorized or made with the cooperation or prior consent of or in any consultation with or at the request or suggestion of any candidate or any person or committee acting on behalf of any candidate.
Welcome to Staples.
I hear Staples prints it all for any business?
You bet, and we'll beat any print quote.
So if I had a pizza place...
Staples can print signs, menus, pizza boxes.
A landscaping business?
Oh, we can print yard signs, t-shirts, brochures.
How about a pizza/landscaping business? I'll call it Dough and Mo.
I like it.
Right now at Staples, get up to $250 off your print purchase. Ends 4/5 exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for offer details. Price match guarantee valid in store and staples.com/print. Visit staples.com/price match for details.
For more than 75 years, University of Maryland Global Campus has given you the opportunity to build your next success. Choose from more than 135 degree and certificate programs in career-relevant fields like business, healthcare, data analytics, cybersecurity, and more. Plus, we offer 100% online and hybrid courses, personalized advising, and lifetime career services. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
All right, my day is complete. The guy is beating the bushes there in Wisconsin. Our guy, not only is he the world's best at registering people, turning them out to vote, not only is his hair somewhat in the top 10, you know, I'd put it slightly behind mine. He has more hair, but, you know.
Oh, come on.
I don't know. I could grow it that long if I chose. All right, but he is a prognosticator extraordinaire, telling us how long ago this is the most important election of this year. The election for a Supreme Court seat, Scott, in Wisconsin? Why? Well, he was right. Now everybody, New York Post and others, well, Scott Presler was right in telling us that. Scott Presler joins us for his weekly update, one day late, but I know he was working hard in Wisconsin yesterday, eating a lot of cheese on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Scott, welcome back. Thanks for joining us.
Hey, thank you, guys.
So, Scott, New York Post, several others, and some of them quoting you saying, yes, this election in Wisconsin, this is it for the reasons that you've been putting out. So talk about that a little bit, well ahead of the curve, and what people even here can do at the 11th hour now to help.
Thank you. Well, I've been posting about this race in Wisconsin now for 105 days. So this isn't something that all of a sudden we jumped on board with. We knew this was going to be one of the most important elections this year in 2025. So on April 1st is Election Day. Our conservative candidate is Brad Schimmel. And if we are unable to win this seat on the 1st, then Democrats will continue to remain in control of the court. Now, why does that matter? After Democrats took the court in 2023, they brought back drop boxes going into the presidential election in 2024. And I'll remind you that even though that Donald Trump won, Eric Hovde, our Senate candidate, he ultimately lost his race by 30,000 votes. And we saw that where President Trump won at the top, but then we lost races going further down the ballot. And so my message is clear. If you want President Trump to be a 4-year president, if you want him to be able to govern even after the midterm elections, and if you want Wisconsin to stay a swing state going into 2028, then I need everybody to get out the vote for Brad Schimmel. And even if you're in Pennsylvania or New Jersey, you can download the Early Vote Action app, and we have in there right now text messages that you can text from the comfort of your home. I wouldn't write postcards at this moment because we're 1 week away from Election Day, but this election is consequential and will impact who takes control of the House of Representatives in 2026.
Big time. It would be one of the biggest reasons. And the bank shot of this, Scott, is in Pennsylvania. One of the key things we've been talking about, these 3 judges on the Supreme Court up for retention. One of the things they did, the instant pretty much they got in there, one of them even talked about it, Scott, when he was running, which they could have knocked him out of the box for that. You're not allowed to do it. You put me in there, and I am going to redraw these boundaries. The legislatures are the ones, the only ones under the Constitution, as I read it, that can do that. They jumped in. The Republicans kind of waffled and did not try to impeach. And the 3 of them were up for retention. It's a simple yes or no, retain or not.
Yes. So, I'm not here to pat myself on the back. That's not my intention. But when I bring attention to these races, I really have the listener at home, your best interest at mind. Again, my heart is so in this. I've been talking about it once a day for 105 days in Wisconsin, and I'm staying in Pennsylvania. I still have my house over on the western part of the state, the Commonwealth, and I will be spending much of this year making sure that we are defeating 3 Democrat Supreme Court justices in Pennsylvania. And so I ask everybody again to vote no to retention. Now, Dom, we have a special election today in Lancaster, Pennsylvania that, again, not a lot of people have been talking about. This is an area that is red. This is where our beautiful Amish are. But there has been such a dearth in the amount of information for this special. So today, voters have the opportunity to vote until 8 p.m. Eastern Time Zone. If any of you listeners know anybody in Ephrata, Mannheim, Mount Joy, Warwick, Lidditz, over there in the Lancaster area, please get them out to vote for Josh Parsons, our Republican candidate. Now, he's a county commissioner that really works tirelessly to have election integrity in Lancaster. So if you like election integrity, you're going to like him as your senator for the 36th district. And furthermore, one last important piece of the puzzle. This race, guys, is so important that an Illinois-based Democrat PAC just gave Josh Parsons' opponent, Josh is the Republican, they gave his Democrat opponent $100,000. So Illinois Democrats are trying to buy
Wow.
Pennsylvania. Don't let that happen. Vote today, please.
Listeners, let's put in context too, Scott. That is unparalleled just for a state Senate race, that kind of donation. And again, it's all about control. And you and I both live in Pennsylvania here. No matter who the president is, Democrats are relentless with that one vote margin in the House to block everything, including something that I think could be very damaging to Josh Shapiro. If we pass the Women in Sports Fairness Act, he would have to go one way or another, sign or not sign. And whichever way he goes, I think is going to be problematic.
Well, and I'm not here to battle with you guys. You know my heart is truly in this, but let me be real with you. This is an off-year election. This is 2025, meaning that a lot of people aren't really paying attention to politics like they were last year. Now, listen to this. Going into the election today, the Democrats were already had in the bank 6,700 votes, Dom, whereas Republicans, we did better than usual. We had 4,100 mail-in ballots. So we went into today's election down 2,500 ballots because they mail. And so the last thing that I want to leave with is, please, if you don't know where you're going to be on May 20th for the primary, if you don't know that you're going to be around on November 4th, or you just want a reminder, request a mail-in ballot as a plan B. Life happens. People go on vacation. You got to travel out the side of the state. Request a mail-in ballot as your plan B for this year.
How about New Jersey, Scott? I know until next week, and rightfully so, Wisconsin is critical. We've had Patty Scanlon on, just brilliant in this role. She was at the Republican Leadership Conference. We talked with her. Any update on New Jersey?
The only update that I have is people have been writing a lot of articles, and they're saying objectively, just even based on the math, that New Jersey has a really good shot of going Republican this year. So while I'm turning my attention to Wisconsin right now and I'm coming back to PA, early vote action will continue to remain focused on the November 4th election this year to flip that governorship to Republican.
All things Scott Presler, and to help out in Wisconsin and everywhere else, Scott, where do we go?
Thank you. Earlyvoteaction.com. And again, please, Josh Parsons, Lancaster, text everyone you know. They have until 8 p.m. to vote today.
Thank you, Scott, very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right. See, in my grand scheme, and I know Scott's busy with actual deadlines here and all that, down the road a bit when Josh Shapiro runs, if somehow or another we take over the House, there are a number of Democrats, if the bill comes up, that will vote for the Women's Fairness in Sports Act. Josh Shapiro then will have to say, hell with that, I'm vetoing it. Or he'll have to endorse it. Now, you know, he's chief contender along with the guy in California, and that guy will start opening up on him either way. That's the bill. That's the way to out this guy who's not a moderate. Not even a little bit. All right, 855-839-1210. We're going to talk with the DA out in Bucks County. Coming up, I'll give you a little bit of this judge yesterday who just really outed these commissioners in Bucks County who just would not tell voters that they were actually going to be suing oil companies, not because of an oil spill in Bucks County, just in general. And the judge said, you want to do something with me? I drive a gas-powered car. I love this guy. I'd bring him in studio, bring a lunch. I don't know if as a judge he could comment. He looks like he might. I'll give you some of the headlines from that with Diane Marseglia. The face-off with Scott Presler. Oh, my God. But right now, though, Henry's got something cooked up. It's time for...
It's Dom's Money Melody.
Where's all the money gone?
That's right. Today we're playing for a pair of tickets to see the Rascals' 60th anniversary tour, April 18th at the Keswick Theater in Glenside, Pennsylvania. For tickets and more information, visit Keswick Theater, and it's spelled TheaTre.com. Very British.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
All right. What do you have here?
So, yeah, today's side question, Dom. What's that local landmark
Right.
that's no longer with us? Leslie and Bryn Mawr had a great answer of the main point in Bryn Mawr, which got me thinking,
Okay.
why don't I do a performance from there? So simply, I'm going to play a piece of someone's performance. I want to know who the artist is playing at the main point. Easy enough?
Yep.
All right, let's do it.
Jamaica say you will help me find a way to fill these empty hours. Say you will come again tomorrow. The daughter of a captain on the rolling seas.
So this artist played at the point.
This artist played at the main point in
Okay.
Bryn Mawr in 1975.
Ah, it's not Bruce Springsteen.
It is not Bruce Springsteen. I think it's a
Okay.
very recognizable voice, very recognizable artist. And
Yes.
if you've been listening along with the show today,
Yes.
he may have been mentioned.
Ah, yes, very much. And Leslie backed away, though. I still think Springsteen was the biggest one that popped there.
Oh, yeah,
at the main
100%. But I understand.
point.
not
Yeah, I
relenting.
understand the reluctance. Yeah, I mean, I despise him, too, for being a half a billionaire, 3/4 of a billionaire, and still doing the rift about tank towns and the man and the daughters at dressage across Europe for millions of dollars. I mean, you just can't do it. That's my biggest objection. Dan doesn't like the stage act, I think. It's not bad, the stage act.
Yeah, it keeps people coming back, so it must be pretty good.
I think it is. But not only that, you don't have living memory of this. I had to cover his 20-gun salute to John Kerry in 2004. 20 straight days he did big shows.
Jeez.
Like sellouts
Yeah.
to raise money to put Kerry over the top.
Wow.
Yeah, so I did see him here at the then, I think it was still the Spectrum, not Wells Fargo. I think it was Spectrum. Okay, 855-839-1210. You get on board. Hit us with that. You're a winner. You get the tickets. Enjoy a great night over there at the Keswick. 855-839-1210.
What could I do?
Kale and Company weekday mornings 6 till 10.
They booed Santa Claus.
Booed Santa Claus. We have cheesesteaks. Rocky ran up the steps, and that's it. Kale and Company doesn't exist. Dawn Stensland's Emmys on television are not a thing. It's just about Santa, Rocky, and cheesesteaks. We worship New York, and Philadelphia's an armpit. Philadelphia's known for 3 things. Come on, Clay. Expect more out of you. By the way, the audio. Never interview somebody on a plane. Yeah, sounds terrible.
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
My name is Barbara Panzano. I live in Hatboro, Pennsylvania. It's really important to get involved with Crash Proof sooner rather than later. You're going to make more than you ever made in the stock market. With Crash Proof, I actually made double digits in 2 of my accounts. One was over 20% and one was over 13%. Unbelievable returns for my first year. And the best thing is, with this volatile market, it's not going to affect me. I know that I'm guaranteed my principal. The double-digit returns that I earned will never be taken away. With the tariffs and a potential trade war, it's going to be a very rough year. But I won't be experiencing any of that pain because I'm involved in crash-proof retirement. I have peace of mind, and I don't have to stay up worrying about it at night anymore.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at the Mendenhall Inn on April 22nd, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
The working families of La Una Labor's District Council of Pennsylvania, D.C., Maryland, and Virginia are proud contributors to all aspects of growth in this great city. The Labor's District Council provides safe, well-trained, productive workers who enable projects to be done on time and under budget. We appreciate our signatory contractors and their commitment to fairness and equality. Laborers, we're building a better future today.
Brought to you by the Laborers District Council Licit Fund.
Are you a small business owner who needs immediate cash flow? At Swish Funding, we have flexible funding options from $25,000 to $2 million. For the best rates and terms for your business, just one application to Swish Funding gives you access to our entire network of funders, with cash in your account in as little as 24 hours. To qualify, you must be in business for at least 1 year with monthly revenue of $50,000. Apply at swishradio.com and use code RADIO. Swishradio.com, code RADIO.
Scorching summer months are almost here. CNC can keep you cool. Don't wait until your age system fails before replacing it. Take advantage of CNC Heating and Air Conditioning's 0% financing for 60 months. That's 5 years. Payments can be as low as $89 per month. CNC's offer goes until the end of March, so don't delay. Just go to cc-hvac.com for more information. CNC Heating and Air Conditioning, your local York dealers. Offers for new installations only through March 31st.
Ever feel like there aren't enough hours in the day? If you get busy or miss your favorite show, don't worry. With Rewind, available exclusively on the free Odyssey app, you can stream your favorite shows on demand. You know your day is better with us. Get the news that matters to you from the local voices you trust. No matter what you're up to, give it a try. To get started, download the free Odyssey app and search for your station. That's AUDACY.
Free speech lives here. With Dom Giordano, weekdays noon till 3 on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
It's Dom Money Melody.
Where's all the money gone?
Show me the money.
That is right. All right, Henry tapping into the legendary main point since today's side question involves places that are no longer there or diminished. Landmarks, if you will. That was a really good one when it leads to the side question. Here's the singer. Here's the tune. Who is this?
You will help me find a way to fill these sails, and we will sail on.
All right, let's go to Lee in Manahawkin on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Lee, good afternoon.
Hey, how you doing today? Is that Jackson Brown?
All right.
Bingo.
Very nice, Lee. I don't even know if he makes the top 10 of people coming through the main point there at the beginning of their careers, as big of a name as he is. But, yeah, James Taylor, we know. I think Joni Mitchell, Leslie
Linda
mentioned.
Ronstadt was on there,
Linda
too.
Ronstadt, she was a big thing. Yeah,
there was a concert archival I was going through trying to
Right.
pick and choose who was out there, and there were some good ones.
You think Springsteen was still the number one?
Springsteen's still probably number one, yeah, absolutely.
It was relatively tiny. I don't know what the seating capacity was.
Yeah, I always heard it was like maybe even 100 people at that.
I
Like crazy low.
They would be telling an untruth if they said 100. I think it was under, but they said 100 just to round it off. You know, it could have been in the 90s. Yeah. Yes. All right. So 855-839-1210. Just hit us with the bottom line here, which is hit us with something that is diminished landmark or no longer there. An update on this now, and the Trump administration talking, rightfully so, that this is an attempt to distract from all the good stuff Trump's doing, but particularly that Trump did bomb these pirate terrorists in Yemen. The Biden administration just danced around this. That's true. But I think the way around this, the way out of this, is to hit us with exactly what happened here as best as you can tell. And you got Jeffrey Goldberg now threatening to release more of what was involved here. And my other insight that I see that's happened since we started this today is that Radcliffe, the head of the CIA, has been dragged into this more than he was originally. Originally, it was Waltz. You can see now you're seeing more and more of this push-pull on this. So Goldberg, obviously, he's got the big thing now. He's not going to give up on this. Let's see if he goes over the line with something that is classified, something where there's going to be pushback on this. And Democrats are thrilled. They finally have something to talk about, of course, here. I think Scott Jennings put it best last night, and then we'll take some more calls. Here's Jennings talking about this last night before we had all this information, but he kind of put this, particularly his fourth point is the point I've been making today about what this whole thing told us, in addition to potentially some of the damage from it. Here is Scott Jennings. Cut 11.
Reporting on her show, Scott, that there is shock inside the White House that this chat was texted to Jeffrey Goldberg. Are you shocked?
Well, sure. I mean, it's a shocking thing, and they've admitted that it was a mistake and admitted that it's authentic. So they're owning up to it. I think they're still, based on what I've heard tonight, trying to figure out how it happened. I'm not sure the National Security Advisor Walls even knows Goldberg. In fact, I don't believe he knows him and has never met him. I did learn a few things in some of my conversations, if you're interested. One is that the Signal program was preloaded on a number of devices and agency computers in this circuit when they got there. So in their view, it was already in use. Number two, in some of the messages, they talk about needing to go to the high side computers, which is the classified system. So they clearly were knowing there was a line on what you could discuss in a chat like this versus classified system. Number three, there is a dispute over whether the term war plans is being exaggerated. And number four, look, I love the policy. It's well executed. You've got a thoughtful policy discussion going on, and we did what the Biden administration would not do, stop these people from harassing our shipping lanes and our boats and our Navy. So good on the Trump administration for reversing a bad policy.
So a wild triumph.
All right, so they were mocking him. A wild triumph for Trump. Jennings wasn't saying it. To that last point, if we're busy today, it's our job to get into the nuggets of this. J.D. Vance making a point that was at odds with the rest of the team apparently here. Whoa, the president's going to be seen as inconsistent on this. Only 3% of our shipping goes through these lanes. It's the Europeans. Why don't we make them do it more? Now, you could say, look, that's a great point, but we got to do it now. We got to stop this nonsense with these people. And he then said, all right, I will acquiesce since the president made this point. All right, Henry, you got something right now? You need a break? All right, well, that's in a little bit. Okay. 855-839-1210. You get a line coming up. The DA in Bucks County. Got a lot to talk about with her, and we will do that momentarily here on Talk Radio 1210. Let me first tell you about the tour that we're going on that's spectacular. We've been to Italy, Ro and I, a couple times, but you're going to fall head and heels with where we're going this time. The ancient crossroads of civilization, that would be Sicily. The Greeks, the Romans, the Arabs, the Normans, the Spaniards, the Germans, they all left their cultural mark. So why not join me for the sun, the sea, and the unparalleled beauty of Mediterranean Europe, Sicily, and Calabria this fall? Conservative tours, we don't go anywhere without conservative tours. And listeners know, you've been on a trip with Dawn, with me. They are spectacular in what they do. The dining events alone, you'll be talking about forever. All this, $55.44, including airfare. Bustling Palermo, the Quattrocante, stunning Montreal, the Palace of the Normans, the Godfather Tour. Yep, that's right, all three films and the locales from the movies. Call 888-733-9494 or go to conservativetours.com. The crown jewel of Sicily, they tell me, is Taormina. We'll be there. We'll be in Mount Etna. We'll be at the Valley of the Temples, Sicily.
And inspire our next generation of leaders. You can still donate online at 1210WPHT.com. Presented by Edelman's Coins, Philadelphia's local bullion dealer. And thanks to our sponsors, AMC Heating, Plumbing, and Air Conditioning. Now hiring experienced technicians. Veterans encouraged to apply. Visit AMCOnTheWeb.com. Tillman Builders. Love your home again with a Tillman Builders renovation. Stockwell Elastomerics, where careers are made and ownership is earned.
Feel like everything's clouded by doubt? Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com. Our psychics are available to talk 24/7, and we guarantee if it's not life-changing, it's free. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
If you can plan barbecues and weddings, you can plan to protect yourself from a natural disaster. Sign up for local alerts, prepare an emergency kit, and make a family communications plan. Get started at ready.gov/plan.
Brought to you by FEMA and the Ad Council.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life.
Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, just $189.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aids.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. How many times are you going to listen to my voice before you finally go to investorschooling.com? I can't believe you haven't signed up for a class yet. You're going to learn real estate investing. You're going to learn stock options trading. You're going to learn things about money that you didn't even know existed. Go to investorschooling.com right now. Oh my goodness. This Thursday, investorschooling.com, and take that free class. See you there.
Saving for retirement is one thing. Making your money last? For that, you may need some help. Listen to Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Sundays at 9 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Enhance your home's curb appeal with new doors and windows from Emmons Roofing and Siding.
Our high-quality products offer style, security, and energy efficiency.
And you can choose from a wide selection of styles and finishes from major brands like Anderson or Provia.
Call Emmons today at 856-885-6677 or visit us online at callemmons.com.
From top to bottom,
to inside and out,
at Emmons, we have you covered.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
Faculty and staff at the Community College of Philadelphia threaten to go on strike if they don't have a new contract by tomorrow morning. Mayor Parker unveils her $2 billion plan to renovate 30,000 affordable homes. A Bucks County mom has started a nonprofit to help children get through the trauma of losing loved ones.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Auto Group studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, it is Dom time. We love talking with Bucks County District Attorney Jennifer Shorn, and we'll talk about her campaign against Democrat Joe Kahn, or as I call him, Joe Kahn Man. But I don't know if this is another incident. My friends over at the Doylestown Republicans just sent me that apparently someone, a Tesla, they carved a swastika into it, and they have the exact location and all that is going on with this. Or this could have been the kid that we talked about allegedly keying with his mom, it looked like. But let's see if the district attorney has any updates on any of this. District Attorney, welcome back. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you so much for having me, Dom.
Well, thank you again. The voice of sanity out there based upon previous interviews with you. Any update on what's going on now? The protest at Tesla and Warminster looked peaceful to me, but these other incidents that have been captured, footage we have of them on Twitter and other places don't.
Yeah, I mean, we know that there has been a call to action from people in positions of authority and celebrities. And, quite frankly, it's clearly impacting, it's influencing what individuals are doing. And they think they can get away with this type of criminal conduct, that it will be condoned or somehow, they're doing something to honor some cause. And I can assure you in Bucks County, it will not be tolerated. I could not be more proud of the work that was done on Sunday with the Newtown Township Police Department. A citizen just simply parked at a shopping center in his Tesla Cybertruck, had to come out to discover damage, vandalism to his Cybertruck. And, the irony of ironies is that Tesla had, this amazing technology, I believe it was 8 years ago, when they installed the camera systems that allowed for both, even in a stationary mode, for the car to capture any kind of security breach. And in doing the individual surrounded by other kids who committed this act of vandalism was captured with crystal clear video surveillance. And so I praise the car owner, but also then the Newtown Township Police within hours had the kids identified, thanks to cooperation with the local schools as well, Council Rock School District. So, criminal consequences will follow. We're not going to condone this type of behavior.
Well, you're breaking news here because the media doesn't seem to be as interested in this as you and I are. So is that under your jurisdiction then? Do you charge in this situation? What are we looking at here?
So in the specific instance in Newtown, everything when there's active criminal mischief, which is commonly referred to as vandalism, it goes based on the damage sustained. And I credit this vehicle owner who was honest in that because he caught it immediately, he was able to take measures to minimize the damage. So unfortunately, the grading of the offense is only a summary offense, but it is a criminal offense. And so, and I can assure you that's going to be the exception to the rule. The vast majority of the time when someone vandalizes a vehicle, intentionally vandalizing a vehicle, is going to cost more than, this particular incident, and it will result in misdemeanor charges, if not felony, depending on the extent. But this is just really a symptom of what we're seeing across the country. I mean, I am disgusted and appalled at what I saw in Maryland and in Colorado and in Florida. Arsons committed, firefighters and police having to go out to scenes, and while they're combating these acts of, they're not acts of vandalism, these criminal acts, there's other calls waiting. And there's other people who are, now suffering the consequences as well. As we know, our firefighters have just battled the unprecedented fires in this country, and now they're literally responding to Tesla dealerships because people use incendiary devices to blow up Teslas to send a message and then are celebrated. It's shocking to me. It really is.
You may not have seen this, because you're busy with your day job, which is vast in Bucks County. But there was a guy out there today, it's alleged, and he said, thank God the kids weren't in the car, where he was shot at in a Tesla, and there doesn't seem to be any other motivation. It seems to be more long distance. Somebody wanted to shoot at someone in a Tesla. So this is ratcheting up to a level.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, and I'm not, the people that have been over in Warminster, I know that this Saturday is a huge event worldwide. They have been fine, even though I don't agree with them. That's certainly legit. I haven't seen any complaints there or anything. But this can, in a moment, result in something horrific when we see some of the agitation going on here.
You're so right, Dom, and forgive me for stepping on your words because I'm just in shock that, and shame on anyone who's promoting criminal activity, whether it be a low-level criminal mischief, to the most serious of offenses, arsons, and quite frankly, I mean, if someone in response to an arson were to suffer bodily injury or, God forbid, death in responding to a fire, that's murder. That's felony murder. And so, the fact that that some people in this country are encouraging this behavior is really sad and upsetting, as a career prosecutor. I mean, what are we doing? You can have different political ideologies and you can express them. That's one of our principles in this country. And as you pointed out, peaceful protests, even if I disagree with the principles, so long as you're peaceful and adhere to the rule of law, fine. But, to be encouraging this type and then to know now simply by virtue of you own a Tesla, you may be at risk of violence being inflicted upon you, I'm blown away and really at loss for words.
And I would think it's incumbent, when this is on more the Trump side of it because of Musk, that Democrats, elected officials, say in Bucks County, the commissioners, your opponent and others, they call it out, as I would expect you would in the role of district attorney, particularly when it's the other way. That's the voice we need to hear.
I think you just hit the nail on the head. That is what we need. I mean, come on, we have got to send a united message that this type of lawlessness is not going to be tolerated. And yeah, it's common sense. But so in Bucks County, it was juvenile offenders, and they committed a crime, and there will be consequences with one in particular as it relates to who perpetrated the actual crime. And certainly there's public shaming. But what's next? That it's only increasingly getting more concerning. And I think you hit the nail on the head. That's what it's going to take. And I encourage everyone, across the aisle to speak out and say, this is not to be tolerated. This is ridiculous conduct and dangerous words that are inciting kind of dangerous activities should never be tolerated.
So in your campaign now, where are we? In Philadelphia, they're already debating. Is that going to be happening with Joe Kahn?
Oh, I would love the opportunity to debate. As you know, I've been doing this job in Bucks County, my home county, for over 25 years. I love my community. I do not want to see my office used as a political stepping stone by someone who, has spent the last 8 years unsuccessfully trying to win political offices. And, my only agenda is making sure that Bucks County is a safe community for all of us. And so I would welcome a debate with my opponent. So time will tell if there's an interest on his end.
Oh, well, we'll have Dan and Henry. Henry, send it over there by Pony Express to Joe Kahn's office. We would love to. We have a hub out here. I don't know if you've ever been to the building. It's like a performance thing for hundreds of people.
That'd be great.
This would be a perfect spot. All right, we got you, Joe. You can just call in and tell us you accept, and then the two of you can figure out when and where and all of that. And look, I will try to throw the ball to him because I want to hear what he has to say. And we know your principal thing here is you're a prosecutor, as you said, that came up through the ranks in Bucks County. And I know your background athletically and everything else. It's kind of the classic one step at a time with that goal to be able to protect us when we're out in Bucks County. So for your campaign, is there a website that we go to?
There is. Thank you. I really appreciate everything you said, your kind words and your support and inviting the debate to occur. Yes, it's Gen4DA. If you just Google Gen4DA, you'll get my my website and social media is Jen Shorn for, number 4 DA. So I really thank you for your time, Dom, and your kind words.
Anytime, DA. Thank you very much. Thanks for the day job and what you're doing there very much.
Appreciate it. Take care and be well.
All right, Jennifer Shorn, the Bucks County attorney. You heard that it's a kid involved in there. That's one they've gotten. I don't know about the mom. This other, thanks to the Doylestown Republicans, apparently, I don't know if they've gotten that one yet. A swastika now into this. Look, they have the right to protest, certainly. I haven't seen anything, the Warminster stuff, even though I completely differ with them. I haven't seen violence, anything there along those lines. All right. We got a lot of people that want to get in. It has been an incredible day, and we'll see if they'll agree. Here's a thing that I'll be talking about more tomorrow, but I'll talk about now, and maybe Rich, that we're starting to see develop here. What they're trying to do, the media in concert with Democrats, and what they try to do in the Senate testimony is they're trying to turn cabinet officers on each other. Now, I think that Pete Hegseth is the big target. Of course, Trump is ultimately, but that Pete Hegseth is the target here more than Waltz. Waltz, even though great national security and all, small potatoes versus getting at Pete Hegseth. And surprisingly, or maybe not, the Senate Democrats turned their fire. Yeah, Tulsi was there too, but they were really going after the CIA director. They were using this spin. Why didn't he stop it? Seeing this guy on the thread or the chat. And it was a little unclear how much he saw or how much he knew that Goldberg was on there. I'm talking about Radcliffe, who is as solid as they come. So this is what you're going to see over the next 24, 48 hours. All the people that were on there, they're going to try to go after them. In this, the Wall Street Journal and others going after Vance. I think Vance looks spectacular in this, and I've said it. He's the one saying, well, I don't know that the president should know this may not be consistent. We're telling the Europeans they have to fight their own battles. We can't jump in and do everything here. They're the ones affected by this. But then, after all the arguments were made, and they were made at a high level based upon what we've seen so far, he said, all right, I'm going to go along with the team on this. You know, something like this, I know it's very difficult to get all these parties together. I would prefer that Trump be in the room with them on this, rather than just the team come to a decision. I'd like the president to be able to see how they were hashing this out and what's consistent with his vision on this. But it's pretty difficult. Some of them, the thread, were even in Russia. Can we say, though, this signal thing, they don't seem to want to give this up, and I'm trying to get more knowledge on it, is not the best thing. This is difficult. What other mechanisms could they use here? Not exactly sure yet, but signal is signaling to me this is an area where shenanigans can happen. All right, it is the lightning round. Thanks for being patient. Just hit us with that all-time landmark in the area that has gone away or been diminished. If you're the winner, your name goes into the hat. That's straight ahead on Talk Radio 1210.
We did it. I never had a doubt. Thank you for supporting WPHT's 8th annual Radiothon.
God bless the Ziomi Army, the 1210 WPHT audience. God bless the Travis Magnus Foundation. God bless all the people that serve our country and our veterans, and thank you.
Your donations will help veterans and families of the fallen and inspire our next generation of leaders. You can still donate online at 1210WPHT.com. Presented by Edelman's Coins, Philadelphia's local bullion dealer. And thanks to our sponsors, Emmons Roofing, Windows and Solar. Online at emmonsroofing.com. Bucks County Estate Traders, the finest collection of high-end and vintage furniture. Visit their huge showroom in Hatfield.
Cancer, a scary word, but not so scary if you have the right team. Hi, this is John DeMasi, host of Health Watch, Sundays at 8 and again at 4 here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. And that team is Dr. Molly Fantasia and the medical staff at Innovative Medical Associates. Yes, cancer is a scary word and a difficult condition if you've been diagnosed. Over the years, the staff at Innovative Medical Associates has helped hundreds of patients with their unique medical hydration protocols. Cancer support is a large part of the practice at Innovative Medical Associates.
We believe in medical hydration. We've improved it so much that we are able to help people across the board with challenges before they become chronic.
Talk about improving your quality of life. Most likely, that'll happen when you visit Innovative Medical Associates. Check them out on the web at innovativemedicalassociates.com or call 856-489-0505 to schedule your initial complimentary consultation.
It's Jack Daniel's Madness during the month of March at your local PA Fine Wine and Good Spirit stores with Jack and Coke and Jack and Coca-Cola Zero Sugar. Ready to drink in a can and $1 off 4-packs. Celebrate St. Patrick's Day with 1.7 liters of Jack Daniel's Original, Jack Fire, and Jack Honey, all for $3 off. And step up your game with Gentleman Jack 750 milliliters for $2 off. Celebrate responsibly.
Whiskey Specialty, 7% ABV. Jack Daniel Distillery, Lynchburg, Tennessee. Jack Daniel's and Old Number 7 are registered trademarks of Jack Daniel's Properties, Inc. Coca-Cola is a trademark of the Coca-Cola Company.
Hey, it's Rich. When choosing a lawn care service, doesn't it make sense to hire a company that provides better results and is safer for your family and pets? Of course. That's why I chose Natural Lawn of America. That's my lawn care company. Natural Lawn has been growing green lawns quickly, more naturally, and with fewer weeds since 1987. Take advantage of Natural Lawn's limited time offer, free seeding every year. Call 800-FREE-SEED. Choose my lawn care company, Natural Lawn of America. Greener grass, fewer weeds, guaranteed.
This is a special notice to all U.S. taxpayers with back taxes to the IRS. Billions in tax relief is now being made available to struggling taxpayers, giving thousands, even tens of thousands of dollars in savings away to those who qualify. If you're facing wage garnishment, threatening letters, audits, liens, levies, or already in a payment plan, you can now expedite the resolution to your tax problem, end collections, and even qualify to reduce a large portion of what you owe. Stop IRS Debt has established a relief hotline for you to call to check what savings and options you qualify for. Dial 800-759-3413. With many people facing job loss and rising cost of living, these special IRS initiatives are designed to aid delinquent taxpayers with the relief that they need to get a fresh start. For a free consultation to see what savings you qualify for, call 800-759-3413. 800-759-3413. 800-759-3413.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
The time has come for the final test.
We usually call it the lightning round.
All right, hit us with that place that is diminished or gone. And Leslie Fisherpine will not give it up, Henry. She's over at the main point right now. It's not there, Leslie. Saying Billy Joel went through there. He's bigger than Springsteen. Look, can I despise Springsteen more based upon the riff that he does, the fraud? He's a fraudster. But am I going to just lie and say Billy Joel's bigger? That's preposterous.
I want to agree with Leslie on that. That say Billy Joel's bigger.
Yeah.
But I hear what you're saying. That I feel like because Billy Joel really doesn't like performing all that much, and that's why he's not as big as Springsteen. Well, Springsteen, we were talking about during the break, he performed 20 straight days for John Kerry at one point, right?
Well, but even the memorable songs is memorable, and I like a lot of Billy Joel's. The top 5 versus Springsteen's, whether he's fraudulent or not, as far as out there collectively. You have people going to Billy Joel concerts for the 20th time.
Yeah.
I don't think as many for Springsteen. It's really a thing with that.
Well, yeah, that would make Billy Joel bigger. If
Why?
they're going to their 20th Billy Joel concert and they're only going to a handful of Springsteen concerts?
Some of them, they go like 50. That's what I'm saying.
Oh, you're saying they go more.
Yeah,
all right.
Yeah. I just think as a persona, I get it.
As a persona, Springsteen's bigger. I'll give you that.
All right,
Totally.
how about if we say that Billy Joel, for a 5-year period, we'll take the 5-year period at his height, is competitive with Springsteen even at his height.
Sure.
That
I can live
could
with
agree
that.
Okay. Thank you, Leslie. I know tomorrow you'll be on a rampage. Did you know that President Trump was at the main point? He was there. He was a kid. That's bigger. I'm going to find somebody bigger working on this. All right, let's go to Gene in Abington on Talk Radio 1210. All right, Gene, what's your landmark? Hi.
Well, in Bucks County, I want to play up your Bucks County conversation. In Pendle, which is this tiny borough, was a restaurant, Jim Flannery's Super Constellation Restaurant. It was a lounge. It had shag carpeting, and that was a landmark as you were driving along US 1. Jackie Robinson went there. Some governors went there. And 1997, they sold the place, and Amoco bought it. It's a gas station now. They donated this airplane to a museum down at Dover Air Force Base. It was reconditioned, and it sits down on the tarmac. The Constellation sits on the tarmac in Dover.
Wow. The shag carpeting. As soon as that, my ears go, oh, it's shag. Oh, man, these are good. Drew in Upper Darby. Drew, good afternoon. What do you have today, Drew?
Hey, Dom, thank you so much. Dom, when I was a kid, I was always amazed by the skyline of Philadelphia. And you could see it from Pekin's on Westchester Pike. And this building wasn't a landmark, but what it was known for made it a landmark. It was always, for years, it was the tallest building in Philadelphia. That was William Penn, City Hall. Zoning laws wouldn't permit other buildings being built taller than it.
That is a great one. And that's the curse. Now, the Eagles broke the curse, but we should have kept it, Billy Penn being the highest part in Philadelphia.
Yes, and I remember seeing it right at Pekin's on Westchester Pike.
That seems like I'm a Luddite, anti-progress, but yes, Billy Penn's hat should have been the highest point in Philadelphia.
They did it for the Phillies.
That might be a winner. That's pretty good. Richard in Westchester. Richard, what's yours?
Connie Mack Stadium, the best place to watch a ball game, and Richie Allen to hit those balls over the Ballantyne sign.
Yeah, but you had to pay a kid 50 cents to watch your car.
Not if you took the subway.
Taking this more than and they watch your car for you. Get what I mean? That's a nice car you got there, Henry.
What would 50 cents then be today?
Oh, like $10. Yeah,
Oh,
something
geez.
like that. It's one of the last ballparks. All of them used to be in the inner city of big cities.
They don't have those anymore.
No. Well, thank God.
There's a few. Fenway's like that.
I wouldn't say that's inner city. I never felt unsafe
Inner city,
there.
but there's no parking.
Right, but what I mean is it's not, in a difficult part of town, that kind of thing. Yeah. John in Westchester, Talk Radio 1210. John, what's yours?
Good afternoon, Dom and Henry. How are you?
Good.
Great.
Well, I just want to say that my first baseball game when I was 5 years old, I went to Connie Mack with my grandfather and my father, who both have passed, obviously, since then. But what a wonderful memory seeing Richie Allen and Johnny Callison. And those were the days. But and I want to say also that I really appreciate J.D. Vance's devil advocacy on the signal.
Let's highlight that as the silver lining here, big time.
Yep.
He was on point, I think, and Trump needs to hear from him more rather than people that might be a bit more afraid.
Well, remember, the SecDef's job is to take orders and to provide, counsel. But, so my side answer is Willow Grove Amusement Park. For 80 years out there, was a place where people from all around the Delaware Valley, would go during the summertime and all, take kids for the different rides, the roller coaster and the Ferris wheel and the carousel and all those things. And, we just don't have those type of family entertainment places.
Thank you, John, very much. The great Joe of Exton. Joe, limited on time. What's yours?
Yes, hello, Dom. After I provide my answer, I have two comments. During the 60s, in the middle of Chestnut Street, there was a musical record shop of great renowned Philadelphians, the Sam Goody Record Shop.
Yeah, that's a good one. Joe, what's your comment? Time for one maybe today.
Oh, one?
Yes.
Okay, I'll do one. The Bazaar of All Nations was in Clifton Heights.
Yes.
At the other end was an Acme Market. Now, the Bazaar of All Nations contained small shops, each selling a product. And the Bazaar was the forerunner of the contemporary shopping mall.
Absolutely. Thank you, Joe. Sorry I'm out of time. Henry, I like one in particular, you'll probably tell, but did you?
Yeah, I mean, there was a few. So I liked Robin Fox Chase, the Pizza Hut answer, even though it's not local.
That's
I think you're going to go with Drew and Upper Darby with the Skyline, but I also want to give a shout-out to Leslie and Bryn Mawr with the Main Point.
Yes! Oh, my God.
Yeah, that was a great one.
Oh, you know what? I got to go with Drew. Leslie, sorry. Hit us with something bigger tomorrow than Billy Joe. Come on, Leslie. You can do it. Rich Cioli next. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.